just working around the clock to try and put this fire out. We're actually going to go up to Stu Mundell and Sky Fox with more on. You can see so much from your perspective, Stu.
Well, you know, it's actually, sometimes we can and sometimes we can't. It's so difficult to see what's going on down there. You have to remember we're actually looking through smoke as well, using all the tech we have at my disposal. We're looking at this, and it actually looks like this is on Palm Canyon Lane, and it's quite off in the distance, but it definitely is a structure that is burning out here, and it seems to be a small single-family home. There also is a fire truck there that is actually structure protection, doing what they can. They're using what they call the battery on that truck, basically throwing water from the cannon on the top of it, just trying to keep those flames from spreading. But that clearly is at least one home that we're seeing burning right now. Now, we do know that there are several others, and again, this one is going to be off of Retrack Court and Palm Canyon Lane out here in the Malibu area. But, you know, again, this is actually through a lot of smoke, and that's an area that the fire has basically passed through. You know, as we go a little bit wider, and you can actually see where that is compared to where that active flames are right now, and those are still climbing up hillsides out here. Now, LA County Fire Department, we did hear that they are going to start slowing down the helicopter drops, and the only reason why is because they ordered in fixed-wing assets from the state, meaning that it's going to be CAL FIRE coming out here. They're going to start dropping that FOS check probably as soon as the light breaks, because they're not going to do those drops at night. But right now, the helicopters are still out doing the drops that they can. As I'm pushing in right there, this is going to be off of Malibu Canyon Road. We've been keeping an eye on this one as well. Is it by any homes? I would venture to say no. But again, this is just going to be one of those areas where the flames are just climbing up a hillside up here, and they would slow down and then they would reignite. Again, it is something really to see. Some people might actually even say it is beautiful to look at night, these orange plumes out there in the darkness. But this is a lot of devastation out there, very close to a lot of homes, disrupting so many lives. When you talk about 1,600 people being evacuated, that is a lot of families out there this morning. Or at that little light that you're seeing way out in the distance, that's going to be a helicopter out there, probably one of the firefighting helicopters. I venture to say it's going to be one of the LA County ships. Again, though, they're doing what they can to slow that roll, but you can see right there, this is going to be the top part of the fire. I'm calling it the top part of the fire. This is going to be up on the top part of the hill. That's going to be near Malibu Canyon and Piuma Drive, a road up there. This is a very popular spot, and that's going to be and you can actually make out way out in the distance. You can see those first responders. Those might be Sheriff's Department blocking the road on Malibu, not letting anybody get past there. But then as I make that slow pan down towards PCH, you really get a grasp about where that fire is and what's going on. That fire line reaching from basically Malibu and Piuma all the way down to the Pacific Coast Highway, almost to the water. And of course, that's the active spot. And we know that this fire started out more towards Pepperdine, more towards Malibu Canyon and Pacific Coast Highway. And that's going to be all that 1,800 acres that has already burned. That's what we're kind of looking at right there. Again, it is under a lot of smoke down there. And what we're seeing popping are those hot spots and also first responders. There's so many roads out there. Actually, I'm going to bring it up for you guys right now so you get an idea. That is a neighborhood down there. Those are homes in that area. Now, are they all burned? Hopefully not. Are there damaged? Some on fire? Yes, most definitely. And those firefighters still working to keep everybody safe. I heard Mario say it. It is very impressive when you think about it. There are no injuries to anybody so far this morning, and that is amazing. This fire starting in the early evening hours and working through the morning hours till now. Those are fire trucks down there. Again, it's a little off because of the distance, but that's Mariposa de Oro and Serra Road. Now, Serra Road is the one that we've been trying to make our way into so much this morning, because we understand that there are structures burning in that off of that roadway. As I'm actually talking to you, that might be one of them right there. That you can see it. That clearly is a structure, and that's going to be off of Serra and Palm Canyon, and that definitely is a home out there, and it is definitely burning. Now, the fire department, they are nearby. They will do what they can to keep those flames from spreading, but as far as making an aggressive attack on that one home, that's beyond them.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody, to Good Day LA at 6 o'clock. I am Melvin Robert.
And I'm Jen Lombers. If you are just joining us, we do have breaking news out of Malibu. That's where a massive and growing 1,800-acre fire started in Malibu shortly before 11 o'clock last night, spurred by very strong Santa Ana winds. We know several structures and homes have been burned. There are 2,000 homes in the mandatory evacuation zone as we speak. We have reporters on the ground. Let's get over to Gigi Graciette right now to tell us more from her perspective. Good morning, Gigi.
Good morning, Jen. Good morning, everyone. We're on Pacific Coast Highway right in front of Civic Center, and take a look at the Franklin fire, which has now grown to well over 1,800 acres. And the concern here, and it's actually died down a bit because when we pulled up, this whole area was just raging with fire. It's been burning for well over an hour and a half now. And the big concern with the fire burning here is the condominium or apartment complex just to the left of us. That's Malibu Canyon Village on the 23,000 block of Civic Center Way. Firefighters are stationed there for structure protection. Thankfully, it does not appear that the fire reached those residences. Again, Malibu Canyon Village right here on Civic Center Way. Now, I don't know if we have a video. We've been talking a lot about the loss, and as the sun comes up, we're going to see exactly what the loss is. And we know that several homes have already burned. They appear to be a total loss. We were at one earlier this morning on Sarah, and we just watched as firefighters did their best, but they were up against those erratic and changing winds, causing the fire to spot ahead of itself 1 mile to 2 miles. The conditions extremely challenging for our firefighters. We've seen LA City, LA County fire here. All of the local fire departments are basically on high alert. They have been since yesterday because of the red flag warning. The National Weather Service telling us we're going to see conditions very similar to what we saw in early November when the mountain fire broke out in Ventura County, and we saw the damage done there. Dozens of homes were lost. Now, we did see one home on Sarah. It appears to have been a total loss. Firefighters, again, doing their best to save it. We hope that everyone got out safely. That area was under an evacuation order, so it does appear that those people did get out, hopefully all right. And that is just one of the houses that we heard that were burning this morning. We will know much more. At 7 a.m., firefighters are going to meet for their morning briefing. They're going to discuss exactly what this fire did overnight and what the challenges are going to be today. The strongest winds were expected from last night. We saw that happen when this fire broke out at about 10:50 p.m. and through this morning. Of course, Maria Quiban, Samada Khan, you're going to have much more on our weather condition for today. And of course, weather is such a huge factor in this as the Santa Ana winds, those infamous winds, continue to fan these flames. This topography also a huge challenge here. And the big thing about the winds is that they are very erratic. They're blowing in different directions at times, causing firefighters to go to one area and then to another. That is the latest. Again, we are live. If you're just joining us on Good Day LA, the Franklin fire breaking out at about 10:50 last night here in Malibu. It has burned all the way to Pacific Coast Highway. It does not appear to have crossed PCH. Firefighters staged up and down the road, and as you can expect, the roads are closed, and all schools in Malibu, classes are canceled today between the fire that's still burning and posing a threat to the closed roads to the air quality here. All schools in Malibu are closed today. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Gigi, thank you very much. Yeah, as you all heard Gigi mentioning, you got like 3 compounding elements. You have the dry vegetation, you got those strong Santa Ana winds, you also have dry air, the humidity level very low. Thank you, Gigi. We'll check in with you in just a bit. Let's get over to Mario Ramirez for the latest where you are. You're near Santa Monica College. Good morning.
Hi, Melvin. We were a little earlier, maybe about 20 minutes ago. We've now moved towards the coast, PCH near Malibu Road, and you can see some of the brush that we've been watching near homes along Malibu Road, the 23,900 block. We don't see any structures burning from our vantage point, but we've seen homes on Carbon Canyon Road as well as Ridgemont Drive, and you can see the crews that are out here as well. This has been a very busy stretch of PCH. Road closures are in place and evacuation orders have been issued. There are almost 2,000 that are under warnings, but over 2,000 structures in those mandatory evacuation zones. We know at least 300 firefighters with 6 water-dropping helicopters have been responding. They're basically using all resources available here, an aggressive firefight on the ground and in the air, and multiple agencies making their way here through this area. Several strike teams from different agencies here in the city of Malibu to help out with this huge effort this morning. And we've also been talking about those strong winds and the wind gusts that we've been feeling here since we started with this coverage late last night. We are also watching some of the activity with the embers that have been flying around, really being whipped around because of these strong Santa Ana winds. So that's obviously a concern, that the winds that we're going to be feeling throughout the next couple of hours, at least through the early afternoon, could really spark more spot fires, those embers being carried 1, 2, even more miles, spreading more acreage. Over 1,800 still burning out of control this morning with 0% containment. That's the latest here in Malibu, near PCH and Malibu Road. We'll send it back to you.
And we know that firefighters are waiting for fixed-wing aircraft to come in from the state to help with this firefight. They're not really allowed to fly at night. The sun should come up around 6:45 this morning, so that will change. But we have seen a number of those Skyhawk helicopters dropping the fire retardant on this fire, and even that really hasn't helped much because these flames are being fueled by these Santa Anas, which are, you know, gusting some 50 miles an hour.
And we heard both Samada and Maria talking about the Santa Ana winds and how they really could create havoc in the event of a fire. And of course, here we are this morning. And with that, let's get over to Maria for a check of our forecast. You have like a lot of different things here, Maria, like the dry vegetation, the dry air, of course, these big Santa Ana winds.
Absolutely.
Definitely not helping the containment.
We have the perfect recipe right now when we talk about those low relative humidity values. Very dry out there. We have these strong winds coming out of the northeast. We have the terrain and, of course, the vegetation and that dry brush. We have a lot of that chaparral that is burning. Franklin fire, we're getting winds, of course, coming out of different directions in terms of the fire creating its own weather, right? But when we talk about the prevailing winds, these are the winds up at the upper levels of the atmosphere coming out of the northeast, nearing 20 to 40 miles an hour. These wind gusts, though, ranging anywhere from 45 to 55 miles an hour. I saw some weather gauges with wind gusts closer to 70, 80 mile per hour wind gusts in some isolated areas. So this is not helping, of course, the firefighters. Thankfully, some of the air assets are up there. You mentioned those helicopters that are dropping some of that retardant. So that is the good news. High pressure is in control. We talked about this scenario where that high pressure gets over the Great Basin. And when it's over the Great Basin, those winds come in clockwise out of the northeast. And that is what's going to continue. That ridge of high pressure will continue to be with us. Look at this future gust graphic. This is one of our computer models. And I want to show you the alleys, really, if I could. If you look at the brightly colored areas, the purple areas, Camarillo, Malibu, notice those high values, 50 mile per hour wind gusts, 30 to 35 miles an hour near Malibu, out towards the Santa Ana Mountains, of course, parts of the high desert. That's where we see the highest concentration of those strong winds. Now, the Franklin fire's right in the middle of it there, near Camarillo, Malibu. They're going to start to weaken slightly. If you look at the timestamp, 11 a.m., maybe a slight diminishing, but not diminished. I don't want you to misunderstand. Still, these winds are really strong. I think these warnings will be in effect at least until 2 p.m., and then we'll see more improvement as we get to tonight. Those winds will really start to back off. But notice they're still coming from that northeasterly direction, and still those gusts are going to get strong in some areas and at times. So the danger is still going to be with us in terms of that fire danger through tomorrow. The winds will continue to move out of the northeasterly direction and then eventually shift late tomorrow afternoon. They'll get more of an onshore flow, and we like that because that brings in a more moist air mass that gives us a little bit more moisture, and that will help the firefighters, and of course temperatures will cool off slightly. But until then, those winds are going to be very strong. High wind warnings in effect, particularly dangerous in this area where Malibu is at. parts of Ventura County, up towards the 14 and Santa Clarita area, high wind warnings stay in effect. So be very mindful of what you're doing. The smallest spark can cause a fire, and it can spread rapidly under these weather conditions. That's what it means when we talk about red flag warnings. And look at the wide area that covers not just Malibu, but practically all of SoCal. Orange County, out towards the Inland Empire, red flag warnings, and this danger will stay with us through at least Wednesday. All right, the impacts, power outages, we talked about that possibility, down trees, down power lines, and of course this is impacting travel because of these crosswinds. So very dangerous conditions out there, really on all fronts. Right now, temperatures are varying between 21 degrees in Lancaster, 91 in Simi Valley, 49 in Santa Monica. High temperatures today will be in the 60s to low 70s. I'll talk more about the fire. Of course, I'll show you the relative humidity values, which have lowered significantly, especially in the Malibu area. I'll be back with more of that in just a few moments.
Okay, thank you, Maria. And we do want to let you know about some school closures in that area. The Franklin fire has forced all 4 Malibu schools to close down today. The Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District made that call and posted on X. So the 4 schools that are impacted by this are Malibu High School, and that includes grades 9 through 12, Malibu Middle School, and that's grades 6 through 8, Malibu Elementary School, that's K through 5, and John Webster Elementary School, also K through 5. Pepperdine University, we know, activated its shelter-in-place protocol. Students at the Malibu campus have been directed to shelter in place in the Tyler Campus Center or the Payson Library. We saw a video of this earlier, all the students there wearing their masks. We spoke to a student with what they're experiencing.
Yeah, so as you can see behind me, we have the flames. I'm right by the entrance of the library. So this is the window that you see when you walk in on the 2nd floor. These flames are getting really, really close, as you can see, right around here. And then right in front of me, there's also quite a few students. So if you look over here, there's a lot of students that are standing around the window, watching the fire, getting video, because it is very stressful and they want to see what's happening.
And yes, even though Pepperdine University is in that mandatory evacuation zone, this is all according to protocol, working with fire officials that they shelter in place there at Pepperdine University.
Meantime, let's get up to Stu and Sky Fox for a look at what he is seeing. Hey there, Stu. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Hey, take a look at this. Now, we've been keeping an eye on this for about an hour or so, and now the sun is actually just starting to rise. Dylan correcting me, saying we've been up here for about 2 hours. Now, this is going to be the active fire line. This is where that fire is still very active out here, and you can get an idea. All of a sudden, just a little bit of light, and now you can actually see some of that terrain down there, and this gives you an idea where that fire is burning. Now, this area right here isn't near any of those homes or any of the, it's just a lot of vegetation, and it's actually climbing up the hillside. The winds might actually be helping in this area because they're actually pushing against those flames as they're trying to climb up that hillside. This is going to be off of Malibu Canyon, right up in here. We've been watching this hot spot climbing that hillside. To give you an idea of the mass of what 18,000 acres really looks like, I'm going to give you a quick wide shot and show you what has burned. Now, underneath all of that smoke, those hot spots that you're seeing down there, a lot of them are, but some of them also are fire trucks. Massive amount of firefighters down there on the ground doing what they can to actually keep those flames from spreading, keep those embers from blowing around, and of course structure protection, still a very viable thing. But we have seen a couple of homes that actually have burned out here. It is kind of difficult to find them, especially in the heavy smoke, but you can see some of those hot spots still very active out there, and that's going to be over by Civic Center Way and Pacific Coast Highway. So this is almost all the way over to where Pepperdine University is. As we make our way over to the other side of the fire where that actual front fire line is following PCH, then you start seeing those flames right there. That's going to be Carbon Canyon right in that area right there. That's going to be Carbon Canyon, actually more off to here. So it hasn't quite made its way to Carbon Canyon, but it is getting very, very close. The most top part of the fire is actually going to be right about Malibu Canyon and Piuma. That's going to be up in this area right here, that wall of flame or that line of fire making its way all the way from the Piuma Road area all the way down almost to Pacific Coast Highway. This is a huge fire out here. And then we were talking about all those evacuations, 1,600 people or 1,600 homes under evacuation, the number of folks that had to get out of there. And again, I'm going to bring up a map real quick to give you guys an idea. This is the area where all the homes are. This is where the fire has basically made its way through this area, but still you can see all those hot spots. I know for a fact as we push in right there, that is still a home that is burning out there. Firefighters are nearby. They're going to keep those flames from spreading to the vegetation the best they can. Actually, I saw a hose line out there, so they're actually working to contain those flames on that one structure. We know that there's another structure nearby. Don't know if we can find it right now, but you definitely get a feel for what is burning, what those firefighters have on their plate to do, and it is immense as far as that firefight goes. As aerial firefight, we know that for a fact that they are talking about bringing in fixed-wing aircraft. They've been talking about slowing the helicopter fight and bringing in some fixed-wing. As soon as that sun rises up and those aircraft can make an assessment of the area, and the winds are right. The winds are very important, especially for those aircraft that drop that orange stuff, the FOS check, the fire retardant. Once they get here, this might change the sight picture a lot, but hopefully they fall into the parameters that those firefighters need in the aircraft, and they'll be able to get those fixed wings out here. We'll start seeing those firefighters dropping the FOS check, hopefully to slow those flames, but right now, still very active firefight out here in the Malibu area. I'm Stu in Sky Fox.
All right, Stu, thank you very much. Now, this is a live look of a view of Santa Monica, from Santa Monica, of those flames right up against that hillside right there. The eastern half of Malibu, as we've been reporting, was ordered to evacuate. The rest of the city was under also an evacuation warning. So some 6,000 residents, just for perspective, live in the area that's ordered evacuated, firefighters are saying, which is most of the city's population of about 11,000. And as Stu just mentioned, about 2,000 structures are affected by these mandatory evacuation orders.
And the glow of this fire before the sun really started to come up, it can be seen as far away as in the South Bay, near LAX, Inglewood, West LA. You could see the glow of the flames threatening 2,000 homes. You're also thinking about crews who have to travel on these roads. Even without a raging fire around you, it's challenging enough because there's really nowhere to turn around, and you see the flames just on both sides of the road. It can be very chaotic and very terrifying. So we do think about all the news crews and the fire crews whose job it is to both cover this event and battle this wildfire before it gets any worse.
No doubt. And of course, the smokestack and the implications there to visibility, to your point, Jen, about folks being on the road and traveling. And then, if you know, that's a picture from Sky Fox that Stu Mandel is bringing us of just this fire raging over 1,800 acres, burning all across the eastern half of Malibu. And just to give you a sense of how strong these winds are, this fire tripled in a time span of 1 hour, tripled in size. And the firefighters at this point, they just have to maintain control as much as they can until these winds finally start to die down, which should start happening around afternoon time today. Well, we heard Samada, yesterday, and of course Maria yesterday, talking about these Santa Ana winds and these Santa Ana winds coming in. And of course, if there were to be a fire, the winds would definitely play a big role in fanning this fire. And of course, that's what happened. And the fact that these wind gusts have been all over the place. I mean, last night when the fire first broke out, you had wind gusts of about 65 miles per hour. Then they dipped down. And so they're just all over the place, which isn't helping either. Plus the dry vegetation, plus the dry air. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you can see that Skyhawk helicopter right now. They use the fire retardant to dump on the flames, but sometimes that, doesn't do much because, again, the winds are just so powerfully strong. So they're going to bring in fixed-wing aircraft from the state, but they really can't do that until the sun fully comes up.
We were afraid this would happen, right? All day long yesterday, we were talking about those red flag warnings. And this is the point. The embers can jump ahead, can almost spot fire the areas ahead, up to 2 miles ahead of itself when you're talking about 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts, which we are experiencing right now. We've seen homes surrounded by fire in some of the canyon areas in Malibu. And a lot of these homes are up to code and then some. They're not made with, wood components, but some of the homes that have been there for, decades in these canyon areas, not the case. And don't think that just because these homes are where they are, that they're covered by insurance. We know that a lot of people in that area have had a good amount of trouble with their insurance providers. And the point you just raised, too, about embers and how those embers jump, that's a big part of the firefight, is that these embers can just jump to places that firefighters are not even able to see. And then, of course, being fanned by these major Santa Ana winds, they're starting little microfires along the way, which are continuing to fan the fire. Let's get you a look at some information on shelters now, everybody. A shelter is set up at Palisades Recreation Center. That's 851 Alma Real Drive in the Pacific Palisades. Animal shelters are set up at Agora Animal Care Center in Agora Hills and Pierce College in Woodland Hills. There will be a press conference coming up at 8 a.m. at Zuma Beach Lifeguard Tower to bring you up to date about the efforts with regard to shelter and also the efforts around containment, because at this time this fire is nowhere near being contained. Let's take a look from this, and we were saying this morning, from LAX, this is a picture that you're looking at right now facing toward Malibu. These flames are so massive, you can see them from just miles and miles away. And the air quality, too, keep that in mind. Just because you're not near this fire zone doesn't necessarily mean you're not going to be impacted. And this is the view from Santa Monica looking at Malibu. Just because you might not be close to where the fire is does not necessarily mean that you're not going to be impacted by this fire in some way.
Yeah, and of course, many folks out there receiving evacuation orders and only having minutes to be able to get themselves together. One of the big things that fire officials talk about during fire season, which, years ago was just a certain part of the year, and now they say it's all year long, is the importance of preparing and the importance of having a bag and having a go bag just in case this were to happen, to mitigate perhaps your anxiety of just having to throw everything in a bag and get out the door, which many people had to endure. Let's get up to Stu in Sky Fox, who has been bringing us these aerial images. Stu, what's the latest from your perspective?
Well, the latest that we're hearing, the newest stuff that we're coming in, and we can't say any for sure times, but we did hear that that LA County has ordered up 2 fixed-wing tankers. So that's 2 of them, but we don't know which ones they're going to be sending. I would venture to say they're going to be sending the big guys, but I don't know if it's going to be the 747. But we also don't know the time frame for them to get here. While they're en route and before they get here, they're actually going to have another aircraft that's going to show up and do an assessment of the area to see if they can use those fixed wings. So it's the wheels of progress are turning, but it again is always through bureaucracy. So they are on their way. They have been ordered, but before they even get here, you still got our guys in the air. You got LA County Fire Department down there. You also have some Colson aircraft down there as well. And I venture to say LA City is battling from the air also. But those Firehawks, they are just amazing machines, and it's kind of sad in a way to watch this amazing helicopter, which is huge, and making these big water drops, and they almost seem insignificant against those huge flames. But that's what they can do, and that's what they're going to continue to do it. This thing to say is that there is a water sources nearby. They are picking up water. They are dropping it as quickly as possible. It is almost kind of like that bucket brigade going on, and we're watching those county Firehawks do those drops on those hot spots. Again, I'm going to stay away from him, but I will keep an eye if he starts that drop. But it gives you an idea. Look at the plume of fire that's up in that area right here. Now, this is going to be near, right between Carbon Canyon and Sweetwater Mesa. So this is going to be that area right between the two. In this area right now, no homes, a lot of vegetation. And one of the things that you've talked about and is also very important is the embers. Just because there's no homes over here, those embers are still getting whipped by those winds and carried and dropped in areas where there are houses. Right now, though, there's that drop that we've been waiting to see. It is actually a beautiful sight to see them dropping that water, and it did knock out a good portion of fire, but there's so much more to do out here. And again, this is the active firefight. As we get down into the area that has burned, that's going to be the part of that 1,800 acres that have burned. Homes still on fire out here in this area. I believe that's just a hot spot right there, thank goodness. But there are still homes out here in the area that are burning. Firefighters nearby, they're doing what they can. There's an army of firefighters down there on those roadways, and they are doing amazing work. But again, the fire basically passed through this area, but still a lot of hot spots. And with those winds, if the winds change, those hot spots could become active fire again, and that's the reason why they've got so many firefighters out there, and there's so much work still to be done out here.
Is there a particular challenge for firefighters there on the ground when it comes to those tight roads in canyon country when they're trying to fight the fire from the ground?
Oh, most definitely. We've heard them in the past, and while the evacuations are going on, firefighters are actually making their way up through those roads. A lot of times it gets very tight in those areas, but those roads out here, you have to remember, Malibu still is, this still is very country-ish out here, but those roads, they are wide enough. Everything's up to spec, everything's up to code, and right now the sun is coming up. I'm going to actually bring up the map again real quick. It's still a very hazy picture. I'll try to clean it up the best I can, but this is what now we're actually starting to see all what we couldn't see earlier on. Look at those neighborhoods out there, and all these homes were saved. The fires made their way through this area, passing by, still hot spots nearby, but that's an area where a lot of the homes have been saved. Sierra and Sweetwater, right up in this, I'm sorry, Sarah, I keep calling it Sierra. That's one of the homes that we know it's still burning out here. That seems to be a larger home. Again, through the heavy smoke, it's difficult to make out, but you have firefighters on the roadway. That home is still burning out there, and that's just one of them. We actually found another one earlier on. I've been having a hard time finding it, but we know off of Sarah that there were a couple of homes that were burning. Still too much smoke for us to see down there, and that's the thing. We're just talking about it obstructing our view. Firefighters and people that are down there in that smoke, they're dealing with it. So this is still a very active fight, and you got hats off to those first responders.
That's right, Stu. Thank you very much. You got fire crews on the ground from Orange and Ventura counties, and the city of LA are joining LA County firefighters to provide the on-the-ground and aerial response as they really seek to get a handle on this Franklin fire. We'll check in with you in just a little bit.
And if you are just joining us, 6:30 on this Tuesday morning, we do have breaking news and wall-to-wall coverage of this Franklin fire, 1,800 acres and more burning right now in the Malibu area, fueled by Santa Ana winds. Let's get out to Mario Ramirez. He's on the ground to give us perspective of what things are looking like where he is. Good morning to you, Mario.
Hi, Jen. Still watching those active flames. Stu up in Skyfox just mentioned how tricky and narrow some of these roads can be, and we talked to some residents earlier who were actually helping those fire crews navigate these areas because they can be tricky, and that's why they have a lot of these roads closed, fire crews making their way through. And what you see there, that brush burning right now, very dry brush, those flames between PCH and Malibu Road. Firefighters from multiple agencies are stationed throughout the area for structure protection, and from our vantage point, we don't see any homes directly burning in that area. The Franklin fire here starting near Malibu Canyon Road and PCH late last night. Thousands of residents woken up in the middle of the night with emergency alerts and law enforcement enacting these Malibu evacuations in these neighborhoods. We saw at least 2 homes burning, one on Ridgecrest Drive. Residents also telling us multiple homes burned on Carbon Canyon Road. The city's been using all resources available with every nearby agency assisting here, and you're looking at some of the firefight right now with firefighters on the ground there, strike teams from multiple agencies. Now, we can tell you hundreds of firefighters and water-dropping helicopters responded here as residents were rushing out of their homes. Evacuation orders are still in place east of Malibu Canyon Road, south of Payuma Road, and the Sarah Retreat area. Flames we saw a little earlier were getting very close to Malibu City Hall and Our Lady of Malibu Catholic Middle School, as well as Webster Elementary. all schools in the area closed because of this fire activity. And you can see down PCH here, the massive response here from emergency vehicles, LA County Fire, again, multiple agencies. PCH closed between Topanga Canyon and Laurel Canyon because of that, and all of that thick smoke right now blowing towards the coast. So we're going to keep an eye on things and show you different spots, but for now, that's the latest here near PCH and Malibu Road. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you. And just the sight of that haze.
That's a stunning scene to see the sky lit up in orange like that. Let's get an overhead shot from Stu right now. He's live in Skyfox. As the sun's starting to come up now, we see quite a different picture on how devastating this fire already is.
Definitely, and Jen and Melvin, we're taking a look at, this is the wide shot, and we were just overhearing what they're talking about. Now, the fire department very concerned with Carbon Canyon. I'm going to show you this is that area right here. That's the actual canyon itself. This hot spot is really what is worrying the firefighters. Worrying might not be the right term. They are definitely going to try to hit this and get that fire out as quickly as possible. Their concern is that winds may pick up, and if that fire is still in that area, it could create it could make another run and head back towards areas that are populated with homes through that Carbon Canyon area. So that's the area, that's the reason why we were seeing all those helicopters still making drops out here, and that is the area that they're going to talk to the fixed wings about as soon as they arrive out here. They really want to make sure to get that hot spot that we're showing you out right there, and they hope that that will be like the pin that will basically start the fall of this fire, and they slow that rate, because if they get into that Carbon Canyon area, it could become a real problem. We're showing you some of the homes out there in that area. Of course, the flames far from there right now, but there is still a lot of structure protection out here, and they are ready for that firefight. We heard Melvin explaining or adding to it that it's not just LA County Fire Department. Of course not. It's LA County, LA City, and a lot of the areas around us. I would venture to say even Ventura Fire is here as well. They need boots on the ground, and they need that structure protection. A lot of heavy vegetation still on this hillside. These flames still running up these hills, and actually the winds in some places, not all of them, actually were helping the firefight, because the fire was trying to run up the hills and the winds were kind of slowing it basically by pushing against it. That is actually a blessing in the skies. Right now, though, that firefight's still very active inside this area over here. We're going to pan towards where that fire started. This is over more towards Malibu. I'm going to bring up the map so you guys get a little bit of a better area. Malibu and PCH, right in that darkness down there, in that heavy smoke, that's going to be Pepperdine, and that's the area, roughly the area where that fire started, and it made its way through all of this area right here. Many homes, some of them burned, but so many saved. You got to keep that in mind as well. And of course, we're hearing no injuries. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
All right, Stu, thank you so much for that perspective. I want to get over to Gigi Graciette now there on the ground for her perspective. Good morning, Gigi. What are you looking at?
Jen, we're on the 22,000 block of Pacific Coast Highway, and this is an area of concern for firefighters right now. You can see the fire burning directly behind this mega mansion here on PCH. You can also make out LA County or LA City firefighters are on the patio, and just a short while ago we saw them running on that patio, pulling back anything that was on the patio. We believe it was patio furniture, and they pulled it back as far as they could from the actual structure, just in case that fire does continue to burn over that ridge. Now, firefighters are stationed in the back of this home. They are stationing right now at Nobu, a very popular restaurant here on PCH. That is their point, their meeting point right now. And as they meet there, they are going up excuse me, a lot of smoke here, sorry. As they meet at Nobu, then they're being sent into the hills right now. Again, this is a point of concern for firefighters fighting the Franklin fire right now here in Malibu, the 22,000 block of Pacific Coast Highway. The fire continuing to burn. Thankfully, right now, the wind is calmer than what we saw earlier, but you can see the concern is for this house. The firefighters are stationed behind it. Earlier, we saw them pulling the fire pulling the furniture away from the patio. And there, look at that. And this is another area that we don't talk about a lot, another concern. Those are deer, and it is also the wildlife that we see affected in all of these fires. This is their home. You can see them there on the side of the mountain here off of Pacific Coast Highway, just sort of standing there, not sure exactly where to go. They appear to be following each other now, but they know, I'm sure, that there is danger nearby as that Franklin fire continues to burn here off Pacific Coast Highway. It started last night, as we've been telling you, since just before 11 p.m. Fanned by those Santa Ana winds. The wind right now is calming, and firefighters report a slower rate of spread, which is really good, but there are still pockets of concern, and this is one of them as the fire continues to burn directly behind that home. And we can see, I don't know, Tony Butita, if you can go straight up on the mountain there, you can see the deer continue to move away from the fire area. They're all on that ridge right now, trying to get out of danger's way. And, you know, it is the wildlife that's also affected, in addition to the folks who live in this area. This is their home, too. And we see this all too often. And there they go off to safety. They're moving, thankfully, away from where the fire is burning.
All right, Gigi, thank you very much for bringing that to us. We'll check in with you in just a little bit. Meantime, let's get over to Maria. Between the winds, Maria, the dry vegetation, the dry air, not helping this firefight.
Well, this is what we were really anticipating, this recipe. The National Weather Service issuing a rare, potentially dangerous situation alert for all of us meteorologists. We talk about that PDS that was issued yesterday. And this area in particular, you can see that brightly colored area near Malibu, Ventura County area, parts of LA County. That's where the strongest winds are blowing. By the way, it's getting brighter, so we're getting a better chance, right? A good look. 6:48 is the official sunrise, so that's coming up within 10 minutes, but it's already getting brighter. I wanted to show you the relative humidity values. It's improved just a tiny bit from where we started at 6 a.m. I had noticed about a 9% relative humidity value in Malibu. Now it's at about 12%. So if we can take comfort in anything at all, that maybe is just a slight improvement. Gigi mentioned just a kind of a weakening of the winds a little bit, and this is part of what maybe the firefighters are maybe encouraged by that and hopefully can get a better handle as we get a little bit brighter in this morning. The winds, again, very strong in that area, particularly. That is the area where the high wind warning is in effect. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit more here on this area. The future wind gusts, this is the timestamp, noontime today, still pretty strong, but not in the 50-mile-per-hour range that we just saw a few moments ago. Camarillo, 41-mile-per-hour winds. Malibu, much weaker at the afternoon hours. So just a slight weakening. But that being said, those winds are still going to be quite strong, especially at the ridge tops. Some of the foothill communities still going to be experiencing those very strong wind gusts through at least this afternoon. Then we'll start to see a slight diminishing as we get to tonight. That's the better news into tomorrow. So the high wind warnings will stay in effect through this afternoon, but the danger is still there. Red flag warnings are still going to be in effect through tomorrow as high pressure continues to dominate. You can tell that ridge of high pressure is there by how clear it is across the southwest. This area here, the high wind warning, particularly dangerous through parts of Malibu, Ventura, Oxnard, Thousand Oaks, all the way up to even parts of the high desert. If you're driving on that 14 freeway out of Santa Clarita and Canyon Country, very gusty. North on that 5 freeway, very windy. So you might want to just delay your travel as the weather impacts not just fire weather, but of course, very hazardous driving conditions, especially if you've got a high profile vehicle. The red flag warnings encompass not just LA Ventura, but all the way into the parts of the Inland Empire, of course, Orange County. The good news is I think a lot of the assets are focused there now in Malibu in that area, as there's not a need down to our south, but please be prepared. Have that go bag ready as we continue to see the fire danger. High pressure, when it builds over the Sierra Nevada, over the Great Basin, we get this clockwise flow of air, and we see this typically more often during the fall, early winter months, and this air pushes down from the higher elevations. It dries out further as it gets past the desert communities, and then it fans out. It kind of explodes out of the canyons and passes, and that's why we get these really strong wind gusts in those wind-prone areas, like below the Santa Ana Mountains, the Santa Monica Mountains, below the San Gabriel. Sometimes those winds really howling like they are today for parts of Malibu. These winds create those hot, dry conditions, very dry conditions with those relative humidity values in the teens, if not single digits. And that's why sometimes we see these temperatures in the low 70s closer to the coast than we do inland, as the air temperature is warmed up by these winds, or this downslope warming, we call it. And the other impacts today include not just the fire danger, but down trees, power lines. This can be very dangerous depending on where you park. Be mindful of that. The winds coming out of the northeast toward the southwest. And of course, as I mentioned, travel, dangerous travel conditions. So you really want to maybe postpone your travel, especially through those canyons and passes. Highs today will be above average in the low 70s. And yes, these weather alerts, red flag warnings will continue through at least tomorrow, with these wind gusts still possible near 50+ miles an hour. Cooling coming by Thursday into the weekend, and maybe even a chance for some light showers. So we'll wait and pray for that. In the meantime, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Maria, we're also, of course, thinking about the crews that you know, not only have to travel in these roads either to fight these fires, but to cover this event. Take a look at this view from freelance photographer driving up these very tight canyon roads. I want you to listen in, too, on some of the sound.
Copy that. I'll keep you advised.
Also, just how close
Yeah.
that fire is to the edge of the road, right? Coming down that mountainside and right hugging, you know, just the edge of the road.
Yeah, this video kind of speaks for itself. Those embers are just crossing the road, and how close. My goodness, you don't know. I mean, you lose perspective driving up these roads when it comes to look at the fire that's just kind of encircling the road and making it chaotic, and you lose your orientation when you're driving through such thick smoke like this.
And that's the piece too. You see those embers, and of course being fanned by those Santa Ana winds. And the embers are what's traveling and starting other micro fires. And so that's a huge part of the firefight. And of course, we've heard Maria, we've heard Samada really talking about these Santa Ana winds, and how these Santa Ana winds, and also how the wind gusts have really just been all over the place.
And truly, you know, these are the hours that I'm sure firefighters feel like they're absolutely treading water. They're doing what they can. They brought in those Skyhawk helicopters overnight to fight the fire from the air. We saw the fire retardant drop on some of those hotspot areas. And then they're waiting for, I believe, several fixed-wing aircraft from LA County to come in and do the assist there. But you just have to maintain control as much as you can until these winds start to die down, which Maria was saying would happen starting this afternoon, thank goodness.
And then, of course, as the sun rises, the firefighters will be able to have more of a perspective on what really needs to be done. And let's get out to, at this time, Mario Ramirez for some perspective about where he is. Hey there, good morning.
Hey, yes, that's right. We are along PCH and Malibu Road, and what you're looking at, active flames that are burning in the brush near Malibu Road. We know firefighters from multiple agencies are stationed throughout the area for structure protection, and we're seeing some residents now making their way through the area. Just ran into an LA County Public Works crew. What's your name, sir?
Lance.
Lance, walk me through. You were trying to create a problem because
my yard's in Malibu.
And how is that going? You're trying to get to the yard?
It was bad. The fire's burning pretty rapidly, but they let me through, and I got to our yard, and we have LA County Fire Department in our yard as I speak. So that's, you know, but it's pretty bad.
So you're sort of standing by from the county to see what's next. They haven't said don't come to the yard. They haven't said
We'll report to probably another yard until further notice.
It's a little bit of audio issue with Mario out in the field, but he was talking to a resident named Lance who was detailing the fact that there are LA County fire officials in his yard attempting to contain fire. Attempting to contain any type of fire that is broken out in his backyard. But as you can imagine, many residents in that area, the anxiety that they feel trying to get back to their home. Lance was able, to get back for a moment before he had to leave. But many people, concerned this morning about their homes. There's 2,000 structures that could be impacted at this time. This is the eastern half of Malibu, about 6,000 residents, half of the 11,000 that live in that area. And I think we're seeing Mario there. We're attempting to fix his audio. Oh, his audio is back. Hey there, Mario. We're going to come back to you. We lost you when you were talking to Lance.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, Lance, an LA County Public Works crew, he was trying to make his way through the area to report to work. He was telling us that his work yard that he's stationed is here in Malibu, and he's sort of waiting to hear from the county on what they should do. He says they'll likely have to report to another yard, and they'll start operations there. But you can imagine how much of a hassle that is. These are crews that are out on the streets working on the roads, pothole repairs, infrastructure repairs, that sort of thing. So that is going to cause a delay. Now, again, you're looking at flames burning between PCH and Malibu Road this morning as we've been watching the Franklin fire. This started near Malibu Canyon Road and PCH late last night, and you can see some of the efforts to put those flames out. It was a little worse here maybe 20 minutes ago, so they have been making progress on this side of the fire over PCH towards the coast. Thousands of residents were woken up here in the middle of the night with those emergency alerts. Law enforcement, LA County Sheriff's officials evacuating Malibu neighborhoods with loudspeakers, telling them that they need to leave their homes as the fire was spreading. And as far as the damage, of course, it's still early, so it's hard to tell, but we saw at least 2 homes burning ourselves, one on Ridgecrest Drive. Residents telling us multiple homes burned on Carbon Canyon Road. And the city has really been, using all resources, all hands on deck with those nearby agencies, multiple assisting. And we'll show you PCH here and the activity that you can see just down the road there as this closure is in place along PCH between Topanga Canyon and Laurel Canyon. Over 1,800 acres have burned. It looks a little better now than it did even 20, 30 minutes ago. So that's good news as the firefight continues here in Malibu. For now, that's the latest. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you very much.
Let's get over to Gigi Graciette right now because she has somebody with her right now. Good morning, Gigi. What can you tell us?
Good morning, everyone. We are with a Malibu resident who has been speaking to us about what he saw early this morning. Adam Blumenfeld, you went to sleep last night. You felt pretty confident because the fire was sort of over the ridge, not even blowing your direction. And what did you see when you woke up this morning?
I woke up this morning and there's a mirror in my bedroom, and I looked in the mirror and the fire had come over the ridge that I thought was safe, and it was just full flames up in the air, encroaching on the house. So that was my sign to get moving.
What goes through your mind? I mean, I can only imagine how stressful those seconds are when you see those flames coming towards your house. What do you do?
What I literally did, since my phone was dead, was search around with my hands for my jeans and everything I could stuff into a backpack and a suitcase. Went downstairs and prayed that my car wasn't in the garage because the power was off. Put everything into the car, figured out a way to get the sensor to my gate open, and got out of the property at about the same time that the fire department came in and said, you should probably get on down the hill.
And now you're watching the hills burning. I can only imagine how stressful this is. You've got neighbors. Right now we heard an ambulance being called actually for one of your elderly neighbors. He's not ill, but he's not ambulatory, so he needs a little help evacuating.
Yeah, it's a little bit alarming. I'm from Dallas, Texas, and first fire season here in California. And when I went out to the front yard, the neighbor, I asked him if he was leaving or not. He's like, absolutely not. I'm staying right here. I said, I'll see you in a little bit. But they advised me to stay. You know, the people that I talked to advised me to stick around in the restricted area because once you leave this area, it's really hard to get back in. So I'm just kind of in no man's land for a little bit here to see what happens.
That's right. When you have folks at home, when you have a mandatory evacuation order, that basically means that you're being ordered to leave. They can't force you to leave, but once you do leave, they do not allow you back in. If it's an evacuation warning area, then you can go in and you can go out, although it's not recommended. So you're going to stick around, and you're just keeping a close eye on that hillside and hoping that everything's okay.
That's exactly right. And I'm shocked to see the amount of patches of smoke and fire that are developing just in random little places. So I have no sense for A, where the wind's going, and B, how close this actually gets to my house up on the hill.
This is your first fire season here in Malibu?
It is my first official fire season. We bought the house a year ago, and we're from, like I said, Texas, where it's a little bit more docile when it comes to fires. So, yes, new experience watching deer run away from fire over the hill compared to anything normal.
Yeah, you were standing with us when we were watching that live as the deer tried to get away from the fire. The wildlife, of course, also affected here. And one of the things you and I were talking about is how erratic those winds can be. The Santa Ana winds, they're infamously erratic. They can blow in different directions. That causes yet another challenge for firefighters. And these fires can spot ahead. You went to sleep last night. The fire was nowhere near your house. You looked at the wind. It's blowing away. But overnight, the wind shifted. The fire spotted most likely, and then it's all of a sudden near your house.
Absolutely. When I went to sleep last night, the wind was blowing at about 50 miles an hour the opposite direction. I looked up online at that point. When the wind is blowing that direction, does the take the fire with it? The answer was absolutely it does. So I went to sleep for about 3 hours, and then I woke up and everything had changed. And that was a real shock to me.
And you and I were talking, unfortunately I've covered dozens of these fires. I've seen so much loss. It's absolutely heartbreaking. There's going to be a lot of loss here in Malibu. We saw a home burning down earlier. We have reports of at least 2 others that are total losses. When there's a fire and it's a wind-driven and topography comes into play, those winds shift on a moment's notice and the fire can come right back at you. So I'm sorry you're going through this. Welcome to Malibu, and I'm so sorry. The folks here are very resilient. They've lived through this so many times, and as they always say, we're going to rebuild because we love our community.
Thanks for saying that. I love it out here. It's beautiful, and I hope it stays that way, and I hope they get this fire under control, and I'm sure they will.
They're working very hard. Adam Blumenfeld, thank you very much. My best to your family. Probably watching this from Texas, watching what's happening in their new community.
Thanks.
And Adam's story, like many people, they went to sleep, the fire was nowhere near their house, and they woke up to the major fire. Again, we're on the 22,000 block of Pacific Coast Highway. The fire has been burning behind this house here. Firefighters are staged up and down on that ridge for structure protection in people's driveway. And earlier we saw those deer just trying to get away, moving the opposite direction that the fire is moving. And that's something to also keep in mind because they, too, are affected. I'm Gigi Graciette, live in Malibu. We'll send it back to you.
Well, thank you, Gigi. What an interesting perspective that neighbor Adam had, watching that raging fire encroaching on his home from his mirror and then basically grabbing whatever he could, stuffing it into his pockets, his suitcase, to try to go wherever, because when you're under these mandatory evacuation warnings, to his point, you're not allowed to come back.
So once you go...
So you have to think very quickly.
Yes. And even the point he raised, too, about how he was really grateful that he didn't have his car in his garage.
Right.
Because the power had gone out, and then he really would have been stuck. But, yeah, I mean, you go to sleep, you think things are okay, you wake up. In his mirror, he was outlining just to Gigi just moments ago, everybody, seeing the fire raging in his mirror and just getting his stuff together and getting out the door. And he's a transplant.
Yeah, this
he just moved here from Dallas.
Fire season.
Yes.
Coming here from Texas. He bought his house just about a year ago and kind of really doesn't have a plan right now. He's just staying put where he is and hoping for the best. As we know, so many people who live in this area are doing the same thing. In fact, 12 million people right now are under the first fire season.
Yes.
Coming here from Texas. He bought his house just about a year ago and kind of really doesn't have a plan right now. He's just staying put where he is and hoping for the best. As we know, so many people who live in this area are doing the same thing. In fact, 12 million people right now are under the red flag warnings from San Luis Obispo to San Diego to Calabasas. So the reach on this danger zone is pretty far.
And we saw Gigi was just reporting for us from the 2200 block of Pacific Coast Highway. So it's a 6-mile stretch of PCH that was ordered closed east of Coral Canyon Road and west of Las Flores Canyon Road. Las Virgenes Road, which continues as Malibu Canyon Road on the way to the coast, is closed south of Mulholland Highway all the way to PCH. So it's a 6-mile stretch of the road that the city of Malibu has noted is closed. This is a picture from LAX, from the airport, and you could see the plumes of smoke very visible from the distance, you know, at LAX, at Santa Monica.
Oh, yeah.
A bit closer than LAX.
That's right. You'll be able to see the smoke for absolutely miles and miles. We know from LAX Inglewood area.
Yeah.
You can, and in the South Bay area as well, you can see the smoke, and you could see the fire early this morning. We know that firefighters right now are focusing their efforts on Carbon Canyon Road because, as Mario Ramirez reported, multiple homes there were burning on that road, several more burning outside of that area. We saw that home on Sarah Road burning this morning. As fire crews they're doing a terrific job, I have to say, at getting a handle on this fire as best they can, as we see a Skyhawk helicopter right now dumping that fire retardant in some of those hot spots. Carbon Canyon, that's the area they're focusing the most on right now because we know that that hot spot is pretty significant.
Yeah, and it's very much a multi-unit effort. You've got fire crews from Orange and Ventura counties and the city of LA joining LA County firefighters, providing the on-the-ground and the aerial response as they really seek to contain this Franklin fire. 1,800 acres burning throughout Malibu at this time, a little bit over 1,800 acres to be more exact. And there is very limited containment at this time. Gigi also reported just moments ago that there are 2 structures that have been lost at this time. Unfortunately, I'm sure we're going to hear about more. And of course, we think about all the residents in these areas who had just moments to pack their things, to get down the hill. And now, whether they're at an evacuation center or with a family or a friend or just kind of in no man's land, parked somewhere, just trying to figure out what to do, their sense of anxiety with regard to their home, of not knowing what's really happened or what's going to happen in their surrounding community.
Yes, Stu Mundell earlier was telling us about how the only saving grace to this fire in particular is that usually fires, of course, move up the hillside, but the Santa Ana winds are actually going against those fires, so it's almost doing its own containment measure there. We also know that Pepperdine University, while the university is in that mandatory evacuation zone, the school's been told to shelter in place in accordance with protocol, you know, through the fire officials telling them to do that. And the worst of the fire, we know, is passed by Pepperdine University and some of the schools in that area. Yeah,
and as you mentioned, Jen, that is their university policy to shelter in place and to not evacuate the campus. This is, of course, supported by LA County, and they did work with them to develop and implement their protocols on their campus. But yes, they do shelter in place. If you are just joining us, we are covering breaking news. The Franklin fire in the Malibu community is burning at about 1,800 acres at this time. Welcome to Good Day LA at 7 o'clock. I'm Melvin Robert.
And I'm Jennifer Lammers. Yes, we are continuing to cover this, what has turned into a pretty significant 1,800-plus acre fire, the Franklin fire burning in Malibu. Firefighters doing the best that they can to contain it, facing Santa Ana winds. As the sun is starting to come up, we're getting a better sense of some of the damage done here. We know several homes, especially in the Carbon Canyon area, have burned. There was a home on Sarah that has burned. We know that there's evacuation orders in place, and 12 million people right now are under red flag warnings from San Luis Obispo to San Diego to Calabasas. Let's get to our reporter Gigi Graciette. She's on the ground there giving us some incredible images. Gigi, what can you tell us? What's new right now?
Goes to Santa Clarita and it comes back.
I don't think we have Gigi's audio.
The 22,000 block of Pacific Coast Highway, and we've been watching the fire burn behind this house right here where firefighters have been staged. They put a call out for everyone to meet up at Nobu. That's a very popular restaurant here on PCH, and from there they were deployed onto the ridge lines and behind the different structures up and down Pacific Coast Highway to protect these homes. We actually saw firefighters on the patio of this mega mansion mansion here, just pulling away patio furniture from the structure in case the fire were to spot. A good thing to report right now is that the wind has died down considerably. The rate of spread on this fire has slowed down, according to firefighters who are in their morning briefing right now. They're talking about what the fire did overnight and what the plan is for the morning shift. Where are the areas they are going to be focused on? Now, we've been speaking to homeowners on and off camera. Many of them went to sleep last night. The fire was nowhere near their house, and then they woke up this morning and it was basically in their neighborhood, and they had to rush to evacuate. You're seeing a combination of white and dark smoke behind that home as it continues to pick up pockets of fresh fuel, a lot of dry brush back there. The high winds, those infamous Santa Anas, were extremely erratic this morning, keeping firefighters on their toes as they rushed from one location to another, with the fire often spotting ahead a mile or more, and that's something we see with those Santa Ana winds. We're keeping a close eye on it. If you're trying to reach a loved one who lives in this area, we believe that a tower may be down. I know my Verizon phone is on SOS right now, and it's basically been that way almost all morning. Calls are dropping out continuously. You may try texting someone or using a messaging app like WhatsApp to see if you can get through to them. PCH in this immediate area does remain closed. And earlier we were talking about the fire spotting. It actually did spot over PCH earlier this morning, and sadly we did see at least one home burning. It appeared to be a total loss. Mario has seen others and heard of even more. We're going to get a better idea now that the sun is up of what the fire did overnight and the losses. Reporting live in Malibu, I'm Gigi Graciette. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Gigi, we'll check in with you in just a little bit. Meantime, let's get over to Mario Ramirez. Mario, good morning. What's the latest where you are?
Good morning. We have seen some progress here in just the last 20 minutes along PCH near Malibu Road, just down from where Gigi is, a little towards the coast here. And I want to show you, you can see, obviously the coastline here, but we've been watching this patch of dry brush burn here near homes along Malibu Road, and a lot of the flames have died down. Firefighters in the area now just working on hot spots here from our vantage point, but strike teams from multiple agencies, they are stationed through this area for structure protection, and it looks like at this point they have been able to save the structures here. What we're looking at, the Franklin fire starting near Malibu Canyon Road and PCH late last night. We talked to residents who received those emergency alerts around 11 o'clock. Thousands of residents woken up in the middle of the night here with law enforcement evacuating these neighborhoods. And as far as the damage, of course, we're going to get more information on that throughout the day, how many homes may have been touched by flames, but we saw at least 2 homes burning, one on Ridgecrest Drive. Residents telling us there were more on Carbon Canyon Road, which seems to be an area of major concern right now. The city's been using all resources available, all hands on deck, with agencies from across Southern California here to help. Hundreds, over 300 firefighters and water-dropping helicopters responding as those residents were being rushed out. And those evacuation orders are still in place east of Malibu Canyon Road and south of Piuma Road and the Sarah Retreat area. Flames we saw earlier very close to Malibu City Hall and some nearby schools, including Webster Elementary, which is closed today. A 6-mile stretch or a few miles of PCH remains closed. We're going to leave you with this picture, but we'll be checking back in here throughout Good Day LA. For now, that's the latest in Malibu. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
Mario, it does seem like, since the sun has come up in the last 20 minutes or so that firefighters have made some real progress.
Yeah, and what we've noticed is that the winds have really died down significantly, so that is going to be relief for fire crews. When we arrived here earlier this morning around 3, even 4, 5 o'clock, we were really feeling those strong gusts and embers really flying around, whipping around through the wind. And you notice that smoke right now is going straight up. It's really not blowing forcefully towards the coast, which is what we saw just a short time ago. So winds are calm right now, which is good news for this.
Seeing more clear color on that smoke, too, which is always a good sign. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. We don't see any heavy black smoke, which indicates that something is burning. So they're getting a handle on this stretch of brush here.
All right, Mario, thank you. We'll check in with you in just a little bit. So the Franklin fire has forced all 4 Malibu schools to close down today. The Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District made that call and posted on X. The 4 schools affected are Malibu High School, grades 9 to 12, Malibu Middle School, grades 6 to 8, Malibu Elementary Schools, grades K to 5, and John L. Webster Elementary School, grades K to 5. Pepperdine University also closed today, and final exams are canceled today.
And right now we're taking a live look from Skyfox at the fire. I mean, you can see a lot of white smoke, which is a good sign.
Yeah.
It does seem as if in the last 20 minutes firefighters have made some progress on this fire now that the winds, Maria, have started to die down a bit.
Slowly starting to show some improvement, right? We talked about even the relative humidity values within just an hour when we were starting to really watch it earlier this morning, really improved by a couple of degrees. The winds are still coming out of the northeast. However, these Santa Ana winds are still with us, and it is particularly strong in this area where that Franklin fire is burning. Parts of Ventura County, LA County, up to parts of the 5 freeway, Frazier Park, into the Santa Clarita Valley, parts of the high desert still getting those really strong winds. This is our wind futurecast. These are the winds that are sustained, not the wind gusts. And notice how they really improve as we get to the afternoon to tonight. And then by late tomorrow, we're going to get back that onshore flow. And we like that. That is the cooler air mass that moves in from the north and northwest. This brings us a little bit more moisture in the atmosphere, which will help firefighters even more. The winds do pick up with the onshore flow in the afternoon on Thursday, but nothing like where they were last night and certainly early this morning. And yes, it is good news when we see that smoke, that white smoke, just lofting up. Considering the body language of those firefighters, they're seemingly looking at encouraging conditions as they look down at that fire from that beautiful home at the ridge top there. And as you know, we talk about this, how fires will move faster uphill because in essence what it does is it preheats all that dry brush in front of it, and it just moves faster and faster up and potentially to some of those beautiful homes. But here is our big wide map, our futurecast, and you can tell that high pressure is in control of our weather. When we get that high pressure over the Great Basin, we get that clockwise flow of air. We get that wind out of the northeast blowing toward the ocean, and they were strong last night with some of those wind gusts clocking in near 80, 90 miles an hour. We'll get some clouds tomorrow, and then Thursday, there's a slight chance we could get some moisture, some light precipitation. If it does happen, it'll be less than 1/100th of an inch of rain, but hey, we'll take whatever moisture we can get from Mother Nature. We need the rain desperately. We have had a very dry season thus far. This month, very dry. Typically, the month of December, we would get almost 2.5 inches of rain. We have gotten nothing so far, so we could really use it. Our season, which began October 1st, we are building our deficit. We're almost 1 3/4 inches below seasonal average. So we're hoping we could get some moisture at least as we get to Thursday, Friday, and this upcoming weekend. The day planner for Anaheim also under the red flag condition all across parts of Orange County, the Inland Empire. So the fire danger is going to stay with us through at least tomorrow. Temperatures will warm up to those mid-70s in Orange County. There's that weather alert map here. I can show you the high wind warnings in effect, particularly gusty through parts of that Franklin fire area in Ventura County. And then down to Orange County, San Diego, Inland Empire, we've got those red flag warnings for the fire weather, extreme fire weather potential and behavior. Here is our 7-day forecast as we look ahead to some improving conditions tomorrow, as I mentioned. Thursday, look at the temperatures drop with the shift in those winds, much lighter, and of course bringing in more moisture. So we're going to cool it down. We'll add the clouds and that slight possibility of some light precipitation or sprinkles, if you will. But in the meantime, today the mountains will be very windy as well, up into parts of Big Bear, Running Springs, like Arrowhead. Those wind gusts this morning, I was clocking at 60 miles an hour. 58 in the high desert today, 70 degrees in Palm Springs, with even warmer conditions as we get to the weekend. All right, let's check in on the traffic around the fires. Samada's got a look at that.
Good morning, Maria. Good morning, everyone. We are watching, again, the fire zone very carefully. Avoid the area, all the local roadways. But we also have those bigger roads. PCH remains shut down in both directions. And we're going to go ahead and pan over to a closer look. Both directions, yes, on PCH, closed due to the Franklin fire. Canaan Doom Road all the way to Topanga Canyon Boulevard is shut down. You cannot get through. You've got to leave the roads open for those firefighters that have to utilize those roadways. And also, in addition to PCH being closed down, Topanga Canyon Boulevard, both directions from Mulholland Drive all the way down to PCH. So 2 major thoroughfares in the Malibu area shut down due to the Franklin fire. Some options. You can see here the 101 wide open, a little slowdown as you approach through our valley communities in the 405, but you can utilize the 101, as I mentioned, as a way around this. And if you can avoid the area, please do, as we continue to tackle on this Franklin fire that, again, fire folks are aggressively attacking. And just a reminder, it's not just PCH and Topanga Canyon, but we are still dealing with those really gusty winds, low visibility due to the smoke in the area. And outside of the fire zone, up and down the Grapevine, through the 15 corridor, through the San Gorgonio Pass, we're still dealing with very strong winds. So if you are driving those campers, those big rigs, you want to make sure you perhaps avoid driving those locations until winds subside, and winds are not expected to subside until tomorrow morning. So reroute if you can. All eyes again on these big roadways closed due to the Franklin fire. Back to you, too.
All right, Samantha, thank you very much. Now we want to give you some perspective of some students at Pepperdine University. They activated shelter-in-place protocol. Students at the Malibu campus have been directed to shelter-in-place in the Tyler Campus Center or the Payson Library. We spoke to a student at Pepperdine University to get some insight into what they were experiencing. Let's take a listen.
Yeah, so as you can see behind me, we have the flames. I'm right by the entrance of the library. So this is the window that you see when you walk in on the second floor. These flames are getting really, really close, as you can see, right around here. And then right in front of me, there's also quite a few students. So if you look over here, there's a lot of students that are standing around the window, watching the fire, getting video, because it is very stressful and they want to see what's happening.
So classes have been canceled for today at the university.
You know, we also think about the crews that not only have to go out and fight this fire, of course, 300-plus firefighters from the ground and the air, but also the news crews that have to go out and cover this event. And, you know, high winds pushed the fire across hundreds of acres in only a matter of minutes. Take a listen and take a look at the perspective driving down some of these tight canyon roads from a freelance photographer.
That was overnight, right?
It's better to just let the video speak for itself, right? You know, there's nowhere to turn around, and some of these roads are challenging when nothing else is going on, let alone a raging fire on both sides of the road. You get disoriented when you're in the dark and that thick black smoke with the winds whipping. It can easily be a pretty chaotic and frightening feeling when you're out there.
Oh, no doubt about it. We, of course, want to note that this video was captured hours ago overnight. This is not the current scene of activity out there on PCH or in the Malibu community. So evacuation centers have been set up for people fleeing the Franklin fire.
Yes, let's get out to Brooke Thomas. She is live at one of those evacuation centers in Pacific Palisades. Brooke, good morning.
Hey there, good morning. Yeah, you know, I'm here at this evacuation center, and, you know, the parking lot has a good amount of cars in it. I've actually talked to the Red Cross rep inside, and she told me that there have been about 6 people to check in so far, but most people are actually asleep in their cars. And it's kind of one of those, like, give and take situations where you hate to see anybody in this situation, right? But then also, it is at least good to see people heeding these warnings and keeping themselves safe, right? Saving their own lives, because what we have seen with these images of this fire, this is beyond incredibly dangerous. Matter of fact, I want to bring in Johnny Constantine here. Johnny actually evacuated in the middle of the night, and you almost, you know, you say that you feel lucky that you were even awake when this all started to go down, right?
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. It was amazing, like a God thing, because it just all happened so fast. And it was like 10 o'clock was just like it picked up the winds, but we kind of all knew the winds were coming. But then all of a sudden, like an hour later, we hear that there's a fire warning. And then all of a sudden I just see over the hill and I was like right there on the canyon and PCH and looking over at the hill, and I was like, everything is like on fire. Like you just see all this smoke everywhere, and like it was just so bright, like you could see it for like miles. It was just crazy.
At what point did you know you needed to get out of there? Did you wait for the order, or did you know as soon as you saw this?
I was more concerned because I have a couple of friends, like one in Agora Hills and then one in Malibu, like real close. And I was like more concerned, like I was texting everybody, but then service was kind of cutting out. And so then I was like, by that time, it was just like a warning, like it wasn't mandatory. But then like 30 minutes later, it was like, everybody's got to go. This is an order. Like you have to leave if you're here. So then I was like, just out of there at that point. But before then, I had gone into a Big Brother in Christ house and just banged on their gate until I seen their lights go on, and then I hollered at them and was like, "Hey, it's time to like get out of here!" Like, and by then their backyard was like there's smoke right over the little hill, and it's like on fire. Like you could see the like flames reaching up, like it was close.
Have you had any word whatsoever as to your home?
I haven't, because I've been here for like a couple hours, and I just been checking all the news outlets and everything. It's so what I've seen, like it's like insane how all the firefighters, I'm just praying for all the firefighters and all the people that are on ground zero, because like all the reporters that are down there too, like they all have masks and glasses on and they're all coughing, they can barely talk. They're going through like it looks like freaking an inferno over there. Like there was footage, I seen one of a fire truck that was going through, I forget which street it was. I think it was Malibu Canyon, and it was just like rolling flames crossing the street, palm trees on fire, like embers everywhere. Like I seen there was a few houses that are already burnt down to a crisp, and like I'm just praying that everybody's safe, everybody got out, and that nobody died, you know.
Yeah, Johnny, I am so glad you are safe. I'm glad you were able to get. I'm glad your friends are okay. I'll probably check back in with you this morning. Thank you, Johnny. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you're okay.
Shout out God and Jesus.
Okay.
And Jelly Roll.
Listen, it's who's helping people through this around these times this morning. Jen and Melvin, also, when I first got here, I rush in and there's a pickup truck outside, and we were saying, many of the people are outside sleeping in their cars because this happened in the middle of the night, but also some are with their animals. There's actually a couple that I chatted with, and this is their first time experiencing anything like this. They have, I believe, 2 goats and a pig in the back, and I asked, were you able to get all of your animals? And then, the mood kind of shifts, and they say, they weren't able to get to the ducks, but they hope they're okay. They hope they were able to get to safety, and they also had just recently learned that their home may be okay, although by the time they left, they already knew their neighbor's home was not. Okay, so many people here, almost just waking up, coming here to get to safety, trying to sleep it off, but waking up with no idea what they're going to go back to, and just happy they have their lives. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Brooke. And yes, people with their animals, yes, some folks have farms up there. Also,
yeah,
Gigi was talking earlier about just the wildlife. We saw deer, seeking refuge. And so that is very much a part of this story this morning, is that as much as homes and structures and humans are impacted, so are wildlife and animals as well. And with that, let's get out to Gigi, who is along PCH for us. Good morning to you. What's the latest?
Good morning. Brooke was just talking about folks who evacuated and don't know if they're even going to have a home to come back to. And that's interesting because someone just reached out to me on social media asking me if I could please check on their friend's home. They've been building it for 4 years, she tells me. Just moved in 2 weeks ago, had to evacuate this morning, and doesn't know if that house is still standing. Now, we're on Pacific Coast Highway at Webb Way near the shopping plaza right here. And this has been the meeting point for firefighters. You see see LA County Fire staged there right in front of Malibu Colony Plaza, which is obviously closed. This area, PCH, is shut down to traffic, and there is no power, no electricity, so all of the shops are closed this morning. And you may be able to make out in the distance that gray smoke. That hillside, we've seen open flames on and off for the last 15 minutes or so. They seem to die down, then they spark up again. Thankfully, the wind has died down, and this is going to be a very important period for firefighters so they can get an upper hand as much as they can before any other wind, those infamous Santa Ana winds, kick up later today. Now, right now, they are still in their morning briefing. The most recent update we have, though, is that the fire has now grown to 2,200 acres. 2,200 acres, that coming from the fire departments, and we see multiple agencies here working, all of them together, LA City Fire, LA County Fire. And take a look at this live shot, because last night they requested the super scoopers that are still in town this morning, and we see both of them flying in tandem. You are looking live at the super scoopers ready to make any necessary water drops. It's always a good sight to see during a fire. They call them in last night. They said at first light, please come out here. We're going to need you. And the super scoopers have arrived. You see them there looking live at the fire. Again, Malibu, all the schools are closed, by the way. Somebody asked me about schools today. All of them are closed. The air quality is terrible. It's hard to breathe. It's raining down ash, and the fire is still very active and remains a threat. Again, the wind's dying down right now. That will allow firefighters to get an upper hand as that day crew comes in. That night crew that works so hard overnight, they're going to get some rest. The new fresh crews will move in, and they'll continue their structure protection efforts. And we should learn more about the losses. And sadly, there are going to be reports of homes lost. We saw one burning on Sarah. Mario Ramirez has been talking to neighbors who said they saw homes burning. He saw one himself. So we counted at least 3, and we will get that information later from fire officials. For now, we're live in Malibu on Pacific Coast Highway covering the Franklin fire. I'm Gigi Gracia. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Gigi.
Gigi, thank you.
What a happy sight those super scoopers are. So they can hold about 1,400 to 1,600 gallons of water, and they can scoop up the water in just 10 to 12 seconds from a large
That's right.
Body of water.
Stu Mundell up in Skyfox for us right now. Talk about this progress that firefighters have been making here in the last, I would say, almost half an hour. Stu, it seems like things are improving out there.
The winds actually are playing nice with the firefighters right now. We just saw those super scoopers do 2 amazing drops out here. Carbon Canyon is the area that they are most concerned about. Still see a couple hot spots out there. The helicopters are still dropping water on that. The site picture really has changed. We went for fuel, we came back, and all those really bright hot spots that we saw on the western end of the fire are actually looking a lot better. Dylan's just telling me that there's another aircraft coming in from the north, so we're going to see if we can find them. But yeah, the firefight itself is really starting to make some progress. Usually it's the other way around. It's usually in the nighttime is when the fire really kind of just lays down. Fire behavior is where we see when the sun goes down and it gets a little bit cooler, we see less fire, and then in the mornings, that's when it really starts to pop. But right now, this morning, we're seeing a lot of fire still active. By no means is this fire out, but as far as those big balls of fire that we were seeing earlier in the morning hours, that has really slowed down. The winds out here a little lighter, I can tell you that. In the valley, it's hopping, but out here, it looks kind of a little bit better. The helicopter's still stopping water as well, but the firefight definitely continuing out here. Carbon Canyon is the spot where LA County Fire really wants to make that line in the sand. That's what Dylan was telling me about. This is going to be the other fixed wing. This is going to another of those big boys out here. This is going to be carrying Phos-Check. Now they ordered 2 of these, so I guess that they're in tandem. But we found this one right here. We're going to keep an eye on where they're going to start dropping those lines. Those lines also really important because they will start getting those numbers, those containment numbers up. Because that's basically part of a containment. When they start drawing that line around the fire and they know it can't hop that line, that's when those containment numbers start coming up. So the fixed wings are joining the aerial firefight. The helicopters are still out here giving those boys a rest. They've been fighting all through the night, boys and gals, they're giving them a rest. But right now the firefight's still very active. We're going to go away from him and kind of show you what this area looks like in Malibu. We're kind of shooting into the sun, but you can get an idea right now. Not that much fire, a lot of smoke still out there, but believe me, this firefight far from out.
I wanted to kind of contrast this with the mountain fire because for a number of hours after that fire started, we couldn't bring in fixed wing aircraft because the Santa Ana winds just remained so strong. It seems like this is a much different situation out here, thankfully.
Much different situation indeed. The mountain fire, that was a raging fire. Those winds were coming around 50 miles an hour on the ground, and it was whipping those flames. Then they were just hopscotching along. We could actually physically watch them just kind of devour the landscape as those flames were working. This one a little bit slower moving, thank goodness. And also, I think a lot of it is it's kind of luck. You can see the smoke pushing it that way, and the flames trying to climb up the hillside. So as Maria was talking about earlier on, a terrain-driven fire will climb up a hillside, heating the vegetation and just burning it as it climbs up the side of the hill. Sometimes the winds are behind it and it just multiplies and you just watch it rip up the hillside. This time we're seeing kind of the opposite. You can see those winds kind of pushing against them right there, and also those flames kind of getting to those peaks. So it's going to move much slower as it's going to try to climb down this. So this is actually helping the firefighters. Oh, there's one of the LA County chefs right there, one of the Firehawks, still dropping water. This is actually Carbon Canyon. This is the spot where they really want to make sure they get all those hot spots out as soon as possible. They don't want to have any problems. They're saying that if they can get this portion of the fire under control, this is going to create a huge amount of relief for the firefighters, and they are definitely hitting this spot. The fixed wings, we'll see if they make their way over here, but when they do, they have to coordinate with the aircraft that's in the air, meaning they have to tell those helicopters, hey, you guys got to back off. We're bringing in the fixed wings. But there you go. There's a big ball of fire right there. And, of course, that firefight's still very active.
Thank you, Stu. Next time we come to you, I'd love to get a shot of where we were like an hour ago versus what your shot looks like now, because it's quite the difference scene, just to give people perspective. So we'll check in with you in just a little bit. Meantime, let's get over to Maria.
Yeah, the peak of the very strong gusty winds, they were occurring earlier this morning. Last night, those winds were very strong, and we were clocking in wind gusts, as I mentioned, some areas between 60 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts. So that's why that fire was spreading so rapidly. And this is one of the reasons why when we talk about red flag warning conditions, we had the perfect recipe yesterday, last night, and we still have it this morning in terms of those winds, low relative humidity values, as well as a lot of terrain and that dry brush. This is where the concentration of heaviest or strongest winds are at this hour. And this is where that Franklin fire is burning. Parts of Ventura County, the western portion of LA County, up towards the 5 freeway, and then portions of the Santa Clarita Valley, the Antelope Valley. We're looking at some of those strong winds. Currently, around Malibu, we're picking up those winds definitely out of the northeast, but much lighter than where they were last night or even early this morning, but still nearing 20 to 30 miles an hour. Those wind gusts still closer to 45 miles an hour. I just checked one of the observation sites, a little bit closer to the surface, but of course, when we talk about the fire, it creates its own wind and weather conditions. That heat escapes up into the atmosphere and it draws in all that air around it, so that's how they can become erratic. The good news is the prevailing winds will start to be noticeably weaker as we get to the afternoon. Here is the relative humidity value. Again, early this morning, I was picking up those single digits near Malibu, still single digits in Chesbro, Topanga, Van Nuys, out towards Beverly Hills. Very dry, so that fire danger is still going to be with us. Here's one of our computer models. Again, these are the future winds gusts. Checking on Malibu, much weaker here. But look at at Camarillo, Piru, Calabasas, still in that 30 to 40 mile per hour range. So these winds are still going to be with us. The hazards that are out there, very dangerous driving conditions, of course, in addition to the fire danger. The winds start to back down a little bit. Notice how the numbers go down. This is by later this afternoon and evening. And then as we move it along further, as we get to tomorrow morning, much less of those stronger wind gusts. We start to pick up an onshore flow that will bring in a more moist air mass, and that will help significantly as well. And it looks like that will be the beginning of a much bigger relief and good news as we get into Thursday, even a chance for some more clouds and some sprinkles. In the meantime, though, those high wind warnings will stay in effect through at least this afternoon. Again, particularly dangerous and windy in these areas of Ventura, Santa Paula, Thousand Oaks, out towards Malibu, Santa Clarita, that drive along the 14, very dangerous with those winds, also up through parts of the 5 freeway. Samada's going to be coming up to talk more about the road closures around that fire. But red flag warnings for the dangerous fire weather conditions through much of the Inland Empire, Orange County, out towards San Diego. Very low relative humidities, again, combined with these gusty winds, making for explosive fire growth potential. So the travel conditions out there because of these winds, very dangerous. You want to maybe postpone that travel until a little bit later today, or even better yet, tomorrow. Speaking of travel, let's talk about the traffic conditions with Samada now and get another update.
Yeah, good morning, Maria. Good morning, everyone. We are on high fire alert across Southern California, as Maria pointed out, and that also applies to all the local roadways through canyons and passes. We are talking about areas along the Grapevine, the Cajon Pass, as well as the San Gorgonio Pass. But of course, we're talking about the most active location right now is the Franklin fire. We do have those closures in place, both directions on PCH from Canaan Dune Road and Topanga Canyon Boulevard will remain shut down until further notice as fire crews attack the Franklin fire. We also are keeping tabs on this closure, both directions of Topanga Canyon Boulevard. We're talking from Mulholland Drive all the way down to PCH. You cannot utilize those roadways. And also on a more localized level, we are talking about Malibu Canyon Road. This is just north of where the fire started, and the closures will continue to be in place all the way down to PCH. So we have 3 big major closures in that fire zone area. Some alternative routes. Obviously, you can't get on PCH, but you can utilize the 23. And look at the 101, currently wide open in both directions. It'll slow down as you approach areas along the 101 as you approach the 405. But these are some alternate routes to help you get around the ongoing fire conditions. And a broader look, again, it's not just the Franklin fire and those fire zones, but we've got gusty winds across areas of the Inland Empire community. This does impact the 210, the 10, the 60, areas along the 15 route, the 10 as you're exiting, headed to Palm Springs, through the 14, through the Newhall Pass, and up and down that 5 Grapevine. But currently, all eyes continue to be on the Franklin fire. Send back over to you, too.
All right, Samada, thank you. 7:30 this Tuesday morning, and if you are just joining us, what began as a brush fire in Malibu at around 10:50 last night has quickly grown into a chaotic 2,200 acre and growing wildfire in the Malibu area, spurred by very strong Santa Ana winds. Those winds seem to have died down just a bit, and the firefight seems to have made some progress. We know that several structures and homes, especially in the Carbon Road area, have burned. 2,000 homes right now are in those mandatory evacuation zones.
And with that, let's get out to Mario Ramirez for some perspective where he is. Good morning to you.
Good morning. We're in the middle of that PCH closure here along the coast, and I want to show you the structure protection that we've been watching here. This is a home on Case Court this morning, and you can see those crews up there making sure that the flames do not get close to that home, because they have been dangerously close. About 2,000 homes, as Jen said, are under mandatory evacuation orders. The Franklin fire started near Malibu Canyon Road and PCH late last night. Still unclear exactly what started this, but thousands of residents were woken up here in the middle of the night. Those emergency alerts and law enforcement, LA County Sheriff's officials going through the neighborhood on loudspeakers, evacuating these neighborhoods. And as far as the homes that have been damaged or destroyed, we saw at least 2 homes burning, one on Ridgecrest Drive. A few residents told us that Carbon Canyon Road, there were some homes there, multiple that were burned. And we saw earlier flames getting dangerously close to City Hall. the city of Malibu has been using every resource available, and just minutes ago, maybe about 20 minutes ago actually, Governor Newsom tweeted that California has received federal funding for assistance in response to the Franklin fire. We are going to be watching this, but millions of people are still under those red flag warnings with gusts up to 30 to 40 miles per hour. The good news is that we haven't felt those really strong gusts like we did earlier in the morning as things start to slowly shift here, and we continue to watch some of these spots that are actively burning here in the city of Malibu. For now, live on Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you very much. Now let's check in with Brooke, who is standing by for us at a shelter. Good morning to you.
Hey there. Yes, I'm at the evacuation shelter here in the Pacific Palisades. And actually, I'm here with a Red Cross volunteer, Red Cross worker here, Mimi Teller, to talk to me a little bit about what you're seeing and also what you all are doing here. I think it's really important. We've been saying this all morning to stress that people, you know, whenever we're dealing with something like this, that people heed these warnings. And so it must be nice to see at least some people while going through this awful situation, making sure they stay safe.
Yeah, people are really scared and they're in shock. So we have 12 people right now who are registered here, and we welcome anybody who is affected by the wildfire. And we have places to sleep, and we have warm food coming, and we have snacks and water right now.
Awesome. Also, I know I misspoke, a Red Cross employee, excuse me, though, but talk to me about what all you all are doing here for people.
We're just making sure that people have their immediate needs met and that they know they have a safe place to come, and their pets are welcome too, preferably in a crate.
Yeah. And part of this situation that kind of, I think, compounds what people have to deal with is that this happened in the middle of the night when people were sleeping.
A lot of people ran out of their house in their pajamas. Half the people here are in their pajamas. So, yeah, you got to get out of the house fast, and that's why we always recommend that people are prepared for this ahead of time.
Anyone home watching, you know, what do you want people to know?
To be prepared and to listen to evacuation orders. You can have less than a minute to get out of your home safely.
Mimi, thank you. I appreciate that. All right. Yeah. So, you know, that's what, be prepared and listen to evacuation orders. Just chatting with some people here, you know, they're almost, you know, obviously, as you can imagine, just shell shock. Like we've been talking, there are 2 goats here in the parking lot, a pig in the back of a pickup truck there, and 2, you know, the animals, humans, you know, just happy that they are all together and that everyone is okay. I'll send things back to you in the studio.
All right, Brooke, yeah, thank you for that perspective. It's only a matter of minutes these people had to get out of their homes. I know that Gigi earlier was talking to a resident, Adam was his name, and he could see this raging fire creeping up, encroaching on his home through his mirror.
And he had gone to sleep the night before, and
he had gone to sleep the night before. It wasn't anywhere around him in just a matter of minutes. That's all it takes for these embers to just move so quickly with these winds. And he just started stuffing anything he could into a suitcase. And then he had to figure out how to get his gate open because he had no power. Thank goodness his car was already parked outside. This was his first ever fire season, by the way. He's a gentleman who just moved here from Texas about a year ago. He bought his house. Let's get over to Stu now. We're taking a live look at those fixed-wing aircraft assisting firefighters that are out there in Malibu.
You know, Melvin asked us, and you know what? When Melvin asked, we get to work. We made our way back to the same spot where we were kind of this morning, and I can kind of show you what's been going on. This house was the house that Brooke and Sandra were saying, yes, Stu, that seems to be your favorite house, because we kept talking about it, because the flames were like literally at 300 feet around it, but it is still standing. There is some damage very nearby, and this is something else. You can see there's no vegetation there, but the embers got into those trash cans and started those fires, and that's what all those firefighters are worried about. We're very close to Carbon Canyon. Now, we've been kind of listening in on air attack. That's basically, let's just call it a tower, a flying tower for the aircraft. Now they are really going to get those Phos-Check planes to start dropping in just a few moments, right in the area where we are. This is going to be the Carbon Canyon area. Now, they're calling out locations. We're not 100% sure, but they're talking about the White House, and then they're going to make a line from the north from the White House. So I'm thinking they're talking about that home right there, and they're going to start putting down that Phos-Check right here in this area. Again, this is going to be that Carbon Canyon area. This is the spot that LA County Fire really wants to lay down the line, because they don't want the flames to get any farther or move out of that Carbon Canyon area. They believe that if the winds pick up, this would be very, very dangerous and could create an entirely worse situation than we have already. We know that some other fires, our homes are burning out there in that smoke, and we've actually put the address in. I can't show it to you on the map, but it's somewhere underneath that smoke. We're going to see if we can get Skyfox out there in a few moments. Right now, they're clearing out the helicopters. They're going to start bringing in those fixed wings, and they're going to start dropping those Phos-Chek. So hopefully we're going to see that red line drawn on the hillside, and hopefully that's where those flames are going to stop. But it is still a very active firefight out here, even though we're not seeing as much of that open flame. A lot of smoke, and you know what they say, where there's smoke, there's fire. It's just underneath all of that smoke, and very difficult for us to see right now. These firefighters, they know what they're doing. It's really cool to hear them talk about making a plan, and then we're going to see it actually happen and get into action. But right now, waiting on the fixed wings, that's what I'm drawing it out for. But they are basically still coordinating, and they're going to figure out where they're going to do that drop, but it's going to be somewhere right here in our screen. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
Yeah, Stu, speaking of knowing what they're doing, I mean, I want to go back to that house that you were showing us. I mean, that house earlier this morning before the sun came up, you could see it was completely, there's the drop right now of the fire retardant, completely surrounded by flames in the dark of night.
No visibility.
Right, but whoever owns this home, if we can go back and take a look at it, there is no vegetation on the property. So they know where they're living. They know that they're in canyon. They know that they're in fire country there, and it looks like it did the job, right? Because the fire did not touch this home or the property.
Definitely. In the early morning hours when we were up here, we could not actually make out any of the vegetation or lack of it. And that brush clearance definitely is what's one of the main factors why that house is still standing and unscathed. And you can see it right there. But that's kind of what I was talking about as well. There's a construction site right across the way. And we actually saw this actually happening. I wasn't sure if that was a trailer. It turns out it was a dumpster. But this area next to it, you can see it's all burnt. This was all grass. This was and there was a big gust of wind, and all of a sudden this whole area just exploded, like literally exploded into flames. And the wind and the embers were blowing across this area. You could make out because of the fire that there was no vegetation there, but those embers, I thought for sure we're going to catch some of that construction trailer, and then we did see a little bit of fire. Turns out it's a dumpster, thank goodness. But it really shows you that even if there is no vegetation, those embers still very, very dangerous. But this person, whoever owns this home, clearly knows the drill, understood the assignment for sure. Take a look at that, and this is vegetation that burned, but where you can see his property line, they have that brush clearance. That home is safe.
Incredible, and of course we're thinking about all the homes that were not so safe. All right, thank you, Stu. So Governor Newsom issued a statement on X that California has secured federal assistance for the Franklin fire. So Newsom's statement reads in part, quote, "Fire officials and first responders are working relentlessly to protect lives and property, and urges those in affected areas to stay alert and follow those evacuation orders."
And that's a live look at the site of a press conference that's going to be happening in about 20 minutes. Fire officials are going to be on hand to give us an update on the Franklin fire. Of course, information about the fire crews on the ground, their strategy, containment. In the meantime, though, before we get to that, let's get over to Maria for a check of our forecast and these winds, these wind gusts not helping, but dying down, right?
It's just starting to, the peak of the really strong gusty winds that we saw last night, even earlier this morning. I think it's peaking, or it has peaked. Although the winds have died down quite a bit, they're still expected to be quite gusty, especially in that area through the rest of the morning and into the afternoon. So we still have the strong Santa winds that's going to continue. I heard some people who say they just moved here a year ago, so not too familiar with the situation with brush fires in Malibu and evacuations. So I urge you, if you've just moved in the area, to get yourself ready. Make sure you have that ready, set, go plan in place. Let your family know and have that go bag ready. At times like this, you really want to be ready to go if you are advised to evacuate. You want to park your car, and reverse so that you can just exit out quickly when these times occur. High winds, red flag warnings are still in effect. Wind gusts still in some areas below those canyons and passes nearing 50, 60 miles per hour, even getting to some isolated areas nearing 70, 80 miles an hour. So the danger's still with us, especially the fire danger, and then some relief. Hopefully by late tomorrow into Thursday, we'll get some clouds and even a small chance for some moisture. Temperatures currently, and you can tell high pressure is in control. Look at how clear it is across the Southwest. forecast. I do think the weather gauge in Simi Valley is impacted a little bit by the fire. I don't believe it is 90 degrees. However, it is chilly outside. It's 53 in Santa Monica, 46 at Dodger Stadium, 47 in Pasadena, 19 in Lancaster. Out towards Santa Ana, 62 degrees. Long Beach, 43. Torrance, just 39 degrees there. Same for San Bernardino, and it's in the teens in Big Bear. The fire danger, by the way, and those red flag warnings encompass out towards Orange County, the Inland Empire. It includes San Diego. So you need to be on alert, not just if you are in the Malibu area or Ventura, but across the rest of SoCal. 58 in Las Vegas this afternoon at 2 p.m., 72 in Burbank, 64 in Santa Barbara. Here's one of our computer models. This is our futurecast for the sustained winds, which, by the way, right now it's nearing 10 miles an hour. Malibu, 27-mile-per-hour winds in Camarillo, near 25 in Oxnard. You can see how the winds are strong here as well near Riverside. The usual wind-prone areas below the Santa Ana Mountains. Laguna Beach, 21-mile-per-hour winds. Huntington Beach, 28. As we fast forward a little bit to this afternoon and evening, notice the numbers go down, the values go down, so that's good news. More noticeable improvement as we get to tonight, and then by Wednesday, the winds will shift and they will come out of the west, southwest, more of an onshore flow, which will add a little bit more moisture into the atmosphere, which will be great news for firefighters. We need the rain desperately. Here's our futurecast and our computer model. High pressure is in control. You can see how clear it is across the southwest. You can tell that because of that high pressure ridge. As we put this into motion, notice those systems up in the north. That's going to move down a little bit, impact us with some clouds on Wednesday, and then see that green stuff. There's a slight chance for some light sprinkles or precipitation Thursday into Friday. We'll wait and see if that materializes, but we could definitely use the rain. We are below average right now. The month of December, we have gotten 0 rain. It's a goose egg. We would typically see almost 2.5 inches of rain for the month of December. And the season beginning October 1st, we've had very little rain, just 14/100th total. We had a little bit last month, if you remember. So our deficit is growing to 1.73 inches below seasonal norms. So we have a building drought again for parts of California. Our temperature timeline here as we get to 2 p.m., we'll get into those low 70s. The offshore flow warming up the air in the atmosphere. 75 in Buena Park, 74 in Riverside, 70 in Torrance, to that 46 in Big Bear Lake. We'll hope and pray for some real relief by Thursday with that moisture and precipitation. All right, I'll show you the 7-day forecast in just a bit. In the meantime, let's check back with Samada and see what's going on with the road closures out there and the rest of traffic.
Good morning, very good morning, everyone. Yes, as a reminder, we have those really strong winds with us all the way through at least early tomorrow. So this is going to be a long duration wind event. And with the Franklin fire, we do have multiple closures to point out. Stay away, avoid the area if you can. We have multiple roads that are impacted by this fire. Both directions of PCH shut down from Canaan-Doom Road all the way to Topanga Canyon Boulevard, and that road closure remains in place until further notice as fire crews, of course, making their way in and out of the area. In addition to that, Topanga Canyon Boulevard also shut down from Mulholland Drive all the way down to PCH, impacting that stretch of road. And on a local level, just a little bit north of the fire, they have Malibu Canyon Road closed also in both directions from Payuma Road all the way south to PCH. And we're making our way, again, across through some of those canyons and all the way down to PCH. A solid red line indicating that they are, again, those roads are going to be closed until we have more information. So shut down until further notice. Avoid the area, as I mentioned. An alternate route to help you get around that fire zone. The 23 is open. The 101, you can see here, wide open. And things start to slow down along that 101 as you make your approach to the 405. So there are a couple of alternatives. And as I mentioned earlier, we still have gusts that are not just impacting the fire zone, but through some of our local other roadways, the 5 corridor through the Grapevine, the Newhall Pass, with wind gusts could reach 35 to even 60 plus miles an hour. This does implicate areas along our foothill freeways, the 210 through the Cajon Pass, the 15. And if you're heading outbound, or if you know people coming inbound from the Palm Springs area through the San Gregorio Pass, also being impacted. Downwind of the Santa Ana Mountains also, and the Inland Empire community, due to those strong winds, it can also kick up a lot of dust and debris, limiting visibility on the roadway. And going back to the Franklin fire, a lot of smoke in the area will also reduce visibility crossing some of those roadways that are not closed. But stay away from the area. That's going to be the takeaway. Send back over to you, too.
Thank you, Samara. We also want to let you know that the shelter-in-place order at Pepperdine University has just been lifted. This happened around 7:45. All surrounding schools, of course, still closed, but the worst of the fire seems to have pushed past this area. You know, oftentimes with fires like this, we get a point of view of somebody who has to drive through it all, right? Driving through the flames and the smoke, which looks like a hellscape to get to where they need to be. I want you to just see and listen to what this freelance photographer had to drive through this morning.
To drop would be highly advantageous. Copy that. I'll be advised.
Whipping across the road there. See those embers just being whipped by those Santa Ana winds, those gusts reaching over 60 miles per hour. So that's a look from the ground of what this scene was like hours ago. Not quite the scene now, but hours ago, last night into early hours of the morning. So hats off to the fire crews that are out there. This is a multi-unit effort. Orange County, Ventura, LA City, and of course LA County all coming together to take this fire down. Let's get up to Stu and Scott Fox, who's been overhead for us with perspective from that vantage point. That's good news right there.
See that fixed-wing aircraft right there?
Yeah, yeah, the super I love
scooper,
seeing these guys, especially when they're out here dropping water and, you know, hearing them on the radio with their French accents. It is amazing. They just diverted him. He actually is going to make another big old circle before he makes the drop out here, so I'm going to have to readjust. But that's what that fire looks like. Now, Sky Fox, when we moved our way, we were on the west side of the fire, kind of closer to Santa Monica, looking out towards the Malibu and towards the pier. But we changed it up because we heard about a fire, possibly a home burning out here in this area. We made our way. We did take a look through a lot of this smoke, and I can tell you that it was out here on Harbor Vista Drive. Now, we do see a lot of firefighting activity out here, and we do see some smoke, and it did get very close to some of these homes, but I can tell you there's no active fire on any of these houses right now, which is really, really great news. But look at all that firefighting activity that's down there, all those trucks, and they are trying to keep these homes safe. There's still a lot of structure protection going on. Again, I've got to apologize for the quality of the picture. But we're taking a look at this right now, and you can actually see all that smoke. And where there's smoke, there's definitely fire. But most of that active fire is going to be out here towards the Carbon Canyon area, and that's where LA County Fire is really throwing down the gauntlet. They're putting their helicopters out there, and I believe that's where those super scoopers are going to drop as well. That one FOS check that we did see, this is something else to think about. That plane is going to make its way all the way out to Lancaster to go get more FOS check and then make the trip back. So it's going to probably be about a 30 to 40 minute round trip for him just to make those lines with the FOS check. That's part of the deal out here because of where Malibu is. They just don't have a tanker base nearby. But this is showing you some of those flames. But while he's gone, the super scoopers are going to take in some of that slack. They're going to drop some water. And those helicopters doing an amazing job out here as well, giving you a little idea of that scorched earth before I send it back to y'all. That's some of that 1,800 acre acres that have burned, or 2,200, sorry, acres that have burned out here in the Malibu area. That is the scorched earth that is left behind, but that active fire is still working its way a little bit to the west. But again, they're really going to throw down a lot right here, and they're going to try to bring that fire to a stop. That's the FOS check line that we saw dropped a little bit earlier, but that's just the beginning. Apparently, they're going to make that line all the way down to PCH. At least that's the plan. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
It's interesting, Stu, what you had said earlier about how this is sort of the opposite of what we usually see with fire behavior when it comes to overnight into daytime. Usually, the fire, he doesn't have
IFP, so
can't hear us. But usually,
but that was a good point that he raised. Yes,
right. The fire calms down overnight, and then into when the sun comes up, the fire starts to ramp up. But it's actually the opposite of what we're seeing right now. I think by all accounts, part of that has been helped by the Santa Ana winds dying down a bit and pushing against those flames that typically try to climb the hills.
Yeah, I mean, the aerial response with these fires is really crucial. Stu was outlining just moments ago the usage of a super scooper. Those super scoopers are really incredible because they can hold between 1,400 and 1,600 gallons of water. And then they can scoop up the water within just 10 to 12 seconds as they kind of cross over any major large body of water.
And they're going out to Lancaster to do that.
I think that was the fire retardant ones. Oh, okay.
Oh, we actually have a student from Pepperdine University on the phone right now, Emma Martinez. Emma, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Emma, this has been a sleepless night for you. What has the last 24 hours been like for you?
Yeah, well, it's kind of crazy because it's finals week here. I took 2 finals yesterday, and I was just exhausted. I went to bed, and my roommate woke me up and said there was a fire, and I looked outside, and I was kind of like, whatever, like, this happens sometimes. I'll just go back to sleep. Then it just kept getting bigger and bigger and more concerning until we had to evacuate to our library, where we spent the whole night.
Oh boy.
Goodness. Because the university has a shelter in place ruling there where you guys don't evacuate the campus, you just move to certain locations on campus, right?
Yes. Actually, the shelter in place just got lifted a few minutes ago.
Right.
We just reported on that, yep.
Yes, so, yeah, but last night we weren't able to move, so there's 2 locations, our cafeteria and our library, that we could go to, and we were basically locked in there.
So from your perspective, when you were in that moment, sort of sheltering in place, how close was the fire to you at that time?
Yeah, I was trying not to look because I just thought that was like a way to protect my peace. But now that I've been watching videos back, there were flames like up to the window of the library.
Oh, wow.
And what was going through your mind? Did you communicate with your parents? Were you able to? Maybe not because the cell phone reception is spotty up there.
I live on the East Coast, so they were all asleep. They had no idea what was going on until they woke up about 7 in the morning their time, and then I was able to get in contact with them. But I really, throughout the whole thing, I was just with my best friends, and I feel like Pepperdine did a very good job of constantly keeping us updated and making us feel safe. And I just kept saying that I felt like I was in the safest place that I could be, because I know a lot of people rushed out and evacuated, which I guess could work for them, but I felt like I was extremely safe.
So there were some students who left campus?
Yes.
Oh boy. Have you heard from them?
Yeah, they're all doing good too, but they all sent back a lot of crazy videos of them trying to like drive out and flames like coming up to their cars.
Oh no.
Yeah, but I think I haven't heard anything bad, luckily.
Who had to do more calming down? Was it you to your family or your family to you?
I think it was me to my family.
I bet. They're on the East Coast, right? 2,000 miles away. They probably feel pretty helpless at this moment.
Exactly. We don't get a lot of wildfires in Pennsylvania, so...
This is true.
Well, I think I think the point you raised too, Emma, about the video that you were seeing from students at Pepperdine of the fire coming close to their cars. I think it's a good reminder to heed the warnings and protocols on campus in an emergency situation like this so that you're not in danger.
Yes, I agree.
Emma, how was the university keeping all the students posted on what was going on?
Yeah, there was a man who I would say every hour or two would just kind of make an announcement and we'd all gather around. He didn't have like any electronic way of communicating, so he just would ask everyone to be quiet and he would just make an announcement and kind of just update us on if they knew anything about the fire. And one thing he kept reminding us was that we might be hearing a lot of things about leaving or our parents telling us to evacuate, but he just kept reminding us that we are in the safest place and the right thing to do is to stay on campus.
What was the vibe like amongst all the other students in the area in which you were in?
I was genuinely surprised. I didn't see a lot of panicking. Everyone was remaining pretty calm. And even once we heard that the worst part of the fire was over, we were able to get some sleep. Honestly, there was a lot of joking around, too. I think everyone was scared, but I think that was a way to keep us calm in a way.
Gallows humor, yeah. Typically we'll see that. Emma, boy, what a night you've had. Thank you for sharing your perspective with us. We are so glad that you and your friends are safe there.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Emma. Hope you're thinking about y'all.
Glad that you and your friends are safe there.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Emma. Hope you're thinking about y'all.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody, and with that, welcome to the 8 o'clock hour of Good Day LA. Of course, we are on top of breaking news in Malibu. The Franklin fire broke out late last night and exploded in the overnight hours. At least 2,200 acres now gone up in flames.
That's right, and unfortunately, we have seen a number of structures burned this morning, the fire leading to evacuations in neighborhoods and a shelter-in-place order at Pepperdine University that was in place until around 15 minutes ago, and that has since been lifted. The university announcing that on Facebook. Also, the Santa Monica Malibu School District says all 4 Malibu schools will be closed today. We do have team coverage of the Franklin fire all morning long.
And with that, let's bring in Mario Ramirez, who's been out there for us, giving us perspective from the ground. Mario, what's the latest?
Good morning. We're along PCH and Civic Center Way near Malibu City Hall, where the flames were very close this morning, and you can see the activity here. We're just seeing some hot spots flare up and some smoke here in this area as a thick haze continues to pass through from those heavier flames that we saw earlier this morning. And we continue to see firefighters from multiple agencies stationed throughout the area as we await that news conference. An update here that'll happen any minute now. About 2,000 homes are still under mandatory evacuation orders and 1,200 under warnings. As far as the damage that we've seen here on the ground, at least 2 homes burning this morning, one on Ridgecrest Drive. Residents told us multiple homes burned on Carbon Canyon Road. Earlier, Gigi Graciette was reporting that 1 home burned on Sarah Road in the Sarah Retreat area. The city has been using all resources available with every nearby agency assisting. We've seen lots of agencies, hundreds of firefighters and water dropping helicopters, along with 2 CAL FIRE Super Scoopers, those fixed wing aircraft that responded here to the Franklin fire. Evacuation orders still in place east of Malibu Canyon Road and south of Payuma Road. Flames were very close to City Hall, as I said, and Our Lady of Malibu Catholic Middle School, as well as Webster Elementary. All schools in Malibu have been canceled because of this fire activity, and we've been showing you a stretch of PCH as well, closed between Topanga Canyon and Canaan Doom Road in the Point Doom area. So this is really impacting the area heavily. California Governor Gavin Newsom tweeting earlier that California has received federal funding for assistance to the response of the Franklin fire. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this area. This is near the UCLA Health a medical complex here near Malibu City Hall. For now, that's the latest. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Mario, thank you very much. And in just minutes, we're going to be listening to a press conference with fire officials giving us an update on this Franklin fire, now burned over 2,200 acres. And so they're going to give us an update on the containment, the fire efforts. And now we're going to check in with Stu, who's overhead in Skyfox for us. Hey, Stu, what's the latest from your perspective?
Hey, good morning. Look at that perfect timing. Check that out, Melvin. We love them super scoopers. That's the first one. His buddy's got to be right behind him. We're going to go a little bit wider, get him dropping as well. There he is. Now, they actually were waiting for a little bit to actually be cleared back in to do these drops. They got to make sure that all the helicopters are out of the way before they can actually make those drops right there. They are dropping near that Carbon Canyon area. Remember, we were talking about that White House, and then they were going to make a line. So they are actually north of that. So this is going to be that area right there where that one Phosgec drop was made. I got to make that clear. When I mentioned it earlier on, I'm usually not that good at that, making things clear. So the Phosgec dropping aircraft, those are going to be the Cal Fire aircraft. They've got to go all the way up to Lancaster to get more Phosgec to drop that retardant out here. But they're separate than the super scoopers. Now the super scoopers actually are picking up, that's ocean water that they're dropping out there, which is also pretty amazing. Their delay time is actually working with the with Air Attack. That's actually the plane that you see right there in the shot. Very convenient. That's Air Attack. So that aircraft right there, basically just a flying tower. He's going to be talking to all the fixed wings, and he kind of coordinates with them, and he makes sure that it is safe for them to come in, meaning that there are no helicopters around. And that drop, is that what you're seeing right there, that smoke? And how convenient was that? That is basically telling, that's where he's going to want the Phosgec aircraft to drop Phosgec later on. I'm pretty sure he was just practicing because I do not think that Phosgec aircraft is here. But later on, you'll probably see that same type of activity where that plane will fly by. They'll drop that smoke out of that port, and that tells the aircraft where to drop the Phosgec. This is that one drop we saw earlier this morning, but that aircraft, like I said, had to go all the way out to the Lancaster area to get more. So his trip probably going to be a good 30 to 40 minutes round trip, even though that is a fast aircraft. The super scoopers, they pick up in the ocean and then they come back and do their drops. But they are really making a lot of great progress out here. I don't want to say that. I don't want to say it and then have it be a problem. But look at that. What a difference to that whole site picture is. And Carbon Canyon is really where they're laying down that line. They want to stop the flames right here in this area, and that's where we're going to see a lot of that aerial activity and not so much the ground activity because it's so difficult to get to. Sending it back to y'all.
Thanks, Stu. And thank you for delineating, because you've got the yellow chopper, which is the super scooper, and then you've got the air fight chopper, the white one, and then you had the other one from LA County, which is the Phosgec, which is that pink fire retardant, right? That's traveling from Lancaster back to the scene of this fire. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Stu. Thank you, Stu. All right, so let's get over to Brooke Thomas now. She is at a shelter in Pacific Palisades. Good morning, Brooke.
Hey there, yeah, I'm here at the evacuations shelter here in the Palisades, yeah, and like I said, there's still just not very many people here, but there are people here. The parking lot is about, I would say, I don't know, Armando, what would you say, halfway full? Maybe lots of people sitting in their cars actually asleep. Many people asleep. And one, this happened in the middle of the night. Two, this is incredibly stressful. And so I can just imagine once you finally get to safety, you find yourself just needing to just take a beat. And but inside it is full of volunteers who are in there ready and willing to talk to people. And also, talk a little bit about, they're actually serving them food. They're getting breakfast ready. They're going to have hot food for them. Something that I have seen a lot of, even more than people who actually evacuated, is neighbors. People who live in the area, coming by, walking in, pulling their car up. Good morning, sir. Coming over and wanting to, his neighbor, he's pulling off now, but, wanting to talk to people who are inside, wanting to talk to volunteers and try and, figure out, what's going on, if the volunteers in here have any of the latest information. And, again, not much new information coming from people inside. They have been here overnight and have no idea, no word back as to their homes. But, we'll keep things checked in here, and I'll send things back to you in the studio for now.
All right, Brooke, thank you so much.
Brooke.
Let's check in on a press conference right now that fire officials are holding about this fire.
For the County of Los Angeles Fire Department, Fire Chief Anthony C. Maroney.
So good morning. I'm Anthony Maroney, the Fire Chief of the County of Los Angeles Fire Department, here to provide a Franklin incident brush fire update. Last night at 10:50 p.m., LA County fire units were responded to a report of a brush fire at Malibu Canyon Road and the tunnel. Units reported 5 acres of heavy brush burning and being spread by strong Santa Ana winds. The fire is currently estimated at over 2,200 acres, and we have 700 firefighting personnel assigned. Because of the great work of the firefighters that were on scene, we have only a minimal number of homes destroyed. However, I do not have the exact number to give your viewers. Thankfully, we have no reports of serious injuries or fatalities, and this fire is not contained, and we remain under an immediate threat because of the red flag conditions. The current red flag alert is projected to continue through Wednesday evening at 8 p.m. for strong winds and low humidities. And the cause of the fire is unknown at this time, but it is under active investigation by the Los Angeles County Fire and Sheriff's arson investigators. Lastly, I'd like to acknowledge and thank our partners, both fire and law enforcement, for their assistance this morning. We certainly couldn't do it without them. And one request from Waterworks District 29 and the Department of Public Works is to ask residents that are not in the immediate fire area to please turn off their sprinklers. We are currently monitoring our water pressure. We do have personnel on scene. That water should be used for firefighting and not to sprinkle or irrigate your lawns. And it's going to be of little use from having a brush fire start near your home. Next up, I'd like to ask our Los Angeles County Sheriff, Robert Luna, to come up and give the law enforcement update. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, and good morning to all of you, and thank you for covering this very important event. The Sheriff's Department has been coordinating with our local, state, and fire partners and the County Office of Emergency Management to monitor the Franklin fire, which started in Malibu Canyon Road, north of Malibu Crest Road, and south of Francisco Ranch Road. We currently have well over 150 personnel, including our Malibu Search and Rescue, that are assisting with this fire incident. We currently have 18 operations that include evacuations, road closures, and security patrols. 9 of those missions are completed, and 9 of them are still ongoing. For current closures, there are several road closures in the affected area. There is a soft closure on Las Virgenes Road at Los Hills Road. Hard closures at Las Virgenes and Mulholland Highway and on Pacific Coast Highway between Topanga Canyon Boulevard and Canyon Doom Road. Regarding evacuations, a little after midnight, we started multiple evacuation orders and warnings in between Trancas Canyon and the west to Topanga Canyon Boulevard and everything south of Mulholland Highway to Pacific Coast Highway. There are approximately 18,000 people and 8,100 structures in the affected area. Of the 8,100 structures, 2,043 structures are under evacuation orders and 6,046 are under evacuation warnings. And I just want to throw something out to our residents that's critical. I cannot tell you how much we appreciate when a deputy or another official comes to your door, or you get a notification that there is a warning or specifically an order, you need to evacuate. It saves lives, and it actually impacts the lives of our first responders, because if they have to come in to save a life, they're putting their own lives at risk, which we're willing to do, but please, the residents are doing an amazing job thus far, and I just want to say thank you to all of them. With evacuations continuing, Pepperdine University has a shelter-in-place order for approximately 800 students. Fires can be extremely unpredictable, and we highly encourage residents in the fire areas to be prepared to heed our evacuation warnings, gather all important items, documents, medications, and in case you need to leave your residence immediately. Very important. The safety of our community members is our #1 priority, and we will continue to assist all impacted residents as they are waking up this morning, and whether they're in need of any kind of assistance, even directions, we're here to help you. In regards to shelters that we're using, we have several shelters that have been established for the residents that are displaced. Pacific Palisades Recreation Center at 851 Alma Real Drive in Pacific Palisades. For small animals, the Agora Animal Shelter on 29525 Agora Road in Agora Hills. For large animals, Pierce College at 6201 Winnetka Avenue in Woodland Hills. The fire chief talked about damage. Unfortunately, we did have one black and white patrol car from our Santa Clarita Sheriff's Station that was damaged in the fire. Thank God the deputy was not injured. We are very appreciative of the collaborative efforts. If you look around me, this is a team effort, whether it's all the different agencies on the fire side, the different agencies on the police side. I can't thank the California Highway Patrol enough for a lot of the road closures that are taking place. But again, as I close here, I do urge our residents to stay informed. Stay informed by watching or following credible news sources, like most of you. Visit our Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department social media or lacounty.gov/emergency for updated information. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to introduce Kevin McGowan, our Director of Office of Emergency Services for Los Angeles County.
Thank you, Sheriff. Our heart goes out to all those that have been impacted by this wildland fire. I also want to say thank you to the residents, as the sheriff said, but also to all of our field responders and our emergency operations center responders. The county's emergency organization went into its full activation at the onset of the forecast, well before the fire actually started. We saw the significance from the National Weather Service, another great partner during this incident, describing this as a particularly dangerous situation that warranted a really sizable preparedness campaign across the entire county. That continues still at this moment. We still have a lot of risk and threat throughout the county beyond just what's occurring at the Franklin fire. We activated our emergency operations center yesterday at 7 a.m. and it's been activated 24/7 since. It assisted with the Sheriff's Department and the Fire Department, along with our partners at the City of Malibu, with all of our alert and warning emergency notifications. I really want to express my gratitude and thanks to the residents for complying with all those emergency notifications. It takes a team effort for us to do effective evacuations, especially when it's nighttime. Lastly, just to echo what the sheriff said, real-time information can be found by visiting our website, lacounty.gov/emergency. And with that, I have the pleasure of introducing the mayor for Malibu, Marianne Riggins.
Thank you, everyone. Marianne Riggins, Mayor Pro Tem, City of Malibu. I want to thank the Los Angeles County Fire Department, our Sheriff's Department, CHP, County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, and all the agencies that are responding to this incident. Currently, our Malibu City Hall is in the evacuation zone, so our Emergency Operations Center is running out of Calabasas City Hall currently. We do have staff that are monitoring the situation and reporting things out. We want to encourage the residents, please follow all evacuation orders. That is the most important thing. And I also want to thank our local fire brigades for responding to our fire here. Residents should have their Genesis app available to help with emergency evacuation notification. And I want to thank you, everybody, and please introduce County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Good morning. First, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the first responders who have been working tirelessly through this night and into the morning to protect lives, to protect property, and most importantly, to protect all of our communities. The bravery, skill, and dedication of our firefighters, our law enforcement officers, and emergency personnel, all of it is nothing short of heroic. And we're profoundly grateful for their service. To our residents, your safety is our top priority. Please follow all evacuation orders and instructions from emergency personnel. If you are told to shelter in place, please also shelter in place. These measures are put in place to protect lives, and your cooperation is critical. For real-time updates and emergency alerts, I encourage everyone to visit alertla.org. That's alert, A-L-E-R-T, LA.org, and sign up to stay informed. I want to thank our local, city, and state partners who have stepped up during this critical time. This collaborative effort underscores the strength of our shared commitment to the safety and well-being of our residents. I extend my gratitude to the Los Angeles County Fire Department, the Sheriff's Department, the Office of Emergency Management, and all of our county partners who are working to keep everyone safe. Your coordinated efforts have been essential in managing this crisis and ensuring a swift, effective response. I want to recognize and thank our board chair, Catherine Barger, for her leadership and responsiveness in responding to our request and declaring a local state of emergency. This critical step will allow us to unlock additional resources and expedite recovery efforts for those affected by the Franklin fire. We also thank our governor, Gavin Newsom, for securing additional FEMA assistance, and will continue to stay in close coordination with our state partners to ensure that all impacted areas receive the help that they need. The County of Los Angeles shares a close partnership with our city of Malibu as well as our Topanga community nearby. Especially in these challenging times, we stand ready to provide the support and resources necessary to help the community through this emergency. To those affected by the Franklin fire, please know that we are here for you. We stand with you, and we will stay with you. Thank you again for everyone who is contributing resources to this incident. Your partnership is most appreciated. Thank you very much.
With that, we'd like to open it up to anyone who may have questions for the group.
Well, you know, over time, the LA County Fire Department and our partner agencies, either at CAL FIRE and also the Los Angeles City Fire Department, we've procured more helicopters with night, and our pilots have night vision goggles, so we are now able to bring the fight to the night. We've been doing that for many years, and we also have our quick reaction force that's funded through Southern California Edison. It's the big CH-47 Chinook helicopter. We had 3 of those helicopters on station tonight, and then as the sun rose, you'll see that our CL-415 Super Scoopers that we leased from the province of Quebec are out there dropping, and we're going to have a coordinated ground and air assault. We'd really like to button this fire up and get some containment by this afternoon. I believe that the winds are going to be continuing, so that's going to still create challenges for the fire department and for the LA County Sheriff's Department with evacuations. But rest assured, we are going to have a coordinated air and ground assault on this fire for as long as it takes.
Do you have the necessary assets coming in, camp crews, bulldozers, to start to cut line up and down the lines? Given this steep terrain, is that going to be more difficult?
Yeah, it is, Pete. Like you said, it's very steep terrain. As you come up PCH, you can see where the fire is backing down and being pushed by the wind. We do have enough resources, ground resources on order. We do have our dozers. We have our engine companies. We have our Type 3 engine companies, our hand crews. We do have enough resources on order, but I would imagine that over time we're going to grow from maybe 700 firefighters on scene like we have right now to possibly 1,000 or more firefighters. Because of the difficulties in this particular area, time is of the essence for us to grab a hold of the fire and start getting containment.
The clock at this point, though, because if the winds kick up in the late afternoon and you don't have those containment lines either retarded or cut on the ground, you're going to have problems because you've still got way too much fuel out there.
Yeah, so we could have experienced perimeter growth. We are expecting winds at about 2 o'clock, so we're going to continue the firefight right up through the day and then back into the night. The LA County Fire Department will be here until this fire is 100% controlled.
Sheriff Luna, you might want to step in here. Given that estimation from the chief, what are you thinking about on the idea of repopulation of any of these areas at all, or is that even on the table?
It's always on the table, but working in unified command with all of our fire partners, we're looking at maps, we're looking at weather conditions. We will not allow the residents to go back until we are assured that they're going to be safe. And then I also want to send out this message for any residents who are evacuated. Our deputies are going to be here, very visible, and don't worry about your homes. Somebody breaking in and taking something. I know that's a lot to ask for, but we have professionals on our department, and we're not going to allow that to happen. And just a message for anyone who's thinking about coming to this neighborhood to do something like that, you're going to get arrested, you're going to get caught, you're going to get arrested, you're going to get prosecuted. Don't do it.
Chief, you mentioned that it was under investigation on arson. Is that standard operating procedure to have that branch of your investigative team in there?
Yeah, that's correct. I gave you the real-time information that I have. We do not know the cause of this fire at 10:50 p.m. last night, but the LA County Fire Department and the LA County Sheriff's Department are going to join forces with our arson investigators because it's going to be critical that we learn why this fire started. And we'll make sure that the news media finds out as soon as we find out.
Chief, have there been any signs in the area of any downed power lines that might conceivably have sparked this fire?
Not that I've been told, Pete. Yeah.
Yeah, great question. It's the utmost importance, right? Preparedness is key as we walk into these dynamic situations. LA County learned a lot in the Woolsey Fire after action process. And one of the big takeaways was lean forward into these red flag warnings, these particularly dangerous situations. We just had one back in early November. We had the same posture back in that that duration event too. This includes upstaffing, significant coordination across all of our county departments and our city partners, and it is critical in us executing our mission, these complex incidents.
Yeah, so LA County Fire and the other Southern California fire departments that were under the red flag did have additional crews staffed yesterday and through the night. The Governor's Office of Emergency Services did approve pre-positioning that was compensated for the LA County Fire Department. So we did have additional ground and air resources available to us last night at 10:50, but also our partner agencies that I thanked at the last part of my discussion, the partner agencies as well. We had a very rapid response of mutual aid resources into the Santa Monica Mountains and the Malibu area to assist us with this fire because of those strong winds. Not in the beginning last night. I know that for a portion of time, maybe between 3 and 4 o'clock, our aerial assets did shut down for a while because of the wind speeds, but they are able to operate even with heavy winds, especially the CH-47 and the CL-415s that you see. We will, if it becomes too dangerous for them to drop, we will cut it off, but the minute that those wind speeds subside, we will launch our aircraft once again. But we're going to be here for the duration, and it's going to be a coordinated ground and air assault. I have not had an opportunity to review the spot weather forecast for today, but I have not been advised that we're going to have a change in wind direction. I was told that it's going to remain a wind out of the north through Wednesday evening at 8 p.m.
Oh, okay. It's simple. Do they compensate for smoke, or is there a problem there where you have visibility reduces, what we say, even with NVGs?
Yeah. So NVGs are not going to help us when we get smoked out, and sometimes that's going to cause a reduction in the number of aerial assets that we're deploying, because we have to make sure that we're safe and that we can continue the fight throughout the night. So if we do get smoked out, we will set down until the wind brings the smoke away and then allows us to go back and attack the fire perimeter.
Choppers are coming in at 150. Was it the idea you don't call them in unless you literally need air attack on one point where you're going to lose a house or something like that? That's what you were bringing them in?
Yeah, well, you know what, Pete? I mean, aerial operations are a combination of perimeter control and point structure defense. So we use helicopters and our aircraft for structure defense, but we also use it for perimeter control. But like you brought up earlier, we need boots on the ground. Unsupported helicopter or aircraft drops do not put out the fire. We actually have to put a line around the entire fire, and this fire at 2,200 acres or more has a lot of unsecured fire perimeter.
I know that there's been, especially since we'll need more and more kind of CERT teams, fire brigades across the Malibu area that have been built up, including the program I know that you guys were having for the past few years. How crucial have those teams that aren't official firefighters but are CERT teams, community groups, how helpful and needed have they been over the course of the evening?
Well, they've been very helpful, and I believe that they're very needed because it really needs to be a partnership between the community and public service. And the LA County Fire Department was proud to partner with SD3 and Supervisor Horvath to approve the community brigade. It's the first of its kind in the nation. And I actually saw the Malibu community brigade out this morning. So they really bridge that gap between residents and public service. So we appreciate it. We help train them. We make sure that they're safe. But we know that the community appreciates a role in helping protect their community.
Is the community brigade going to continue to be part of this process of fighting the fire?
I certainly hope so. I'm not going to send them home. Yeah. Yes, there was. And we had additional strike teams. We had additional aircraft out of our Barton heliport. We also had additional aircraft out of our Van Nuys tanker base. Yeah. Because we knew that this event was coming. We knew that it was a particularly dangerous situation from the the Weather Service. So that gave us the time to upstaff in preparation. Remember, in November, we had the last Santa Ana event. We had the Broad Fire. Shortly after the Broad Fire started, we had the Mountain Fire start in Ventura County, and we went to the aid of our partners in Ventura. So we seem to get one significant wildfire every time we have a strong Santa Ana event in Southern California. Well, I certainly think that global warming is impacting wildfire throughout the United States, and it's making it even more challenging for fire departments to respond to wildfire. It's undeniable, from my perspective, that global warming is causing more challenges for us. Thank you.
Can you guys repeat how many people are under evacuation this morning? If you have the order and college orders announcement.
Give me a second. I'll give you that number right now. So we have approximately 18,000 people and 8,100 structures in the affected area. Of the 8,100 structures, 2,043 structures are under evacuation orders, and 6,046 are under evacuation warnings. Approximately 5,000 in total.
18,000 people, 5,000 structures.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? No. Okay, at this moment, this concludes our press briefing. Now we'll break away into our individual sessions. Thank you.
All right, so you just heard fire officials and Sheriff Robert Luna updating us on this 2,200 acre plus fire that's burning in Malibu. They have 700 fire crews responding from the air and the ground. That is sure to increase, he said, by around 1,000 or to 1,000 by the time this firefight is over. The good news is no reports of any serious injuries or fatalities, and they did add that a minimal number of homes have been destroyed, but although they're not exactly sure how many just yet. A number of people are in that evacuation area, 18,000 people.
That's right. And they did also note that there will be a red flag warning in effect until 8 p.m. The cause of the fire is still unknown, but it is under active investigation by LA County Fire arson investigators. They also did make one request. If you are not in a fire-prone area, please turn off your sprinklers because the firefighters do need the water supply to continue to take down and fight this fire. On that note, let's get over to Brooke. She is at an evacuation center in the Pacific Palisades, just one of the locations where residents from the local community have gone to seek refuge. Brooke, good morning.
Hey there, good morning. Yes, so I am here at the evacuation center in the Palisades, and it's something we've been talking about all morning long, is that it's not just people who have had to flee their homes. Many have had to take animals with them, and at all times we're not only talking about things like dogs and cats. Obviously, we're talking about Malibu, and so you could be talking about anything from, horses to goats. I'm here with Matt Ryder, actually, 3 goats and a pig. Penelope, the pig, is over there really trying to mind her own business. But Matt, you're in good spirits now, but it's been a rough night.
It has been a long, rough night. We evacuated when we saw the flames in the middle of the night and grabbed the animals and fled. And
you had to do this as quick as possible. And there are 2 of you, but you had to. I heard the plan is essentially, okay, I'm going to grab the important documents, the electronics, and you grab the animals, which included, that animal has to be 200 pounds. I don't know.
Penelope's a sizable girl for a potbelly pig. But yeah, just, do your workouts and you pick her up and toss her in the truck, and she was a good sport. And the goats hopped right up in, and here we are.
How long did it take you to just get them all together?
4 minutes flat.
Okay, no, that's fast. No, and you all live in a bit of a farm community, and there are a few of you that live there, you were saying, and many different animals. And unfortunately, there was just no way to get to all of the animals, right?
Yeah, there were a few chickens and ducks that were there. They were let out of the coop so they could kind of run in the field and stay away from the flames. So we're hoping that...
Just at least that they don't get trapped. But that's a sad, awful decision to have to make.
Yeah, but we're happy to have the goats and the pigs here and safe with us.
Tell me what you saw as soon as, because I've been saying all morning that this just exploded so quickly, just rapidly going from what, people thought was an easy to contain brush fire to, what we saw at the peak of this, which was just an absolute horror show. What did you see when reports started coming in? I imagine you could see directly.
Yeah, we felt the winds all night. The winds were so strong and they started getting hot. And then when our neighbor knocked on our door and said there was a fire just over the hill, we could see the orange glow. And within minutes, it had crept up onto the ridge line and then started coming down the hill right into the, the basin where we are. So we knew it was going to be coming really quick.
Were you afraid or just too focused to even have?
Mostly just focused on what we had to do, take care of the most important things, and get out of there.
One thing I've been talking about with Mimi in there with the Red Cross is that, it's important for people to have a plan. And so when you don't just have you all have these animals. So did you already have like a bit of a plan for an emergency? Because you haven't experienced this before.
No, we have not experienced this. My girlfriend Jessica designed an animal evacuation plan for us several months ago when it was fire season. So we knew what we were doing to get these guys out. And then we just acted and got him in the truck. Fortunately, we have this old 89 F-150 that can take some animals in it easily. And, we got up.
They're okay. They don't seem too stressed. Penelope seems just not interested in any of this hoopla. But
yeah,
seem okay.
It's Penelope's nap time right now, so nothing shall disrupt that.
I respect that. I'm glad you're okay, and I'm glad you were able to get as many of your animals as possible. Thanks for talking to me, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So many different people. We've been saying this morning, there are, not as many people here as you'd think, but the thing is people have other places to go. That does not mean that people are there at their homes. I work with a cancer charity, actually, Living Beauty, and I talked to one of the reps for the charity, and she told me that they actually had 22 women who are currently battling cancer at what was supposed to be a wellness retreat to try and take their mind off of what they're dealing with at the Sarah retreat, actually really close to where you all were, Matt, right? And in the middle of the night, they immediately had to get all 22 of those women. They got them to a hotel in Pasadena pretty quickly as this all started. But so many people had to leave their homes, had to leave where they were and just get to safety, including Matt and these goats and this pig. And, we're just glad everyone is okay here. Yeah. Back to you.
Wow. My goodness. Everyone's just packing up and taking whatever they can, whenever they can. Thank you, Brooke. And that I feel for those women who were on that cancer retreat. My goodness.
Just
and then they had to pack up all their stuff.
Clear their mind.
How awful.
What they're dealing with, yeah.
Well,
another turn.
Yes, certainly. Well, if you're just joining us, welcome to Good Day LA at going on 8:40 this morning. We have team coverage of this Franklin fire, which has grown to 2,200 plus acres burning in Malibu, embers flying, houses being torn down as these Santa Ana winds fuel the Franklin fire that's happening there.
We have team coverage on the ground, bringing you the very latest information from the hardest hit areas, including evacuation and shelter-in-place orders. Officials just gave an update to the Franklin fire burning in Malibu. We've got Gigi Gracia standing by, and also Hal Eisner.
And let's start with Hal Eisner with more on what we're finding out this morning. Just wrapping up a press conference where you are, Hal.
All right. I just got it. Yeah, it's an incredible, fast-moving, fast-growing fire. Right here where we are in the Zuma Beach area, not too windy here, but as I was coming down Canaan Dune Road, you could see the trees really blowing. And with me right now, L.A. County Fire Chief Tony Maroney. And, in the news conference, you talked a lot about these winds, and you expect them to pick up again this afternoon. So the goal has to be, if I'm right, to try to get some kind of containment before those winds pick up again?
Yeah, that's correct. So we're really going to focus on perimeter control operations, trying to get a line around the fire perimeter, so that way the fire doesn't grow when we do have the increase in the winds that are are going to come later today.
Can you explain something else you talked about? You talked about the idea of people not using their sprinklers. As I was coming down Canaan Dune, I could see people with hoses that were spraying their trees, and your words were, we need that water for firefighting.
Yeah, correct. If you're not in the immediate fire area, wetting down your trees or wetting down your roof really isn't going to assist you in preventing a fire of your home, because that water's only going to evaporate. We need to fight that fire for the fire area. We need to fight it with the water, the limited amount of water that Malibu Water District 29 has. So we want people to have to be very careful with their use of water right now.
There's been a lot of concern about Pepperdine University shelter-in-place orders. They were up, they were down. What's the status right this moment? And what is the concern for the university there?
Well, you know, the university got hit hard by the fire when it came down from where it started at Malibu Canyon Road and the tunnel. The university was severely impacted. A lot of fires. They did shelter in place those 800 students. Everybody is fine. They haven't lost any buildings at Pepperdine because they do good brush clearance, and we did have resources assigned.
And one more thing I want to talk about here, because there were some numbers that were put out during this news conference. 18,000 people in the affected area, 8,100 structures, 2,043 people who are evacuated, and 6,046 who are under evacuation. Warnings because it could come their way?
Yeah, both evacuation orders asking them to leave now, and warnings asking them to prepare to leave when that warning transitions to an order. My request of all of your viewers, if you're in the fire area, regardless of if you're under an order or a warning, please leave now.
All right, so if you're in the fire area, you just heard it from the chief. And one more thing, is sort of the description of where we are at this point dicey?
Oh, absolutely dicey. We have 0% containment of the fire. We expect the winds to kick up later this afternoon. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and thankfully we have our partners who came to our assistance, Los Angeles City Fire Department, all of the other fire departments in the LA County area, in addition to Ventura County Fire and Orange County Fire, all sent resources to assist us with this firefight.
Right, you have a lot of mutual aid. Thank you for taking a moment. I know you've got a lot on your plate. And, you know, again, dicey fire, dicey situation. If you're in the fire area, be paying attention to what's going on. Know your situational awareness. And that's it from here in Zuma Beach. Back to you.
Thank you, yes, for that update. And our team coverage continues right now with Gigi Graciette. Gigi, how's it looking where you are?
Good morning. Well, one thing is the air quality here is, as expected, is horrible. It continues to rain down ash. Before I show you, though, the scene behind me, I want to tell you what's happening with the folks who live in this area. Just off camera, there's a woman and her dog who came up to us to ask us what's happening. I asked her if she needed to charge her phone because earlier we helped another resident charge his phone because with no power, these phones are just dying. She told me her phone is charged, but she has no internet, and she can't get updates. She doesn't even know what areas are under mandatory evacuation. That is the challenge. And as we were talking to her, two young men came up to us and asked us if we had a Type-C charger because they can't find their charger and their phone is dying. So a lot of frustration with folks who can't get information, not because they don't want to, but because simply the phone service is terrible here. Internet is down, calls are dropping, and it's really hard to find out what's going on. And most folks in this area don't have power. Now, you see a lot of white smoke over there. We're in Malibu Village Mall. This is near the Malibu Country Mart. That was raging. It was actually black smoke just a few minutes ago as the fire continued to pick up some fresh fuel. But this is what we're seeing throughout the hillside from Pacific Coast Highway. Pockets of white smoke as the Franklin fire continues to burn. The wind has calmed down considerably. You heard our first responders, our officials talking about the governor of the state of California securing federal funding to help the city of Malibu to help our firefighters and those that will be displaced, and they will be displaced. And right now, there are teams, assessment teams, damage assessment teams out in the different neighborhoods, logging which homes have been damaged, which homes sadly have been lost. We know of at least 2, possibly 3. That number, unfortunately, expected to go up. So if there's any takeaway today from what the officials said is this isn't over. That red flag warning is in effect until tomorrow. So right now, the teams of firefighters, there's about 700. That number could go up to about 1,000 by tomorrow. They're trying to gain the upper hand. They're moving quickly, working hard to put out the spot fires in preparation for the winds picking up again tonight around sunset and then again tomorrow morning at sunrise. That is the latest from Malibu. I'm Gigi Gracia. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Gigi, thank you for that. So joining us on the phone right now is the CEO of Boys and Girls Club Malibu, Casey Ernest. So Casey is one of more than 6,000 people who are facing an evacuation warning right now. Casey, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Yes, of course.
What have the last 24 hours been like for you?
The last 24 hours have been a combination of deja vu from the 2018 Woolsey fire combined with just trying to be as prepared as possible, communicating with families, checking on community members, and making sure everybody is safe and ready to evacuate.
And where you are and your home, are you both safe?
I am safe. I am under evacuation warning, so I am just off of Lost Hills Road, Malibu Canyon. So I'm currently still in my home, but ready to go.
Well, you're not new to any of this situation, obviously. You were talking about how you have deja vu of the circumstance, and since it is just a warning at this point, how do you prepare and how do you go from being in the mindset of a warning to a voluntary evacuation to a mandatory evacuation?
You know, I think we've gotten really, really proactive from our city, city of Malibu to LA County to just even being, alert citizens. The last fire was devastating. I think we saw that people were able to evacuate smoothly this morning. They got out early around 1 o'clock. Pacific Coast Highway was open. Road closures started early yesterday at Topanga in preparedness for these winds. So all of these precautions have been super helpful. Our schools and Boys and Girls Club have been externally communicating with families since yesterday in anticipation of this. So we're taking all the necessary steps.
Yeah, Casey, you are the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club Malibu. How has that organization been impacted, and what have you guys been doing?
Currently, it's just about communication, making sure everyone's safe. I know one of our clubhouses is in danger right now, potentially, being saved by firefighters or not. I don't have any updates on that right now at our Webster School and clubhouse. So we're keeping our fingers crossed there. Once we have more concrete information regarding damage and loss, we'll then kind of move into our triage phase of fire disaster and make sure we have safe spaces for our kids to continue to go to.
Talk a little bit about what you guys do for the community, how many kids come to your facility, and what's going to happen today and into tomorrow as a result of this fire.
So previously in the 2018 Woolsey fire, we actually aligned and provided an emergency relief fund where we raised over $2 million for the community and passed through emergency grants for fire victims. This time, hopefully, the loss and the damage is less. But, if needed, we can activate those types of services and resources again. COVID taught us that we can very quickly transition into social services and really be there to provide whatever the community needs. Currently, we serve several hundred kids a day in our after-school programs. So, we'll have to make sure that we have places for them to go post-fire.
And Casey, I know that you were talking about, you're not new to this, but I mean, there is some trauma involved, because I know a lot of people who live in that area were deeply impacted and devastated by the Woolsey fire. So when you found out, I'm guessing probably around midnight last night that this was happening, what was going through your mind?
Just praying for safety of everyone, and really that the damage is to be minimal. In Woolsey, I had staff and board members lose their homes, as well as, countless kids that we serve. I'm pretty sure in this current fire, we've had some families lose their home, and I know, most of our organization leadership is evacuated. So we're no stranger, sadly.
Yeah, but as you did before, you'll do it again. I know the Boys and Girls Club will step up and do what's needed, and we thank you for that.
Thank you so much. It's an incredible organization and a great network, and we appreciate the support.
All right, Casey Ernest there with the CEO of the Boys and Girls Club in Malibu. Thank you for your time. Stay safe as we continue to monitor the situation there in Malibu. Maria, watching closely, of course, because really it's all about the winds at this point.
Absolutely. The most critical component when it comes to fighting a wildfire like this. We've got the recipe in place. We talked about this yesterday, and this potentially very devastating situation with these winds. We have dry conditions, low relative humidity values. We've got these very strong winds coming out of the northeast, of course, and then we've got the terrain and the brush, so they're all in place. The highest concentration of the strongest of these winds are in this area right here, the brightly colored areas, including where that Franklin fire is burning in Malibu. We're checking in on the computer models. If you listened to the fire chief there and the fire officials about what they're expecting today, it is moving in line with what they're talking about. And earlier, we talked about a weakening of the winds, which has been nice in the Malibu area. It's picked up just a little bit, and it is going to weaken slightly in the early afternoon. Notice how it'll get back down those values to single digits near Malibu, but still very strong coming out of the northeast. But as we get into the evening, it picks up again in speed. So we are expecting just small little windows of opportunity here, and it's good and it's encouraging to see these fixed wing fire retardant dropping aircraft, because the winds have backed down enough that has allowed them to fly, in addition to those helicopters that are dropping the water. But our future gusts here at 7 p.m. tonight, we're still getting those strong winds out of the northeast, as you can see here, and now we'll see more noticeable weakening of the winds by tomorrow. In fact, by tomorrow afternoon, we'll start to get some of the onshore flow back here, and then we'll lose the winds really by Thursday into the weekend in terms of those Santa Anas. We'll get more of a moist air mass moving in as we get towards the end of the week. But until then, really today into tonight, we are still looking at extreme fire danger. Relative humidity values about 10% in Malibu. Look at the single digits in Chesborough. So the fire danger stays with us. Red flag warnings stay in effect across SoCal, wide into Orange County, the Inland Empire, not just LA and Ventura counties. High pressure is in control of our weather, and it's going to stay put for a bit. It'll weaken slightly, as we mentioned. Those winds will back down a little bit this afternoon, but they will pick up again as we get to this evening and tonight. Oxnard, 28-mile-per-hour winds right now. The moisture, as I mentioned, maybe Thursday into Friday, but high wind warnings will stay in effect through at least this afternoon, and then things will start to weaken, as I mentioned. But that red flag warning for the fire danger continues through tomorrow, so we are not out of the woods. You need to stay alert, have that ready, set, go plan in place, especially your go bag. The weather impacts, of course, including the fire danger, power outages certainly still possible through today, power lines going down trees, and of course travel very dangerous with these winds. Speaking of travel, let's talk about the traffic conditions out there with Samara. Hey, Samara.
Good morning, Mary. Good morning, everyone. We continue, of course, to watch the roadways in and around the Franklin fire zone. Avoid the area. We can't stress that enough, as fire crews, of course, are working aggressively to battle that blaze. We have some big roadways that are closed off. Just so you know, Franklin fire closure, both directions on PCH from Canaan Doom Road all the way to Topanga Canyon Boulevard closed down until further notice. And in addition to that, that major roadway. We also have Topanga Canyon Boulevard, both directions also shut down from Mulholland Drive all the way south to PCH. You cannot get through that area. And on a more localized level, we do have Malibu Canyon Road at Payuma Road shut down as well. We're also getting word that there's a lot of vehicles, a heavy congestion along Payuma Road as people are traveling through there. Avoid that location as well as officials are attempting to also shut down Payuma Road to help with the firefight. Making our way down through some of our canyons and just north of where the fire is and all the way south to south of the fire, we have all the way down to PCH shut down again along that section of Malibu Canyon Road. And some alternatives for you if you're traveling, we've got the 101 freeway wide open as you approach Agora Hills to Calabasas, and on your approach towards the 405 you can see a little bit of delay there, but if you've got to get around that fire zone, here's a live look right now at a Caltrans camera. The 101 southbound as well as the northbound side at Liberty Canyon Road through Agora Hills, traffic conditions are moving along pretty nicely, and you see the skies are clear because this is an area north of the fire. Hence, the roadways continue to be open in that stretch. Another reminder, it's not just the fire zone that's going to be dealing with the strong winds, but as Maria pointed out, the red flag conditions are going to extend all the way through tomorrow evening, and this does pertain to all the local canyons and passes, the 5 corridor through the Grapevine, the 14 freeway through the Newhall Pass, and this also applies to locations through the Cajon Pass, the 15 freeway, the 210, and areas along the 10 stretch heading over to the Palm Springs area. Just really strong winds as we push on through the Santa Ana wind event. Avoid the fire zone. That's going to be the takeaway. Back to you, two.
All right, Samara, thank you. We also want to let you know about this. So Governor Newsom issued a statement on X that California has secured federal assistance for the Franklin fire. Newsom's statement reads, in part, fire officials and first responders are working relentlessly to protect lives and property, and urges those in affected areas to stay alert and follow those evacuation orders. Also, fire crews from multiple counties are joining LA County officials to get a handle on the Franklin fire. We're going to give you a look at the time lapse, which shows just how a small brush fire can turn into something much larger.
Wow, yeah. Look at that, right? Doesn't take much.
Right. At one point, when the fire was really starting to rage, it actually tripled in size in the time span of just an hour. So you can see how those Santa Ana winds, which were, you know, gusting up to 50 miles an hour overnight, how that really assisted the fire in moving those embers, you know, up to 2 miles away.
Yeah, it's just, it really is something. It really shows you exactly what we're dealing with. And by we, I mean those poor firefighters. They have a lot to deal with. The winds are relentless, unpredictable. You just don't know when it's going to turn and how it's going to turn. Thankfully, we do have Stu up in Sky Fox as well with the crew, giving us a look at the scene down below. And, you know, one of the issues we've had in the past, Stu, and we've talked about is sometimes when the winds are so strong, even when they're attempting to do these water dropping the helicopters are attempting to drop water or fire retardant, it doesn't even hit the fire because of those winds. It gets blown the other way. Do we have
seen that in the past, but this fire, I think, is the winds are definitely a problem, but not so much of a problem where we're seeing that. Watching LA County Fire, they're picking their spots out there to make these drops. They've moved Sky Fox kind of a little bit farther away. At first, I was kind of grumpy about it, but you know what? We get a really good view of all the fire activity on that fire line. We're more inland right now, looking out towards the ocean. If you could see through that smoke, you would see that beautiful blue ocean out there, and LA County Fire working to do those drops. Now, the fire is definitely coming up that hillside right there, and they are definitely concerned about these homes up here. In some of these tight shots, though, you can actually see those palm trees kind of moving around down there, and it gives you an idea how much wind is really affecting this fire. It is quite a bit. Now, way closer and closer to these homes that we've been looking at right there. This is going to be near Sweetwater Mesa and Sarah Road, but it's up towards the top of the hillside. You got some firefighters out there, and they're just kind of watching that fire right now, but I can guarantee you they are getting ready, if need be, to jump into action. I'm sure they've got a fire truck that's probably on the other side of that home that we are just not seeing, but it gives you an idea how big this fire has gotten. We keep talking about that 2,200 acres. A lot of that acreage is actually burned acreage. But that active fire, there is a lot of it still happening, and just a little bit of that wind change, and all of a sudden we're seeing these bigger plumes of fire just popping up over these hillsides. Now, the fixed-wing aircraft, they had done their drops. They brought in 3 of those Phos-Check aircraft, and those are the ones that dropped that the fire retardant, that red stuff that's coming out of those planes. They made their drops. They're starting to make that line, and Carbon Canyon is still the spot that they are so concerned about. Just saw a little bit of fire popping right there, and this kind of shows you that basically is just going to be ember driven. That's like, you can see it, it's just a spot fire. There's fire in the area, but this spot right in the middle just really starting to explode. Now the helicopters are really hitting this area right here. They basically doing their little bucket brigade. They do their pickup, and then they just kind of making a circle and making their drops out here. These guys doing amazing work, and it is starting to create a help for that fire line. And that Carbon Canyon is really where they're putting down the line. They're dropping a lot of water out there. As far as more structures burned, we haven't seen any right now. Still no injuries, which is fantastic. But that firefight still continuing out here. Those winds starting to pick up. I hate to say it. And hopefully they're going to be blowing in a way where it's going to maybe help the fire a little bit, maybe blow it back on itself. But for the most part, we're seeing a lot more smoke and a lot more of that fire popping up over those hillsides. Stu and Skybox. Back to you all in the studio.
Certainly news we don't want to hear. Thank you, Stu, and welcome to everyone to Good Day LA. It is 9:02 at this point. We've been continuing to cover this fire. It's been the big story. It began just before 11 p.m. last night. And Jen, you've been on with Melvin throughout the morning, and now you and I will continue this breaking news coverage. So up in smoke, we have fire crews entering their 10th hour of fighting the Franklin fire. The Malibu Mountains engulfed in flames, like we said, since last night.
So we have team coverage on the ground, bringing you the latest information from the hardest hit areas, including evacuation and shelter-in-place orders.
We have Hal Eisner standing by after an update from officials on the Franklin fire. Hal? Okay, we're working on getting Hal.
Yeah.
There you are.
They had a news conference here a short time ago, and yeah, they had a news conference a short time ago with the sheriff, with the county fire chief, with a number of different people, including the mayor of Malibu. And I want to give you some numbers here real quick. There are 18,000 people that are in this fire zone. Of that, 8,100 structures are in there. 2,043 people have been asked to leave, evacuate. And in the evacuating warning area, 6,046. What does all that mean? Let's ask Sheriff Robert Luna, because you're really tuned into what's going on here. It's a very significant issue.
Yeah, we're in unified command with LA County Fire and many of our other partners, and what we do is they're fighting the fire, and when people need to be evacuated, that's where we come in.
We're talking about thousands of people.
We are. A significant amount of people, but this was a wind-driven fire. As a matter of fact, something I talked about earlier is we lost a sheriff's black and white because of the erratic wind. Thank God the deputy's going to be okay, but this is why it's so important when we tell people that you need to go or be ready to go, you need to listen.
How did that happen?
The deputy came in to work, evacuate other residents. He left his car on the street. All of a sudden, the wind shifted on him, and his car's on fire. And again, thank God he's going to be okay.
And that's the point, isn't it? I remember a fire here in Malibu where the embers went right over my head. I didn't expect it, and that was dangerous.
That combination of fire and wind is so unpredictable. That's why when we tell you, you need to be ready to go with your medicines, paperwork, other important documents, and we tell you you need to evacuate, this is exactly why you need to do it right away. And I'm happy to report that the majority of residents, almost all residents, evacuated when we told them to. That's why we're sitting here happy talking about no lives lost.
But we have zero containment, and we have embers flying through these winds that are just like blowing like crazy.
Yeah, our fire department's doing a really good job with all of their partners in making sure they get some level of containment before the winds start blowing heavier later on this afternoon.
One more thing. You talked about anybody who might have bad intent on their mind, possibly coming in here, maybe looting or trying to. Your message to them?
Don't do it. Part of our responsibility is to keep an eye on the homes that have been evacuated. If you think you're going to come in here and steal anything from these residents that have gone through so much over this night and morning, we're going to catch you, we're going to arrest you, and we're going to get you prosecuted.
That's the word from Sheriff Robert Luna. And the situation in here, I think, continues to be dicey, right?
It's an ongoing fluid situation. So we'll give updates as the day goes on, but residents need to keep in touch with what we're doing and the directions we're giving.
All right, very good. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Hal. Yeah, I know that fire officials are hoping to get a good wrangle on this fire by this afternoon, and hopefully the winds will cooperate there. We also know that Sheriff Robert Luna was urging people who aren't in that immediate fire area to not hose down their own properties and to use their sprinklers to try to deter the flames, because they need all the water that they can get to fight this fire. We do want to continue our team coverage this time with Mario Ramirez. He is at Pepperdine. Good morning.
Good morning. That's right. We are on campus. We can tell you the power, at least in some areas, seems to be working here on campus. That shelter-in-place order was lifted a little earlier, but I want to show you just how close the flames got to parts of the campus. You can see part of the burn scar there. The flames getting dangerously close near the Seaver College of Letters, Arts, and Sciences, stretching down to the chapel, which is intact, but a dangerous and scary situation. Let's show you the video here, and students here at Pepperdine University sheltering in place. They were told to find a central location on campus and stay inside. Now, fortunately, the university hasn't lost any buildings. Fire officials crediting the good brush clearance here on campus. 700 fire crews responding from the ground and air at last check. 18,000 people are in this evacuation area, with over 2,000 structures under mandatory evacuation orders, thousands more under warnings. Earlier this morning, that fire moved south, jumping over the famous Pacific Coast Highway and extending all the way down to the ocean, where large homes line the beach. At one point, those flames were threatening the historic Malibu pier, but that structure was protected by crews. Fire engines still here on the campus of Pepperdine. Earlier, helicopters were dropping water collected from lakes in the school's alumni park, and we heard from a student a little earlier. Here's what they had to say. Okay, so that sound, basically the student was saying they were watching the flames, making their way to the campus, dangerously close, but they sort of tapered off. Fortunately, that shelter in place here at Pepperdine was lifted by 8 o'clock this morning. Coming back out here live, classes and finals for the day and tomorrow have been canceled. That fire growing to now over 2,200 acres, no containment. Again, that shelter in place order lifted here on campus, and we did see a few of the shuttles, student shuttles, making their way around. So things are picking up here. We'll have another update coming up. For now, that's the latest at Pepperdine. I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
Okay, Mario, thanks so much. And joining us right now on the phone, a Pepperdine student, Claire Everbach, who lives off campus. She was evacuated from her apartment. Claire, hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Tell us about the situation. What happened, how you were evacuated, what's going on?
It's a very scary situation. I left my apartment at about 11:30 p.m. last night, and I live right next to the Pepperdine campus, so we decided to go there to be with everyone. And we stayed there until about 2 a.m. when my roommate and I decided to head over to Point Doom away from the flames. But we're still unsure what our apartment looks like and the damage that's been done near Malibu. So very scary situation and kind of unsure of how to move forward.
On your way over to Point Doom, what were you seeing?
Oh, we saw flames. We saw them from Alumni Park at Pepperdine University up in the mountains. Smoke was everywhere. It was a very scary situation.
And right now we're getting word that shelter in place has been lifted at Pepperdine University. They do things a little bit different at the university, where they encourage the students who are there to stay put and not to leave, because they feel it's the safest option that they have. So we spoke to a number of students who live there on campus, and they were told to go either to the library or to the cafeteria. What made you, since you don't live on campus but you're right next door, decide to go to the campus?
I think I was going to feel safest around my community. I wanted to hear from officials and university leaders about what was best on what to do, and I think everyone just really wanted to be together.
Claire, are you out of state, or do you where are you from?
I'm from Texas originally, so I'm really not familiar with fire season and the proper protocols. So very scary, and yeah, it's a very scary situation.
Also probably unfamiliar with the terrain out there.
Yes. I'm really not familiar with what to do. So I'm very lucky to have leaders at Pepperdine that helped and was guiding students on how to handle it.
What made you leave the campus at that point and head over to Point Dune?
Well, I looked at the sky, took a look at the sky, and it really seemed like it was getting worse. The smoke was increasing, and students were having trouble breathing, and I just thought it was time to go and just time to get away from the fire, and it seemed like it was just spreading so quickly.
Where are you right now?
Currently, I'm in Westlake Village. My friends and I decided to come here to stay as far away as possible, and I think we're probably going to try and get flights home today.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah. I'm sure your family's going to be very happy to see you after this.
Well, I'll be happy to see them too, yes.
Did you have time to pack things up? What did you take with you? How did you make those decisions?
It was, well, I didn't know that I would be gone all night, and I packed very quickly. But I was only able to take a few things. I don't really have a change of clothes with me or anything. I was only able to take my laptop and phone.
Have you been in touch with any of your friends who are on campus? What are they saying?
They're saying that it's still pretty scary. The lockdown has been lifted, but everyone still seems to be staying close together and just watching the fire, making sure that it doesn't spread.
Do you have any word on what has happened to your apartment or your building? Do you have contact with anyone there?
I don't, and that's what's scaring me the most. I have no idea what it looks like, no idea if it's still standing. So trying to get in contact with people who are around the area, but nobody can really reach the apartment complex right now.
Have you been able to secure a flight home, or are you working on that right now?
Well, I was supposed to fly home tomorrow at the end of finals anyway, so I'll have a flight secured for tomorrow afternoon, but I may try to move it up and get home as soon as possible.
I have to imagine your family being so far away from you had to be worried sick about your welfare.
Yes, they definitely were. I was calling my mom and dad all night last night and giving them updates on everything, and they made sure to stay awake and talk to me, help me through the situation.
You mentioned finals, so I'm assuming most of the students had finals today and maybe into tomorrow for the remainder of the week. Do you have any idea what's going to happen with all of that?
I don't. Well, our finals were canceled for today. I would assume that they're probably not going to be looking like normal tests for the rest of the week. Some of our professors have emailed us and offered up their homes who live in Camarillo and areas that aren't being affected, which is so kind of them, but really unsure of how the rest of the week is going to look regarding final exams.
So at this point, you just want to get home and be with your family, I imagine.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely the priority.
You're going to get lots of hugs when you land, I'm sure. Claire Everbach, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Glad you're safe.
Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it.
Safe flight home.
Thank you very much.
And it's not just Pepperdine taking extra precautions this morning. We should tell you the city of Malibu is announcing that all schools in the city are closed today until further notice. So the Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District made that call and posted on X. So the Franklin fire has forced all 4 schools to postpone classes. And those impacted schools are Malibu High School, and that's grades 9 through 12, Malibu Middle School, grades 6 through 8, Malibu Elementary School, grades K through 5, and John L. Webster Elementary School, grades K through 5.
All right, now let's go back out to Gigi. She's been bringing us live coverage from this fire throughout the morning. Gigi, working with our photographer, Tony Butita. You had mentioned some homes had burned up the narrow road this morning. How are things looking now from your vantage point?
Good morning. We just saw several helitankers with LA County Fire fly over. So the firefight from the air very much continues this morning. And let me show you, we're here at right next to Malibu Country Mart. Actually, well, let's talk about this. One of the biggest challenges that folks who live in Malibu are facing this morning is they don't have power, their phones are dying, and they don't have internet. And you are looking at a battery that actually belongs to both a homeowner and a business owner here in Malibu. her battery, she was using that to power up her internet overnight, but it died. So we're helping her up by trying to get some charge into it because she's getting no information and she feels really challenged by that, understandably so. And all morning long, we've been talking to homeowners who's lost power, their phones died, they had no information, and they're literally just coming up to us to ask us what is the latest. Now, you are looking at that smoky hillside over there. That hillside has been alternating between white smoke and dark smoke all morning long as the fire picks up fresh pockets of fuel. And photographer Tony Butita, I don't know if you are able to see the helitanker with LA County Fire right there over that building. I don't know if it's going to do some type of a drop or it's just doing some assessments. They do have damage assessment teams literally walking the different blocks where the fire was early this morning and logging addresses of where homes or businesses are damaged, where it is unfortunately a total loss. We saw one home on Sarah that appeared to be a total loss, and there you see an additional helitanker. And earlier this morning we saw the super scoopers on lease from Quebec out of Van Nuys Airport. They were called in last night to be ready to fly at first light. They were here doing water drops earlier this morning, and there you see the two LA County Fire helitankers, 44 and 47. Unclear if they're doing drops, if they're looking for areas, or if they're assisting in an aerial overview of what the fire did over 2,200 acres. Now, hopefully some of the cell phone and internet carriers will bring out their mobile cell units. We've seen them at many emergencies. They bring them out and they provide cell service, usually to first responders, but it would be great if we could get some cell service and internet to the folks under an evacuation warning and under the mandatory evacuation order, but that have chosen to stay behind until they absolutely have to leave. Right now, they're literally in the dark, and by in the dark, I mean they have no information. They have no internet. They have no cell reception. My phone on Verizon has been on SOS almost all day long, and that's the same thing that business owners and residents are telling us. And that is one of the biggest challenge for the folks who live in this area. Reporting live this morning in Malibu, I'm Gigi Graciette. We'll send it back to you.
That is so frustrating. You're already dealing with a situation like this and not to be able to communicate, not know how you can communicate. It just adds so many layers to the frustration.
And we know that as of right now, evacuation orders, they started after midnight, and then 18,000 people are in that evacuation area. A little bit over 2,000 structures have evacuation orders, and over 6,000 are facing evacuation warnings. There's also 12 million people are under a red flag warning, and that is going to be lasting until 8 p.m. on Wednesday. So let's bring in Maria, who can tell us if these winds are going to cooperate with firefighters out there.
Those spot fire forecasts as well, and watching the computer models for what's going to happen in terms of the winds. Right now, we're definitely still seeing those very strong gusty winds, particularly in that area where the Franklin fire is burning, parts of Malibu, Oxnard, Ventura County, on up through parts of the 5 freeway. We're still getting those very strong wind gusts out of the east and northeast. Peak wind gusts that have been measured now, I just looked up, Magic Mountain Truck Trail. This was the wind gust registered at 10:40 last night. So when that fire erupted, you can just imagine how strong these gusty winds were. Actually, Magic Mountain Truck Trail just up there at about 4,000 foot level in the San Gabriel Mountains. Boney Mountain near the Santa Monica Mountains, 73 mile per hour wind gust. Chino Hills, 65 out towards the Inland Empire, Ontario, 61 mile per hour wind gust, and Lake Arrowhead up in the mountains, 42 miles per hour. Those winds still expected to be strong today, although there's a little bit of a window that we're seeing that firefighters can take advantage of. One of them is right now, so we're seeing those fixed wing aircraft flying to help really attack those fires. And then the winds will pick up again later this evening into tonight. We're still expecting some of those wind gusts to be between 50 to 60 miles an hour in some of the isolated areas up in the mountains and some of those canyon locations, 80 miles per hour through tonight. The clouds and cooling will return, but not until late tomorrow into Thursday. So we've got a long duration here of these red flag conditions. Right now, it's mostly in the 50s and near 60 in Santa Clarita, 56 in Burbank, 61 downtown LA, 66 in Santa Ana. This is our computer model. This is what we use to watch what the sustained winds will be expecting later today. 25-mile-per-hour winds in Oxnard right now. Malibu, not too bad, about 10 to 15 miles an hour. As we fast forward to this evening, you can see how it kind of weakens a little bit, and then it picks up again tonight before it really weakens as we get into tomorrow evening. The onshore flow will return. As you can see, the wind direction changing here from the west-northwest. So that will bring in a little bit more moisture and relief. And certainly, hopefully, the firefighters definitely can take advantage of the changing winds. But for now, we're definitely still seeing and expecting those red flag conditions and strong wind gusts out of the northeast. You can tell by this model here that high pressure is in control over the southwest. Look at how clear it is, and it's keeping the storm track well away from us. These are the storms I'm watching, and the tail end of these systems will be moving in starting on Thursday. That will increase the cloud cover for us. As you put this into motion here, you can see what I mean. The clouds a little bit tomorrow late in the day, and Thursday, there's even a small chance, at this point 10% chance, that we could see some light sprinkles as we get to Thursday and the weekend. So hopefully that will materialize. We desperately need the moisture. We have not had any rain at all this month of December, and typically we would get almost 2.5 inches of rain. So far, 0. We had a tiny bit last month, and if you remember, we talked about the same conditions, really similar conditions last month when we talked about that fire in Ventura, the mountain fire. So here is our water year so far, which began October 1st. We've only gotten 14/100th of an inch of rain. So our deficit is growing to 1.73 inches below seasonal average. Look at this, the fixed wing dropping that red fire retardant. So this is great news. Hopefully this is going to really help attack the fire and that fire line as firefighters take advantage of a little bit of this window where we're seeing just a little bit less wind here. In the meantime, high wind warnings continuing across SoCal. You can see that it is not just Ventura County and LA County, but it extends south into Orange County, the Inland Empire, out towards San Diego, Riverside, and San Bernardino. So the fire danger is with us through at least tomorrow. The wind warnings are expected to expire this afternoon for some areas, but as I mentioned, the danger will still be with us through at least tomorrow. Notice the 7-day forecast. Dry, windy today, tomorrow, and then we get back to the 60s. We see the clouds return, that moisture helping Mother Nature, hopefully bringing in some light moisture as well in terms of precipitation. 10% Thursday into Friday. Up into the mountains, windy, 48 degrees for that high temperature, 58 in the high desert to that 70 degrees in Palm Springs. All right, stay safe out there. Stay alert to officials, please. And stay off the roads. Samada's got more details on the traffic conditions out there as well. Hey, Samada.
Good morning, Marie. Good morning, everyone. Yes, to your point, stay safe, stay alert, and stay away from the fire zone as fire crews, of course, are aggressively attacking this fire. We have a couple of major roadways that continue to be shut down, closed off. We're talking about both directions along PCH, from Canaan Doom Road all the way to Topanga Canyon Boulevard, and that is going to be shut down until further notice. We also have another roadway that is heavily utilized typically, but not today due to that fire. Topanga Canyon Boulevard also shut down in both directions. This applies from Mulholland Drive all the way south to PCH. And on a more localized level, we're talking about Malibu Canyon Road at Piuma Road, also both directions shut down to this firefight. As we make our way through the canyons and passes and passing through where the fire is currently, all the way down to PCH, shut down. If you don't have to be in the area, again, avoid it. And we also have some alternative routes. The 101 has been very good in terms of the flow. No current closures, no accidents, so you can utilize the 101. But as you approach the 405 heading towards, again, the Valley area, we are picking up a little bit of additional traffic. But here's a live Caltrans camera look. This is going to be the 101 as well as the northbound side of the 101 at Shoup Avenue through Woodland Hills. A little bit of a struggle going southbound. And there's a broader view, so there is a hint of delay through the Woodland Hills area, so just keep that in mind. But the big takeaway continues to remain is avoid the fire zones. Send back over to you, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Do your best to avoid that entire area. Evacuation centers have been set up for people, of course, who are fleeing this fire. Brooke is live at one of them in Pacific Palisades. Hi, Brooke. I know throughout the morning you said not many people had come in quite yet. What's it looking like now?
Yeah, so same thing. Not many people, no new people since we've started here this morning. But the people who are here, you know, as you can imagine, they're emotional. Surprisingly to me, but not if you've ever talked to anybody, of course, you know, in Malibu who has seen this before. They're calm. People are at peace, just glad that they have their lives, that they're okay. And it's interesting, we were talking about this earlier this morning, not very many people here, because the fact of the matter is that people had other places to go. You know, thankfully for that, I talked to, there's a charity, a cancer charity that I often work with, and Living Beauty. And I talked to one of the reps earlier this morning, Nancy, and she said that they had 22 women at the Sarah retreat, and on a wellness retreat, 22 women who are battling cancer currently. We're hoping for, you know, a few days of just peace to try and take the fact that they're battling cancer off of their minds. And in the middle of the night, they had to leave all of their belongings and rush out of there and rush to a hotel they set up for them in Pasadena. She says all of the women were great sports about it. They were just glad to be okay. But, you know, that just kind of puts it in perspective. Like, you know, this is just... It's just been a really, really awful night for so many people, thousands of people affected by this. And, you know, talking to people here, you know, you all saw me earlier in the show this morning, talk to people who had a plan to get their farm animals, 3 goats and a pig, and they basically just had to lug them into the back of a truck and get out as fast as possible. So many people, and this is something that I think you think about, you worry about those people who think they can tough it out, right? But so many people immediately, they looked outside and they knew they had to get out of there. They didn't even have to wait for the official order, because they knew this was going to be dangerous, and it was going to be dangerous quickly, and they needed to get out of the area, leave their homes, and just get to safety. And on that note, Sheriff Luna earlier talking about the importance of heeding those warnings and just not trying to tough it out. Listen to this.
I cannot tell you how much we appreciate when a deputy or another official comes to your door, or you get a notification that there is a warning or specifically an order you need to evacuate. It saves lives, and it actually impacts the lives of our first responders, because if they have to come in to save a life, they're putting their own lives at risk, which we're willing to do, but please.
Yes. So staying off the roads, right? Staying, you know, out of the area, leaving those mandatory evacuation areas. And it seems so far, at least from my perspective out here, people are listening and they just want to stay safe. Back to you.
Yeah, Brooke, thank you. That's so important to think about, especially because we've been talking to people all morning long who they see the fire that's far away from them, and then in a moment's notice, because we know how fast those embers can travel when you're talking about wind gusts like this, it can just come up on you in a matter of seconds. So you always do have to be ready for that. And speaking of shelters and places to take your animals, because I know that there are a lot of people in the Malibu area who have both large and small animals, here's a look at some animal shelters that are open to the public. So one of them is set up at Agora Animal Care Center in Agora Hills. That one is meant for small animals only. Meantime, Pierce College in Woodland Hills accepts large animals as well.
Many residents of Malibu experiencing the erratic movements of this fire overnight, right? So thanks to the fast-moving Santa Ana winds, which we keep talking about because those are the problem, the fire was blowing in one direction last night and then really shocked so many people in the area just hours later as they found out fire was headed their way. So Gigi was talking to one resident earlier on who talked about how when he went to sleep, that fire was across the ridge, and then after he woke up in the middle of the night, it was an entirely different story.
I woke up this morning and there's a mirror in my bedroom, and I looked in the mirror and the fire had come over the ridge that I thought was safe, and it was just full flames up in the air, encroaching on the house. So that was my sign to get moving. What I literally did, since my phone was dead, was search around with my hands for my jeans and everything I could stuff into a backpack and a suitcase. Went downstairs and prayed that my car wasn't in the garage because the power was off. Put everything into the car, figured out a way to get the sensor to my gate open, and got out of the property at about the same time that the fire department came in and said, you should probably get on down the hill.
So Adam tells us that this is his first official fire season in California after basically living in Texas.
Yeah,
so.
he had just bought his house, he said, about a year ago, and is brand new to this. So imagine somebody who has just moved to California, and then now you're in fire country. This is your first experience. You kind of don't really know what to do.
Yep.
You can't even really go to your neighbors because, frankly, the smoke is so thick, you don't want to go outside.
Yeah.
And then to just have it encroach upon your house so quickly.
I know.
How panicked he must have been.
It's rough and it's hard, and not just fire country, but also earthquake country too. So, I just hang in there, Adam. We feel your pain.
Yeah, we sure do. Okay, and to give you a better sense of how serious the conditions were overnight, we always think about the crews, right, who have to drive on those tight little roads, and it gets so chaotic and confusing sometimes. I want you to take a look and then also a listen of the fire that was burning in that area this morning as crews were driving through.
You know, you look at that, and they are going into that fire. That's what it looks like. That's exactly what it looks like.
We always talk about when it comes to fires like this that are coming down or up the hillside, and it crosses the road so suddenly like that. The entire sky is orange. And it gets disorienting, right?
Yeah.
And you see the fire that was just almost curling around the road like that, and the embers blowing past. You don't know if one of the embers is going to get caught under your car and what can happen there. Those roads are tough to navigate regardless of a raging fire around you.
It's just so unpredictable, so dangerous. Just a reminder of the incredible work that these first responders do. We always talk about how we run away from danger, and they go right directly into it.
Yep, and that's a map of where the fire is and the fire zone around it. There are 12 million people who are in that red flag warning from San Luis Obispo to San Diego, all the way to Calabasas. So this is extensive, and we have 700 fire crews that are responding from the air and the ground. We heard crews earlier talk about how this could increase to 1,000 by the time the firefight is over.
So mandatory evacuation remains in effect for about 2,000 homes, and students at Pepperdine University, they were urged to shelter in place overnight. That is what they do. That's the protocol there at the school. That is something they've discussed with the fire department, and that is the safest way to do things there. Short time ago, though, the school did announce on social media that they were lifting that order. The Santa Monica Malibu School District says all 4 Malibu schools will be closed today, so be mindful of that.
And with that, welcome to Good Day LA at 9:32 as we continue our coverage of the Franklin fire that's burning in Malibu as we speak. Homes destroyed by a raging fire there. The Franklin fire continues to grow this morning as crews work to contain the fire and stop the spread. We have team coverage on the ground, bringing you the latest information from the hardest hit areas, including evacuation and shelter-in-place orders.
Yeah, in fact, why don't we go right out to Hal Eisner right now for an update on the latest from where he's at. Good morning, Hal.
Good morning. We have a fire that's been described as dicey, over 2,200 acres right now. Zero containment, and that's a big concern as these winds are expected to pick back up this afternoon. But one of the things we don't necessarily think about, we think about the aerial assaults, we think about the ground crews, we think about what they're trying to do, but the people behind the water, that water, being as precious as it is what they're using to try to stop these flames. Mark Pastrella is the director of the LA County Public Works Department. I'm sorry, the water department, right?
LA County Public Works.
Public Works, right. And I know that. Why did I do that? You know, water, precious. It nourishes us, but it fights these flames.
Absolutely. The water that's being used to suppress structure fires after the fire blows through is coming directly from our LA County Waterworks District 29 here in the Malibu.
But it's not a forever reserve.
Actually, there's a finite amount of water contained in the tanks here in Malibu that we pump to every day, keep it constant. And that system has a limited amount of water, as you said.
We've been hearing this morning about warning people not to use their sprinklers, not to use their hoses. Elaborate on that.
Yeah, we're really asking residents not to attempt to soak down their homes or their properties with sprinklers. One, because it's really futile to do that in a wildfire situation. It really won't make a difference in terms of saving the house. And it's taking away from the water supply system that serves the fire department, who are trying to suppress fire right at the scene.
Now, as you're looking toward the possibility of winds kicking well back up again this afternoon, what are your people in your department doing?
Well, we're doing just what we did pre this event. We are actually pre-deploying people to locations that we consider most vulnerable. This is based on the humidity, wind, and lots of information from our partners at LA County Fire.
And that gives you pattern information?
It gives us a pattern information. It allows us to think about what might most be burdened, and then we think about whether or not we're going to have power. So we move generators to power the system, and then that keeps the supply going while fully communicating with LA County Fire while we do this.
But isn't one of the wild cards here the fact that fires create its own weather, fire tornadoes, and so you can have a guesstimate of what a fire might do, but then the fire may trick you?
The fire can be tricky. There's a lot of predictability in it. There's a whole science to that. And again, we use LA County Fire to help us with that. They've got an incredible staff. They have contract services in NOAA that help them with that as well. And again, I think it's interesting for people to know humidity and wind are the two factors that we really consider in terms of where something's going to burn. And for residents that are outside of these areas, using water to prepare for that, while I totally get that, they should know they're drawing down on that fire, that our ability to lower risk for those that are actually at risk.
Water that might help them.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
Humidity, it's very dry.
Yes.
Which means?
Which means that the fuel that's here is ready to go up easily. It's not suppressed easily. And we have a lot of fuel in these canyon areas that are ready to burn, that haven't burned recently.
Okay, Mark Pastrella, Director of the LA County Water Department. And the message out here is be aware, situational awareness. This fire could go anywhere, especially when the winds kick back up again. All right, back to you in the studio.
That's what makes
You're
it
right,
so
Hal. Thank you.
scary. Yeah, it sure does. All right, live look right now from up above, Sky Fox, taking a look at the scene down below. Want to let you guys know that, you know, as we were talking to Stu earlier, I was comparing this situation to what we had just a few weeks back. Where,
the mountain fire.
Where, yeah, exactly, where the winds were a little bit more unpredictable in the sense that they would drop water or retardant down and it would just blow in completely opposite direction, and it was pointless. So they kind of had to stop, and Stu was telling us that he's not seeing that to be the case right now, although still wind is obviously a big factor, driving force of this fire.
Just the fact that they can bring in that fixed wing aircraft to dump the with that mountain fire. Stu, can you hear us there in Sky Fox?
Of course I can hear you, ladies. Of course I can.
Okay, Stu, situate us to what we're looking at right now.
This is a completely different fire than the mountain fire. I mean, obviously it has some similarities, as they're both vegetation fires in town, as it would be, or near homes. But the winds were up there were insane. They were 60 miles an hour and just were ripping through the area. And like you said, they couldn't even drop water on anything. They were making efforts, but they couldn't do it. This is the wind's much less here for sure. But you can see that smoke really starting to lay down out here. We made our way over to the northwestern end of the fire. We were basically on the southeast side looking at it, which is a better angle for photography, so we could see some stuff, but they moved us out because of all the aircraft that were fighting the fire. Then we heard that there was an immediate need out here on Sarah, I keep calling it Sierra, on Sarah Drive at 3434, and that helicopter might be making its way out there, but it's going to be into that smoke and we cannot see it. Pepperdine University, now they did lift that the shelter in place, but they also are allowing the firefighting aircraft to pick up from their pond. We could actually kind of see it earlier on, but that smoke now really just kind of filling it up. You can barely make out the campus down there. That's Pepperdine that I'm showing you, and that's very close to Pacific Coast Highway is where the ponds are. So that aircraft might, that big Colson that we just saw, I think it's actually picking up water from that pond and dropping it in in this area. Now, as far as that home that was in distress and the firefighters making that call, I don't know if they actually got a helicopter out there. Hopefully they had, but they said that they had a structure in immediate need of protection and they were going to do a water drop. But out over here on the hillside, this is going to be very close to Malibu Canyon, well up on the hillside. You can see a lot of active flames out here, and those flames are making their way down, which is the slower moving side. And of course, we see an occasional drop out here, but Carbon Canyon, that's the spot where they really, really want to bring it all to an end, and that's where LA County is, and that's going to be over in that general direction right there, and they are hammering it hard. We've been watching LA County Fire, pretty much all of their Firehawks doing drops out there, and Ventura County, and also a Colson ship, so they are really, really hammering that section over there, and the flames did seem to really start to slow down. We were even seeing lesser smoke, but it looks really ominous out here, but I've got to really say that it is because we're shooting into the sun. Any photographer right now that's listening is like, I get it. Other people might have a little bit more difficulty, but it is starting to, the flames are starting to slow down, but they really are working against the clock, because if those winds pick up, like Maria's been talking about, this could change up so fast, and that's what they don't want to see. So right now, this is the time for them really to get out here. Fixed wings still making their drops as well. The helicopters doing their drops, and of course the men and women on the ground. You can't give them enough props, because they are really the ones that are working, hiking, and just doing the back-breaking work to keep these flames in check. But right now, this is very active, and of course, no containment numbers, and we also hear no injuries, which is amazing. Sending it back to you.
Amazing.
In the studio.
Right.
That is great news to hear there are no injuries, but the 0% containment is not the best part of the story there, and we'll see what happens and how much progress they make throughout the day. Pepperdine University, by the way, has lifted its shelter-in-place protocol, which went into effect overnight when that fire threatened the campus, and then students there at the Malibu campus, they had been directed to basically stay in the Tyler Campus Center or Payson Library. So they had those two options. Around 2 a.m., we were able to talk to a student there at the university with what they were experiencing as those flames posed a big concern for all of them, all the students and all the staff. Listen.
Yeah, so as you can see behind me, we have the flames. I'm right by the entrance of the library. So this is the window that you see when you walk in on the second floor. These flames are getting really, really close, as you can see, right around here. And then right in front of me, there's also quite a few students. So if you look over here, there's a lot of students that are standing around the window, watching the fire, getting video, because it is very stressful and they want to see what's happening.
Even the inside of that building is.
Absolutely, and when you see that sky behind her, right?
Right.
My goodness. Okay, so classes have been canceled for today. We talked to another student who said they had finals. All those finals canceled for today as well.
That's right.
Likely for the rest of the week. We'll keep a close watch on the university and keep you updated.
Let's continue our team coverage now with Mario Ramirez. He's on the ground near Pepperdine or at Pepperdine. Mario, what can you tell us?
Good morning. Well, earlier we were showing you just how close the Franklin fire burn scar got to some of the structures on campus, even burning through some of the brush here. But the structures are intact. Pretty amazing when you think about the fire and what it did this morning, exploding. So we're near Pepperdine University here. We've now moved off campus as officials have directed media not to be on campus this morning. PCH and John Tyler Drive, and we've been watching some of the aerial units making their way over the neighborhoods surrounding Pepperdine Park. So that is still going on, although we haven't seen active flames here in the last hour or two. We do have some video here from Pepperdine University showing students earlier this morning, overnight actually, sheltering in place. They were told to find a central location on campus and stay inside, many gathering at the library. The university hasn't lost any buildings or seen any major damage. Fire officials crediting the good brush clearance here on Pepperdine's campus. That fire moving south, jumping over PCH and extending all the way to the ocean where large homes line the beach. At one point, the flames were threatening the historic Malibu Pier down to the coast, but that structure was protected, and fire engines are still on the campus. Earlier, helicopters were dropping water collected from the lakes here in the school's alumni park, and we heard from a student earlier. Listen to what she had to say.
Honestly, been a really stressful situation. I mean, seeing flames right where I'm used to looking outside and studying and seeing green mountain sides and seeing that on fire is definitely crazy, but it is nice to know that like now when I look out the window, I see less fire.
And if we come back out here live, you can see these impressive aerial units making their way here over Pepperdine University. Really is amazing to see the force, the manpower out here on the ground and in the air. That shelter-in-place order here at Pepperdine was lifted by about 8 o'clock this morning, and we did check. At least some parts of the campus do have power right now. That's the latest here in Malibu. I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Mario. We did talk to another Pepperdine student earlier this morning who painted a really frightening scene. She was inside of a building, didn't even want to look out the window because she just didn't want to see it. But she looked at video afterward and she could see the flames were licking the window right outside of her building. So how frightening for all the students there.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Mario, thank you for that. We continue our team coverage. Let's bring in Gigi. She's been covering this obviously throughout the morning as well, and she can talk a little bit about how things are where she is. Hi, Gigi.
Good morning, everyone. You heard Stu up in Skyfox talk about Sarah Road and those water drops. We actually watched it happen, although that LA County fire chopper went deep into the smoke, so we didn't actually see the drop, but we did hear about it. Firefighters, and you're going to be hearing a lot about Sarah Road. We were there early this morning. Impossible to go live from there, but unfortunately, we did see a home burning that appeared to be a total loss. Now, firefighters are up and down the street, and there you're actually looking at that video that we shot for you. Photographer Tony Butita watching. There were also some freelance photographers there, freelance cameramen, that were asked, I think, by firefighters to start pulling some hose because things got very dicey for a moment. And those photographers, we want to send out a shout out to our freelance colleagues. They didn't hesitate. They put their cameras down and began helping as much as they could, pulling hose early this morning. It was all hands aboard. Now, that house did appear, unfortunately, to be a total loss. And just a short while ago, we heard LA County firefighters ask for a water drop behind a home on the 3400 block of Sarah Road. It was in immediate danger. The house not burning, but the land behind it was. Those choppers came in right away. Not one, but two of them. They dropped some water on it and quickly took care of that. Meanwhile, a lot of folks have been asking me, how many houses have been lost? What's the damage like? We don't know yet, and that's because basically firefighters don't really know. They have damage assessment teams actually going door to door in the neighborhoods that they believe were most impacted, and that includes Sarah Road. And they will be logging each and every address. They'll be seeing if there's visible damage or if, unfortunately, the house may be a total loss. They will give that over to officials, and then we will hear probably sometime later today exactly how many structures were damaged and or lost. So far, we haven't heard of any reports of injuries, which of course is a good thing, but it is very early on. And this firefight, even though the winds are calm right now, this firefight continues here in Malibu. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Graciette. I'll send it back to you.
Certainly does. All right, thank you, Gigi. So I know that fire crews, one thing they were worried about was those winds kicking up this afternoon, Maria.
Yeah, no, we're following the computer models for sure. I do want to point out where Gigi's at, definitely those winds have calmed down, but that's not to say that everywhere the winds are calm. We're still picking up some very strong winds, especially up at the ridge tops. When Stu and the crew zoom in really close to the tops of these ridges, you can really see those trees and the palm trees and palm fronds moving around quite a bit. So the brightly colored areas here is where it's particularly windy. Parts of Ventura County, up into the foothill communities, just above Malibu, actually, we're picking up some of those strong winds. These are the dynamics that are in place right now, driving these winds out of the northeast. We've got an area of high pressure that is in control of our weather, that's situated here over the Great Basin. We have a trough of low pressure just to the east. It was really that difference in pressure that helped drive those really strong, dangerous winds last night and early this morning. Well, that pressure gradient is relaxed just a little bit, enough to where those winds have actually weakened slightly. So there's a little window right now that firefighters are using. The fixed wing aircraft is flying up there now, putting the water as well as the fire retardant, that FOS check. So that's really important. High pressure in control of our weather. We see this weather pattern often, especially during the fall and winter months. This is when we would typically get these strong Santa Ana winds winds. These winds coming out of the northeast, they push down on the mountains, they compress and they warm up. It's almost like holding a water hose, you know, when you put your finger through it and that water just goes rapidly out of that hose bib. And that's what happens when it comes out of those canyons below those passes. It also dries out further when it passes across the high desert areas, and as that air squeezes through the canyons and passes, it warms up, and that's why often we will get those temperatures to be closer to average, if not even slightly above, and that's what we're experiencing today. Those dry conditions, warmer conditions equate to very high fire danger. The smallest spark can cause a fire, and under these weather conditions can spread rapidly. We call that explosive fire growth potential, and that's why the National Weather Service issued that red flag warning, and you have been warned. We talked about this, or Samada talked about this since last week, giving you a big heads up on what was to come, and it did come to fruition certainly yesterday and especially last night. Current winds, these are sustained winds nearing 20 to 30 miles an hour in Camarillo, Oxnard, 28 miles per hour, just above where Gigi's at, the Malibu Hills, 21 mile per hour winds. So see, even if it's not windy where you are, that's not to say that everywhere else is not windy as well. So get those strong gusty winds here. Parts of the 5 freeway, you will get blown around quite a bit, so you might want to postpone your travel. Lighter winds near the basin, downtown LA, Compton, Torrance, pretty calm conditions there. But out towards the Inland Empire, we're picking up some stronger winds. Parts of Riverside, Corona, up into the mountains. Certainly that drive up there, we're experiencing some stronger wind gusts. So travel impacted by these strong winds. The power outages that are out there, certainly you might be getting some of those messages from Edison and our power utility companies, because they're trying to prevent further fires with these down power lines potentially. We have the fire danger that's going to continue, along with those very low relative humidity values. So that's why the wind warnings may be allowed to expire later tonight. Depends on what happens with the wind, but the red flag warnings will continue through tomorrow. Highs today above average in the low 70s, closer to the coast, to the valleys, and then 40s up into the mountains, 58 in the high desert to that 70 degrees in Palm Springs. The good news is by Thursday, the winds will shift. It'll be more of an onshore flow, and there's a chance that we could see some light sprinkles or some light precipitation. I'll go over all that in a 7-day in just a few moments. In the meantime, speaking about that drive, Samada's got to look at the traffic conditions in and around that fire specifically. Samada.
Yeah, good morning, Marie. Good morning, everyone. Yes, we continue to watch the roadways, and plenty of big roads, including PCH, continue to be shut down until further notice due to the firefight that's going on, low visibility due to the smoke. And here's a closer look at that range of closures. Both directions, again, PCH from Canaan Doom Road all the way to Topanga Canyon Boulevard. It's a wide stretch of the roadway, and that remains closed until further notice. Another major thoroughfare, we're looking at Topanga Canyon Boulevard, both directions full from Mulholland Drive all the way down to PCH. And this, yes, does apply in both the north and southbound sides. Also, a closer look at areas of Malibu Canyon Road being impacted by the firefight. This is closed from Piuma Road. That is north of the fire. You're making your way through the canyon roads all the way down to PCH. Also continue to be closed off, as you can see there. Stay away from the locations, avoid the area best you can, and we're also going to help you out to find an alternative route. The 101 has been the blessing right now. Both directions are accident-free. You can see the green on the map there, and a closer look at a live Caltrans camera. This is going to be the northbound side of the 101 as you are approaching the area, heading towards Ventura County. Again, you can see the roads, a nice little cruise, a little bit of congestion as you make your approach along the 405 as you make that transition. So just a little bit of delay. And here's a live closer look at what's going on there. But again, as you make your way through the area along that 101, wide open. And a reminder, PCH, big roadway shut down until further notice. Back to you, too.
All right, Samada, thank you. And 18,000 people, we should mention, are in that evacuation area after this Franklin fire. Evacuation centers have been set up for people who are fleeing the flames.
Yeah, let's go to Brooke right now. She's at one of these evacuation centers in Pacific Palisades. Brooke.
That's right. Yeah, I'm here in the Palisades at one of these evacuation centers, the Red Cross Evacuation Center that they've set up for people who needed to flee this fire, who needed to get to safety. And one thing, out of everyone that I've talked to, that I've been able to talk to, coming in and out of here or in and around their cars, is that they didn't even need the order. They didn't need the warning. They looked out their windows. They looked out their door. They saw this coming, and they knew that they needed to get out of the area as soon as possible. And also something that went on with most of the people out here, they had plans. They had a plan. They had a fire season plan, an evacuation plan, especially a couple people that I talked to earlier today who had 3 goats and a gigantic potbelly pig. They had, at the beginning of this, weeks ago, decided, like, this is our plan. This is what we're going to do in an emergency. We don't hope for an emergency, but we're going to be prepared. And they were prepared, and they were able to get their important documents, their laptops, their iPad, and, of course, their animals, and get them to safety. And he actually told me, his name is Matt, that they were able to get 3 goats and that giant pig in the truck ready to go in less than 4 minutes. And so that's been one of the main things that is, at least is nice to hear in a moment of tragedy, that people are taking this serious. They had been listening to the news. They knew about the weather. They knew about the winds. They knew about the fire danger. And as soon as they saw something had started, they got out of the area and got themselves to safety. Obviously, not very many people at the shelters, because many people have other places to go. They have other friends that they can go see outside of the Malibu area. They also, many people went to hotels. I've been saying all morning, a cancer charity that I work with, Living Beauty, one of the reps talked to me and said they had 22 women who are currently battling cancer and thought they were just going to have an overnight wellness retreat at the Sarah Retreat, which is actually pretty across from the farm area with the my new friend Matt over there with the goats. And they had to evacuate all 22 of those. They had to get all 22 of those women out of the area, took them to a hotel in Pasadena. All of the women obviously currently living through, I imagine one of the toughest experiences that one could even imagine. And then in the middle of that, what was supposed to be a nice day turned into them having to leave their things and get out of the area and get to safety as soon as possible. And they were happy to do so. And so that's what we're seeing out here. People who listen to the warnings, who know the danger, and who got themselves to safety. I'll send things back to you in the studio.
Yeah, it's so important to heed those warnings, and not just for yourself and for your neighbors, but also for the fire crews who are trying to keep everybody safe and then fight the fire at the same time. It's just a lot for them to have to deal with in those moments as well. But here's a look at some animal shelters that are open to the public. One of them is set up at Agora Animal Care Center in Agora Hills. That one is meant for small animals only. Meantime, Pierce College in Woodland Hills accepts large animals as well. And if we take a look at the fire map right now, according to CAL FIRE, the Franklin fire has burned at least 2,200 acres since breaking out late last night, shortly before 11 p.m. And so far, there's no containment in this fire.
Mandatory evacuations remain in effect for about 2,000 homes. Students at Pepperdine, at the time this all began, they were urged to shelter in place. But as of right now, the school has, in fact, lifted that order. The Santa Monica Malibu School District says all 4 Malibu schools will be closed today, and finals canceled, of course, for Pepperdine University. So we were talking to a number of residents in this area, and we're going to get to some of what they had to say and what they experienced. But something we do want to remind people in the area is that officials had asked that they do not water their lawns or use their sprinklers, or if it's an automated sprinkler system, to go and turn that off, because they really want to conserve all the water they can for the actual firefighters who need every drop at this point.
And we know that fire crews from the air and from the ground have been focusing on the Carbon Canyon area, where we know several homes have burned. 700 fire crews are responding from the air and the ground, and this is set to increase to about 1,000, as we're told, by the time this firefight's over. The good news is there have been no reports of any serious injuries or fatalities, and a minimal number of homes have been destroyed. Although crews are not exactly, they don't have an exact figure on that yet. But Sheriff Robert Luna was saying that he has 150 personnel who are assisting in rescue and evacuations. Those evacuation orders started after midnight. 18,000 people in that evacuation area. 2,000 structures are under evacuation orders, and over 6,000 evacuation warnings. So crews really want to try to get a handle on this fire and really try to button it up by this afternoon. But we do know that around 2 o'clock is when you're expected to see those Santa Ana winds really kick up. And we know the kind of damage that those winds can do. They can carry embers up to 2 miles away and create their own hot spots in different areas outside of the fire line.
So the bad news in all of this is the fact that this fire is at 0% contained, and yes, with those winds expected to pick up later on this afternoon, that certainly doesn't sound good. We do want to get this out there that Governor Gavin Newsom has announced the state has secured federal funding to provide additional resources for this firefight. And as we look right now, you know, it's deceiving because we see a ton of smoke and we think that, oh, perhaps, you know, this is a good sign. Be mindful. This is looking from up above. Down below can be a complete different story. There are those hot spots. There's still an active fire burning. And again, with those winds and embers, they get tossed around. And you see those spot fires all over the place.
And the smoke can be deceiving, too, because what you're not seeing underneath the smoke is all the fire.
Exactly. So we've been covering this all morning long, and we do want to welcome you to the top of the hour, 10 a.m. right here, and we will continue with the breaking news situation. Fire crews are entering their 11th hour of the firefight there. The Franklin fire, the Malibu Mountains engulfed in flames since last night.
Yes, what started as a 5-acre brush fire in Malibu, it just exploded to 2,200 acres, at one moment tripling in size in that time span of an hour. We do have team coverage on the ground, bringing you the latest information from the hardest hit areas, including evacuation and shelter-in-place orders.
Yeah, we have Mario and Gigi, but let's start with Gigi right now, who's been watching this fire, and she can tell us where she is right now. Hi, Gigi.
Good morning. The fire is now burning in the hillside above Malibu. Earlier today, the hills were lit up because, of course, it was dark. It was much easier to see. But now that it's day, it's very smoggy, but you can see some of that white smoke, which alternates between white and black smoke as the fire continues to prick up some fresh, dry brush to burn. Now, just a short while ago, we talked to you about water drops that are being done. Just a short while ago, LA County Fire got permission from Pepperdine to use their pond to refuel their helicopters, their heli-tankers, to continue making water drops. And while the wind has died down right now, you heard firefighters earlier, they are expecting those winds to pick up. The red flag warning, Maria Quibman will have much more on that. That will still be in effect until tomorrow. The biggest concern, those afternoon winds, and then Wednesday morning, those winds at sunrise. That is when the wind tends to pick up, and when we see the explosive fire growth that firefighters are talking about. This is really a triple threat situation. You have a lot of dry fuel. You've got those infamous Santa Ana winds that fan the flames, and low humidity. This is also a topography-driven fire. The fire just moving uphill, but the winds have been so erratic that while it was moving uphill, it would start moving downhill. Those are the many challenges that firefighters have been facing on this fire. And this morning, we saw the fire spot 1 to 2 miles away. As a matter of fact, we were talking to a resident who thought that like 3 or 4 fires had started at the same time and they weren't connected. Those were actually spot fires. The winds pick up those embers. They carry them a mile or 2 miles. We've even seen further and start a whole new fire in a different area. And again, a challenge for firefighters. More of them coming in. As far as San Bernardino, we saw Long Beach fire here. A strike team with Long Beach Fire, Torrance Fire assisting LA County, and of course, LA City Fire. Reporting live in Malibu, I'm Gigi Graciette. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Gigi.
All right, so here's a look at some of the shelters open for the public. One of those shelters is at Pacific Palisades Recreation Center. That's 851 Alma Real Drive. Again, that's in Pacific Palisades. Meanwhile, you've got animal shelters set up at Agora Animal Care Center in Agora Hills and Pierce College in Woodland Hills.
We should also mention that Governor Newsom issued a statement on X saying that California has secured federal assistance for the Franklin fire. Newsom's statement reading in part, fire officials and first responders are working relentlessly to protect lives and property, and urges those in impacted areas to stay alert and follow evacuation orders. All right, so let's check in now with Mario Ramirez. He is on the ground near Pepperdine University with more on what happened there. Good morning.
Good morning. That shelter-in-place order has now been lifted here at Pepperdine University, and the flames, the burn scar, passing through parts of the campus here. We're along PCH and John Tyler Road, just outside the campus here. That we did see those flames burning through some of the brush on campus near the Seaver College of Letters, Arts, and Sciences, stretching down to Stouffer Chapel, which is intact. We've got some video here showing students here at Pepperdine sheltering in place. They were told to find a central location on campus and stay inside, many of them gathering in the library. No buildings or structures here on campus lost or damaged, and fire officials say it's the good brush clearance here on campus that is to credit for that. Meanwhile, 700 fire crews responding from the ground and air at last check. 18,000 people are in this evacuation area, with over 2,000 structures under evacuation orders and thousands more under warnings. Now, fire engines are still here on Pepperdine's campus. Earlier, helicopters were dropping water collected from lakes in the school's alumni park, and we did hear from students here who sheltered in place. Here's what one had to say this morning.
It's honestly been a really stressful situation. I mean, seeing flames like right where I'm used to like looking outside and studying and seeing like green mountain sides and seeing that on fire is definitely crazy. But it is nice to know that like now when I look out the window, I see less fire.
I don't know if we lost. I think we lost.
Aerial crews, a Chinook helicopter coming by, dropping capacity of up to 3,000 gallons of water or retardant on some of these areas. So it continues here this morning, and we are starting to slowly feel those winds pick up as well. Live in Malibu, I'm Mario Ramirez. We'll send it back to you.
All right, Mario, thank you. And, you know, it's not just Pepperdine taking extra precautions this morning.
Yeah, that's right. The city of Malibu has announced that all schools in the city are closed today until further notice. So this fire, the Franklin fire, has forced 4 of those Malibu schools to close down. The Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District made that call, posted that information on social media on X. The 4 schools impacted are as follows: Malibu High School, Malibu Middle School, Malibu Elementary School, and you've got John L. Webster Elementary School. Also, Pepperdine is closed today, and finals for today have been canceled. They have finals all week. We'll see what happens in the following few days.
All right, but in the meantime, let's get over to Maria to see if these winds are going to be cooperating for firefighters who are out there.
Yeah, right now, the good news is that the winds have calmed enough, at least in that area of Malibu where that Franklin fire is burning. The winds have calmed enough to where they have sent more in the way of those air assets up there, not just the helicopters, but of course those fixed wing aircraft. The elements are in place. The recipe for this kind of explosive fire growth is in place. We have very dry conditions outside, low relative humidity values in the single digits in a lot of areas here. Malibu included, less than 10%, 7% in Topanga. Look at Chesborough, even drier now as these winds continue to blow out of the northeast. It's calmer at the moment. I'm going to try to break it down for you here hour by hour. Right now, a little bit of an onshore flow closer to Malibu, so that's helping sort of moderate the offshores or the Santa Ana wind right there at the coast near Malibu. That's why you're seeing where Mario and Gigi, those winds are much calmer. However, just at the ridge tops or even some of the foothill communities, those winds are gustier. And when we zoom in, you'll definitely notice those winds blowing the trees around. But notice the brightly colored areas. This is where it's particularly gusty. Parts of Camarillo, Piru, out towards Ventura, Oxnard, 30, 40 mile per hour wind gusts at the moment, even greater than that in some areas here in Santa Clarita. As we fast forward to about 2 p.m., it stays fairly calm near Malibu and that Franklin fire. So there's this window that they're using right now to really try to get a handle on this fire. Now, as we get to the evening hours, however, 5 p.m., look at the winds explode again, near 30 miles per hour in Malibu, back up as well near Piru. So those winds are going to continue to blow pretty hard through the evening hours. We're really not going to notice a real diminishing of these winds until late tomorrow. Notice how it's still gusty, but not as bad as this afternoon and this evening is what we're expecting. And then much better conditions as we get to Thursday. The onshore flow will return. That's going to bring us some much more moisture-laden air mass, so that's going to add and mitigate the fire danger a little bit as we get to Thursday and Friday, maybe even a chance for some showers. As we watch a couple of storm systems here in the Pacific, at least the tail end of it, move down a little closer to SoCal. In the meantime, high pressure is still in control of our weather, and it's that clockwise flow of air around that high pressure that's driving those winds out of the northeast. So this windy condition, the red flag warnings will stay with us at least through tomorrow. Needless to say, do not travel in and around that area. The air quality is poor, Samada, so you want to stay away and stay indoors if you can.
That is correct. Avoid the area entirely as firefighters continue to attack that very aggressive Franklin fire. We have a couple major roadways in around the area that continue to remain shut down. And a closer look at one of those closures, we're talking about PCH. Now, both directions of PCH through the Malibu area from Canaan Dune Road all the way to Topanga Canyon Boulevard. You can see the closure applies to both directions, both the northbound and southbound side through Malibu until further notice. Not only is this going to be impacting your drive at this hour, but there's a likelihood that even your evening commute, this whole stretch will be blocked off. And also affected by the fires, Topanga Canyon Boulevard, both directions is shut down from Mulholland Drive all the way down to PCH. And a closer look at a more localized street, we're talking about the Malibu Canyon Road. Both directions also remain shut down until we hear further. Payuma Road, this is north of the fire, and it'll make it snakes its way through the canyons and the closure all the way down to PCH. Some alternative routes. Now, the 101 has been very good to travelers. This is the alternate route. Both directions of the 101 remain open. Just a hint of delay in some spots. Here's a live Caltrans camera look. This is going to be the northbound side of the 101. You can see that the flow of traffic is moving pretty easily, but a little bit of a bottleneck as vehicles are making their approach to the 405 connector road. So just keep that in mind. But a reminder to stay away from this area. And the closures, at least at this hour, remain in place until further notice, and it could impact your afternoon commute, your evening commute, as the firefighters continue to battle this blaze. Back to you, two.
Okay, Samada. So a recreation center in Pacific Palisades is opening its doors to families that are under evacuation orders. We're going to take a short break, and then we will be back with more live team coverage of this Franklin fire when we come back.
right, welcome back. 10:14 here. We are following the breaking news in Malibu. The Franklin fire has burned at least 2,200 acres since breaking out last night. It broke out about just before 11 p.m., 10:50 p.m. or so. So far, no containment, 0% containment. Mandatory evacuation remains in effect for about 2,000 homes. Students at Pepperdine University, they were urged to shelter in place overnight, but as of a couple of hours ago, those orders have changed, have been lifted. That is no longer the case. The Santa Monica Malibu School District says that all 4 Malibu schools will be closed today. Pepperdine campus is closed today as well, and the finals they had scheduled for today, that has been canceled. Now, evacuation centers have been set up for people who are fleeing this fire.
Brooke Thomas is live at one of those evacuation centers in Pacific Palisades. You've been talking to victims all morning and people and Good Samaritans, people who are trying to help out.
Yeah, true. And also, listen, people who live in this area and want to know more about what's going on, you know, what's going on in their neighborhood and what's going on really in their larger community here in Southern California. But, you know, actually, just moments ago, talked to a woman who said she's a Pepperdine student and she was asleep when she got a knock on her door that, you know, there might be a fire and some sort of an issue. But she says in the chaos of everyone trying to figure out what to do, she actually didn't know where to go. She didn't know where the shelter-in-place spots were, and so she just left campus and came here to this evacuation center. And, you know, there were a few people here when I got here this morning right after coming off of set at Good Day LA, coming in here, talking to a couple people who also said, you know, hey, immediately they just got out of the area, came here, they knew about this location, and then also many people who spent hours sleeping in their cars. And you can imagine this started around the time that most people were asleep. And, you know, and so they wake up to an emergency, multiple different ways, of course, that, you know, you're alerted to this, and people woke up in the middle of the night in the stress of getting their important documents and just getting themselves safely out of there. You know, they chose to come here and stay in their cars and just kind of try to sleep off a bit of the stress, I can imagine. And part of when there's any sort of emergency, any sort of natural disaster, anything like that that causes you to have to leave your home to safety, one of the things people worry about is leaving their home open for criminals, right? And so Sheriff Luna had he had some words about that.
And then I also want to send out this message for any residents who are evacuated. Our deputies are going to be here, very visible, and don't worry about your homes. Somebody breaking in and taking something. I know that's a lot to ask for, but we have professionals on our department, and we're not going to allow that to happen. And just a message for anyone who's thinking about coming to this neighborhood to do something like that. You're going to get arrested. You're going to get caught. You're going to get arrested. You're going to get prosecuted.
Yeah, you know, and first of all, it's tough to think that emergency officials in the midst of this have to worry about that, but it all kind of works in a circle, right? We talk about how all morning, people, we want you to stay safe, right? We want you to leave this with your lives, come out of this with your lives. And also, people who listen to these warnings, listen to these orders, they make it easier on emergency officials and first responders to do their job and do what they have to do. And so a better way, one big way you could say, to make it where people are comfortable listening to those warnings, listening to those orders, is to make sure that their homes are safe and protected while they're gone. And so that's part of the reason why they're doing that. I'll send things back to you in the studio, reporting live here in Pacific Palisades at an emergency Red Cross evacuation center. I'm Brooke Thomas. Back to you.
Thank you, Brooke. Yeah, you're doing it not just for yourself, but you're also doing it for the firefighters who are there to protect you and to help other people as well. All right, Maria, so I'm looking at all the smoke in the air. The air quality is probably not so great for a very huge area of our viewing audience.
100%. And that's part of the reason why they canceled school for those areas, is they are within the vicinity of the fire and the smoke. And it's really the stuff that you can see. Yeah, you know that it's bad, but it's the stuff that you can't see. It's that really fine particulate matter related to the fire that's particularly toxic. So that is why we advise you of that air quality alert. You stay indoors. hours, especially with the winds shifting. You just never know where all of that particulate matter will go in the general sense. So just keep that in mind as you make plans. Stay put if you can, work remotely. These strong Santa Ana winds are going to continue throughout the day today. There's a small little window right now in and around that Malibu area where the winds have just diminished slightly, but they are due to pick up again later this afternoon and evening and into tonight. Those wind gusts in many areas still up at the ridge tops, some of the canyons and passes still nearing 50, 60 miles an hour, with some isolated areas getting a gust near 70 to 80 today. The clouds will return eventually and some cooling by late tomorrow into Thursday. That's what the models are showing us. And there's even a 10% chance we could see some light precipitation. We'll hold on to that. We'll pray for that to come on Thursday, Friday, because we desperately need the rain. We've got the high wind warnings that are going to stay in effect through at least this afternoon. We'll wait and see if the National Weather Service extends it beyond the 1 o'clock time period. But for now, at least this particularly windy area are still going to be looking at some dangerous, potentially damaging winds, so travel will be impacted. Parts of that 5 freeway, the 14, parts of the 101 even also. So please just keep that in mind also as you plan the travel later this afternoon. Red flag warnings are going to continue in effect. Even though some of those wind warnings will expire, look at the widespread area under the red flag warning. That means parking restrictions are in place. That means that fire danger stays high all the way south into Orange County and San Diego. And again, this is through at least tomorrow. Hopefully, the winds will really stay kind of on the calmer side so that firefighters can get a handle. But these are just some of the peak wind gusts we saw since last night. Magic Mountain Truck Trail, this is in San Gabriel Mountains, 93 miles per hour. That was the wind gust at precisely near the time that fire started there in Malibu near 11 p.m. Boney Mountain in the Santa Monica Mountains, 73 mile per hour wind gust. So this was no joke. This was a very serious condition last night, and it continues throughout the day today. I'll show you the 7-day forecast. We'll talk more about the relief in sight in just a few moments. Back to you.
That certainly sounds good, Maria. Thank you. We'll continue to stay on top of this active fire as crews are working to put out the flames. So far, CAL FIRE reporting 2,200 acres burned. You can find the latest on air, of course. Keep watching us or go online. We have several links throughout the coverage we've had throughout the morning, foxla.com. Our team coverage does continue after this quick break. Welcome back. 1024 here, and officials say there's 0% containment of that fast-moving Franklin fire at this point.
Yeah, our Fox team coverage continues now with Hal Eisner in Malibu. Good morning, Hal.
Yeah, we're a little bit north of where the fire is. This is where the command post has been, where the authorities have been talking this morning during a press conference. We're just now starting to feel some wind kicking up here. It's been kind of calm over here, so we're starting to feel some wind coming up this way. And just to repeat some things, 18,000 people are in this fire zone, 8,100 structures. But I think the important issue here is something that I think I heard Maria say earlier, and that's that the conditions are lined up with low humidity and wind to continue to make this fire explosive at times. And that's what firefighters and sheriff's deputies and other first responders are trying to prepare for, trying to get ahead of this thing. They're hoping for some kind of containment this afternoon. This fire, as you see, is at zero containment right now. The flames just shooting up into the air. And as we talked to these authorities this morning, and you may have heard some of it, one of the messages has been, don't use your water. Don't sprinkle your water. Don't hose your homes. That's the stuff firefighters need. Why? Mark Pastrella, the director of the Public Works Department for Los Angeles County, told us this.
Because it's drawing down on the fire suppression water that's contained in the tanks here in the Malibu. And those tanks, you know, they have like 2 days water supply, but they get drawn down very quickly when we're fighting fires, when the firemen are hooking up to hydrants. So we want residents to reserve that water specifically for firefighters who are fighting structure fires that have started since the wildfire went through.
I want to double down on something Brooke said earlier, and that's that you got to be careful for yourself if you're in the fire zone. You have to have some situational awareness. All these warnings that are out there are for you and to make sure that you don't get hurt. Firefighters, they're out there trying to protect the structures, trying to make sure people are out of the way. The aerial attack has been strong. The effort has been strong. The fire has been strong. That's been part of the problem here. And if the winds do kick up this afternoon, they're preparing for that. They are trying to gauge where that fire may go. Of course, fire weather is created by the fire itself. You get fire tornadoes. You get all kinds of sort of things like that. And so these things can be, as we have heard from the fire chief and from the sheriff, they can be dicey. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Great reminders there. Hal, thank you. And our team coverage will continue of the Franklin fire right after a quick break. Lots of traffic closures you need to know about. We'll share that with you next.
Welcome to Good Day LA. At 10:30 this morning, we do continue with breaking news. What started as a 5-acre brush fire overnight has grown to a more than 2,200-acre fire burning throughout Malibu. Homes destroyed by a raging fire there. The Franklin fire continues to grow this morning as crews work to stop the spread.
And we do have team coverage on the ground, bringing you the latest info from the hardest hit areas, including evacuation and shelter-in-place orders.
Let's go over to Mario Ramirez. He is near Pepperdine University, and he has a picture of what happened there overnight. Good morning.
Good morning. That's right. And this has been an area of concern, especially overnight. Pepperdine University, tucked here in the Santa Monica Mountains, just off of PCH. We're near John Taylor Drive, and you can see a lot of the thick smoke has actually moved towards the coast, but there are still some hot spots, even smoldering spots here on campus, although officials say conditions are safe and members of the community are able to return to student residences and campus housing. Now, we've got some video to show the overnight activity as students and staff here at Pepperdine were ordered to shelter in place at a central location and stay indoors, many gathering at the library. Well, after assessing campus conditions at daybreak, the university lifted the order, but it was terrifying for the Pepperdine community, as you can imagine, watching the wind-driven flames make their way through parts of the campus, avoiding structures, thankfully, and fire officials say that's due to the brush clearance here on campus. We heard from a student a little earlier, and here's what they had to say.
Yeah, so as you can see behind me, we have the flames. I'm right by the entrance of the library. So this is the window that you see when you walk in on the second floor. These flames are getting really, really close, as you can see, right around here. And then right in front of me, there's also quite a few students. So if you look over here, there's a lot of students that are standing around the window, watching the fire, getting video, because it is very stressful and they want to see what's happening.
Coming back out here live on the ground, we've got a great shot of the efforts in the sky. That is a Chinook helicopter. It's got the capacity to drop up to 3,000 gallons of water or fire retardant. And we've been watching for the past hour as it's been making its way here over Pepperdine University. So again, that shelter-in-place order was lifted by 8 o'clock this morning, and the conditions here on campus are considered safe, but officials say they may have to reinstate that order if conditions worsen. Live in Malibu, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
It's remarkable to see how blue the sky is.
I know.
Where he is right now compared to how it was this morning. Wow.
He almost forgot what he was covering earlier, right? It's such a difference. Gigi, she's been live throughout the morning as well, so let's check in with her right now. Gigi.
Good morning. We're on the backside of Malibu Village near the electric car chargers, and I want to give you a heads up. We have no communication. We have no cell phone. We have no internet. We have no way of actually hearing you, but you can hear me through the benefits of technology. But like many people who live in this neighborhood, the cell sites are down. There is no communication. Folks are worried. They're not going to be getting alerts. They don't know if they should leave, if they should stay. Remember, there are folks in the mandatory evacuation area, and there are also folks in a evacuation warning area, and that basically means be ready to leave at a moment's notice, but you don't have to necessarily leave right now. And those people, they don't have any form of communication, which is very frustrating. We're hoping that those cell phone providers, internet providers will get those towers up and running or bring in some type of mobile units to better communications in the area. We've been watching a large plume of smoke. It has died down. It was very dark a short while ago. As the fire continues to burn, thankfully, the wind, at least not down here. Maria Coban, of course, will have much more about the wind gusts up on those ridges, which can vary greatly between what we see down here on Pacific Coast Highway and up in the mountains where the firefighters are actually fighting this fire. There are several hot spots burning. There are firefighters both on the ocean side and on the northern side of the fire, just keeping an eye out. Malibu Canyon, Piuma, they're keeping a close eye on that. They don't want the fire to jump on that side, but certainly a frustrating situation for so many folks who call Malibu home. And of course, there is no power. So Malibu Village is dark. They don't have anywhere to charge their phones other than their car. The electric car chargers aren't working, so if they have an electric vehicle that isn't charged up, well, that's a whole other issue. Certainly a lot of challenges, not only for the firefighters and our first responders, but also for the residents of Malibu this morning. Reporting live, I'm Gigi Graciette. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Gigi. Yeah, that's certainly unsettling for so many people who are trying to make contact with their loved ones, too. This is a shot overhead right now. This is a little bit south of Malibu. You can see where the smoke is just starting to clear out. We were talking about, oh, look at that.
Gosh.
Wow. How dramatic of a difference is that?
Yeah.
PCH. So that is the, wow.
So that's
right. Wow, that juxtaposition is
not very far,
wild.
but
not far.
World of a difference.
Not far at all. My goodness, that just goes to show you where that smoke and that wind is blowing. And Mario was talking about all the precautions that Pepperdine University was taking this morning. But it's not just them. The city of Malibu announcing that all schools in the city are closed today until further notice. So the Franklin fires forced all 4 Malibu schools to close down today. The Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District making that call and posting it to X. So the 4 schools impacted by this fire: Malibu High School, Malibu Middle School, Malibu Elementary School, and John L. Webster Elementary School, all closed. Pepperdine, of course, is also closed today, and finals are canceled.
Maria, yes, the dramatics of it all, those 2 images, right, really telling the story.
Yeah, well, I also want to remind you about the thing we talked about earlier, about the fine particulate matter, the stuff that you cannot see with the naked eye is what I'm most concerned with in terms of the toxicity and the air quality concerns that we have. And that's part of the reason why those schools have closed down. Really, the air quality is a huge concern when it comes to these fires right now. The winds, depending on where you are either on the calmer side, if you're closer to the coast there, but even just up the foothill communities. And we zoomed in a little bit with Stu's shot and the crew up in Skyfox, and we saw some of those homes right at the very ridge tops, and you saw those trees moving around. So you know that a difference of just even a few feet, you're seeing the difference in the wind. The fire, of course, creates its own weather and its own wind, and that, as that heat rises from the heat of those fires, sucks in all the air from all around. So it's a little bit more erratic and variable, especially in and around those fires. The important thing to remember is that the fire danger is going to be with us through today and into tomorrow. High wind warnings still in place. I'll point that out in just a bit. But in the meantime, the dynamics in the upper levels of our atmosphere has all of these in place that will continue. The winds shooting out of the northeast. High pressure is in control. It's a clockwise flow of air around that area of high pressure that's driving those winds out of the northeast. And when they come up and over the mountains, they squeeze through the canyons and passes. They explode, if you will, in strength, and these are the future gusts. So this is one of our computer models. Notice that Malibu on the lighter side, between 5-7 miles an hour, but look at how much stronger it is up into Piru, Camarillo, Santa Cruz, up towards the high desert areas. That's going to continue. At 2 p.m., still going to be fairly light. So firefighters really taking advantage of this window. But look what happens as we get to the afternoon and evening. Malibu really picks up in the speed there with that northeasterly wind. So the winds are going to stay strong through tonight, and then they'll start to ease off tomorrow with much better weather conditions by Thursday as we look for the onshore flow to return. That's going to bring us a little bit more moisture and, of course, better news for firefighters. Samada's watching the traffic conditions in and around that fire, of course. What's the latest, Samada?
Oh, yes, it continues to be shut down in and around the fire zone. If you do not have to be anywhere near there, avoid that location. We do have a couple of major roadways that continue to be blocked off at this hour due to the aggressive firefight. We have both directions, yes, both directions of PCH shut down until further notice. We're talking about Canaan Doom Road, and it extends all the way to Topanga Canyon Boulevard, and also shut down is Topanga Canyon Boulevard itself, both directions, north and southbound side, from Mulholland Drive all the way down to PCH. On a more localized level, we are watching conditions across areas of Malibu Canyon Road right there at Piuma Road. This is north of the fire, so they're not picking up any smoke because the winds, again, are going offshore. But as you make your way down through the canyons and passing the fire, we are seeing closures all the way down to PCH right there up against our ocean. season. And we're also watching, unfortunately, the 101 has been generous, but we are picking up a brand new crash. Separate from the fire, 3 vehicles collided on the southbound side of the 101 at Parkway Calabasas through the Calabasas area. We're looking at speeds down to 12 miles an hour. So if you're heading in that route, just know there's a little hint of delay. But beyond that crash, things open up pretty nicely. Here's a Caltrans camera look before that collision, both directions along 101 at Westlake Boulevard, right there at the LA County and Ventura County line from Thousand Oaks to Westlake Village. Looks good. But again, a reminder to stay away from the fire zone. Back to you, two.
All right, Samantha, thank you. LA County supervisors prepared to declare a state of emergency amid the Franklin fire burning in Malibu.
So we have Lindsay Horvath, County Supervisor, on Zoom right now. Thank you for being with us this morning.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, and thank you for covering this.
What do we know about the state of emergency that's about to be declared, and what kind of assistance would that give us?
So this morning, our chair of the Board of Supervisors, Catherine Barger, declared a state of emergency. We called on her, and she was ready to answer. She's been a very helpful partner in making sure that we can work with our state partners and ensure that no bureaucracy is getting in the way of us being able to keep our residents safe. And so this state of emergency not only does that, but also make sure that we are able to access additional financial resources and call on other jurisdictions to help us in this time of crisis.
What does the state of emergency entail as far as services for residents who are impacted by this area?
So we will be able to enhance all of the services as directed by our Office of Emergency Management, working with our fire department and our law enforcement officials. It will provide additional financial resources as we sort of assess the damage and see what next steps will be after the fire is contained. But right now, we are focused on doing exactly that and making sure that everyone stays safe. So we're asking that everyone follow evacuation orders, that you listen to the first responders who are out there trying to communicate with the community. And you can go to alertla.org for real-time updates. That is reliable information that you can count on and make sure that you are staying informed to keep you and your family and your community safe.
This fire has been burning since 10:50 last night. I know firefighters have been making significant progress. What do you, from your perspective, what do you make of the progress that firefighters have been doing this morning?
They are all hands on deck. We heard from the fire chief this morning that they are working feverishly to contain this fire. They are calling on all additional resources that they need. But as of this morning, my conversations with the chief and what he has shared, they have the resources they need to fight this fire, and we just need to support them. They are heroes on the front lines, making sure that this fire gets contained, and our law enforcement personnel and partners are making sure that everyone is informed about evacuation orders, that they know where to go, that they have the support that they need. We have set up evacuation sites as directed by some of the evacuation orders. And so I just want to thank all of our community partners. I know I spoke with council members from Malibu this morning, one of whom was just sworn in late last night. I think she's on her first half day of being a council member. And they're all hands on deck. All of our city partners in the region are also working, from Agora Hills to Santa Monica and beyond. I got a text from the mayor of Calabasas this morning. This region has been impacted by fires in many significant ways. And so they are stronger as a community. They are a resilient region, and they have invested in preparation and really understanding what they need to do in a time of crisis like this. So they come together unlike any other communities that I have seen, and I really appreciate their partnership. And so this is about how do we work together to get this fire contained. There are community partners that we have empowered and funded as a board of supervisors who are working in partnership with the fire department, a community fire brigade who is actually on hand fighting this fire alongside our fire department. And our fire chief spoke very highly of his experience working with them thus far on this. And we're just really grateful for all of the people who have stepped up to do their part to keep everyone safe.
Yeah, we should also mention California Governor Gavin Newsom has announced he's secured additional funding to provide additional resources. As you mentioned, it's essential during times of crisis like this that we are able to do things quickly and efficiently.
Yes, the governor's office has been able to access additional FEMA assistance. We are grateful for that. We are grateful for all of the partners who are coming together. And I think especially the community members who stepped up to make sure that they are communicating as we prepare. We've had many emergency preparedness events throughout the district. And that kind of information, not during a time of crisis, is the best way to make sure that people are prepared for moments like this. And so we see our community members kicking into action and exactly as we've prepared them. And we thank them for their leadership and partnership to make sure we keep everybody safe.
And we thank you, LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, for keeping us informed. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for your time. And our coverage will continue of this fire right after the break. CAL FIRE reporting nearly 2,600 acres have burned. You can find more information if you stay right here with us, or check out some stories we have posted on our website, foxla.com. We'll take a break and we'll be right back.
Welcome back as we bring you continuing coverage of the Franklin fire burning in Malibu. Evacuation orders have been set up for people who are fleeing the flames. The Franklin fire now standing at 2,600 acres burned. There are 18,000 people in the evacuation area. Some have gone to where Brooke Thomas is live in Pacific Palisades. She has more there. Good morning.
Hey there, good morning. Yes, some people have come here. Here's the thing, when we got here and throughout the morning, there haven't been that, that many people here when you think that these evacuation orders affected thousands of people in this community. The thing is, many people had other options. Some people have other homes, right? Some people have friends that they can go. Some people, friends who maybe live in Los Angeles, they can go and see, they can go and stay with. People went to hotels, but people did come here. Some people came here and just tried to sleep off the stress of this, right? Overnight in their cars. A couple people checked in inside. Come on over. Yeah, I'm here with another executive director here with the Red Cross just to talk a little bit about the response. I said this morning. This is awful to see. But the fact that people listened to the warnings and didn't try to tough it out because they've seen it before, because they were worried about their homes, that's the good thing.
It is, and we saw this preparing on our sides too. We knew there were going to be extreme red flag warnings. The fire department's been fantastic. The coordination between all departments fighting this fire and providing relief for the residents who have been displaced and evacuated is what we want to see. People staying safe and getting out of the way.
Any stories so far that you've heard that's just like touched your heart this morning?
You know, I'm seeing everybody show up here. The nice thing about this is they're tapping into their networks. People are waking up, so they're bringing goats and dogs and all their pets to friends and family. We have another evac center for large animals up in the valley right now too. So our hope is that everyone remains safe and that the structure damage remains to be minimal because of the great work of our firefighters.
And that's also just, you know, first, it's just so humane, right? Just having a place to take your animals. But also, that's another thing that keeps people in many, you know, rural communities across America, right? Keeps people from leaving their homes during natural disasters. They're animals.
Yeah, they're part of the family, right? And it's having a safe place for everybody to go. Making sure those animals are part of your safe and your evac plan is a thing we want to keep promoting here across the county.
Well, thank you for what you do, and thank you for being here with me this morning. I appreciate it. All right, I'll send things back to you all in the studio. It's just been heartwarming just to kind of listen to the people who are just glad to be okay, but still devastating because I just can't imagine what so many people went through overnight.
There's a human toll, right? And you can't save your homes if a fire is coming for you, but you can save yourself. And it looks like a lot of people heeded those warnings which were issued after midnight. So, and thank goodness they did, because they saved themselves.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brooke. And we're going to stay on top of this active fire as crews work to put out the flames of the Franklin fire burning in Malibu. You can find the latest on air and online at foxla.com. And we will be right back. Welcome back as we continue our team coverage of the Franklin fire in Malibu. 2,600 acres burning as 700 firefighters attacked this blaze from the air and from the ground. I want to get to Christy Fajardo right now because she is live at the Malibu Sands Strip Mall. Good morning, Christy. What can you tell us?
Yeah, good morning. What you see here really underscores the danger and the problems that persist for firefighters. This is actually a hot spot. We're a couple of miles away from Pepperdine. We're closer to Carbon Canyon, and I'm actually standing on PCH. So that gives you an idea of how close these flames are also burning to the highway. And about an hour ago, we were actually about a half mile away. We were looking at a hot spot there, but then suddenly we saw smoke, and we drove down PCH and we saw this hotspot, and firefighters saw it too and have since flooded this area with resources. We're now seeing firefighters up there on the hills battling this fire, and you can see how close it is to two homes and also to this strip mall. But it shows that even though we're not getting a lot of wind, embers are still traveling, and that really is a very big concern for firefighters, and it means also that they're having to fight this fire on several fronts and getting potentially new little fires starting. And if we pan this way, I can show you. I mentioned that we're standing on PCH, and here is PCH, and you can see too why they have closed PCH, because there are flames burning dangerously close to the highway in certain areas like the one where I am standing. And a short while ago, a woman came to pick up a friend who had decided to evacuate, and she told me that she had actually lost her house in the Woolsey fire and that she lives on Malibu Road, and that she evacuated yesterday, and as she was doing so, she said the flames were so close she was terrified. And right now she doesn't know the status of her home, but she is very hopeful. And right now, at least for the moment, the winds have died down, and that is giving firefighters a chance to jump on hotspots like this and hopefully see fewer of these hotspots. Let's send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Christy. Yeah, I know the Carbon Canyon was certainly one of those areas of focus for firefighters. Our team coverage on the Franklin fire continues. After the break, 11 o'clock hour is coming up next. Stay with us. right, welcome to GDLA Plus. A bit of a different show this morning. Of course, we have this major wildfire that's burning in Malibu. Officials say there is 0% containment on the fast-moving Franklin fire. So far, it's consumed more than 2,500 acres. There's no word yet on what caused the fire. Of course, it's still very early on in this investigation, but officials do say that arson investigators are looking into it. It did come during a red flag warning, but here's a live look right now from Sky Fox. Evacuations have been in place all morning long, and all Malibu schools, we're told, are closed for today. There are about 18,000 people and 8,100 structures in the impacted area. So far, though, the good news here, no injuries, no serious injuries or deaths have been reported. We do have team coverage on the Franklin fire this morning, so let's begin with Gigi Graciette. She's there on the ground, and she can give us a better picture of what crews have been facing all morning long. Gigi.
Jen, good morning, everyone. Those 18,000 people that you mentioned, many of them without power this morning, with no internet and unable to know exactly what's happening out here. Now, take a look at the hillside behind me. We're in Malibu Village in the parking lot near the electric car charges, just to give you an idea, near the creek. You can see how that fire just burnt up right to the backyards of those homes, and how that hillside posed such a challenge, especially in those windy conditions that we saw earlier. Right now, the wind, at least down below here on Pacific Coast Highway, is extremely calm, but up on those ridge lines, well, it's still posing quite a challenge, causing that fire to spot ahead of itself and moving firefighters from one location to another. The big concern that officials have their eyes on are those winds, those infamous Santa Ana winds, which are expected to kick up again later today. Of course, Maria Quibon will have much more on that coming up on Good Day LA Plus, and the winds tomorrow morning during sunrise, when they also kick up again. Red flag warning still in effect until Wednesday, so definitely this firefight is not over. It does continue. Mandatory evacuation orders and evacuation warnings are still in effect for those 18,000 or so people that live in this area. Reporting live this morning in Malibu, I'm Gigi Graciette. We'll send it back to you.
And it's not just the fire zone that's being impacted right now. It's 12 million people are under red flag warnings from San Luis Obispo to San Diego to Calabasas until around 8 o'clock p.m. on Wednesday. So this is,
yeah, it's ongoing.
Right, and the winds are supposed to keep going into this afternoon. So let's continue our team coverage right now with Mario Ramirez. Mario is near Pepperdine, where the skies were blue off and on. It's been kind of wild where you are.
Yeah, it really has. We've been here in Malibu throughout the morning. Pepperdine students were ordered to shelter in place overnight. That order has been lifted, but at one point it seemed like the entire campus was surrounded by flames. And what you can see now is just smoke. It's been dissipating here. We're watching this smoke surrounding neighborhoods and airdrops as well from multiple units surrounding the campus. Video we have showing overnight activity. Students and staff here at Pepperdine, again, ordered to shelter in place at a central location and stay indoors. Many started gathering at the library overnight. After addressing campus conditions at daybreak, the university lifted that order, but it was terrifying, as you can imagine, for the Pepperdine community, watching the wind-driven flames make their way through part of the campus before jumping over PCH and extending all the way down to the ocean. Fire officials say no structures here on campus were damaged, and they say that's due to the brush clearance here. Meanwhile, students like Gabrielle Salgado sheltered in place and watched the Franklin fire very closely.
It's honestly been a really stressful situation. I mean, seeing flames like right where I'm used to like looking outside and studying, and seeing like green mountain sides and seeing that on fire is definitely crazy. But it is nice to know that like now when I look out the window, I see less fire.
The university's shelter-in-place order was lifted by 8 o'clock this morning, but campus officials say they could reinstate that order if conditions worsen. Coming back out here live, another look at some of the burn scar that we're seeing. Those airdrops again continuing. Pepperdine says the community strongly encouraged to remain on campus and stay off Malibu roads as that firefight continues and those first responders make their way through these neighborhoods, including along a stretch of PCH, which is still closed. Live in Malibu, I'm Mario Ramirez. Back to you.
All right, Mario, thank thank you. I mean, it's just been such a wild morning, and we've seen how the wind has obviously played such a big role, and 1 minute it looks this way, the next moment completely different.
Yeah, the wind has served in destruction, but also helping, because you know how the fire usually creeps up the hillsides. The Santa Ana winds were coming from the other direction, so actually helping to contain the fire.
Right. It sounds ironic, but yeah. So let's go up to Skyfox right now. Stu up in Skyfox giving us a look at conditions right now. So, you know, now you're zooming in and we are seeing those flames. Sometimes when we have a wider shot, all we see is the smoke, and it's deceiving because it makes you feel like, oh, okay, they've got a handle of it. But, you know, once you go closer, hey, there's still flames burning as we speak.
You know, that's exactly one of the reasons why I showed you guys that. Now we're checking a look. We're doing that Google Earth shot. We're pretty much looking straight down, so just kind of keep an eye on that. But look at that, all that Phos-Chek. And, you know, if you guys were watching in the morning, I know both of you were, but I'm talking to the audience. If you guys were watching early in the morning, we were actually hearing them talk about how they were coming together with this plan over here by Carbon Canyon. They were talking about the White House on the ridge, and they were going to put a Phos-Chek line from this point all the way down to Pacific Coast Highway. Now, I really enjoy it when we actually hear those plans and then we actually see it come to fruition. I'm going to go a little bit this way, and then I'm going to spin the camera around. But it's also going to show you some of that 2,200 acres that have burned. This is a section of the fire that didn't have any homes in it, but we weren't able to really see any of that area earlier on because of all the heavy smoke and a little bit of the fire. And then before that, it was just complete darkness down there. We did see a little bit of those moonscape, like the ambers burning down there, but that is basically that whole hillside out here just devoid of all that greenery. Now, we were taking a look at those Phos-Chek drops, and I got to tell you, I'm just going to be real honest here. I was not that impressed when I first saw that first drop this morning. I thought to myself, they are never going to be able to pull that off. But look at that, they did. I'm going to stay away from the line just for a second because they might be doing another drop right now. Yep, there it is. And I believe that is going to be the DC-9, DC-8. It has the 3 engines. I'm sure somebody's going to text me how I don't know my aircraft, but it is definitely one of the Phos-Chek dropping aircrafts. And look at that red line. It really is starting to pop out there, and you can really kind of see where they laid down that line. We listened to LA County Fire talk about it. They needed to protect Carbon Canyon, and they are, and they have. Look at just the right side and left side. You got the green, and you got the denuded hillside. It is pretty amazing, but they're still out here, and they're still reinforcing that line because that is not done yet. But definitely the winds have slowed down. LA County Fire, Ventura Fire up here in the air, dropping with the helicopters, and we got to give Colson their shout out as well. All out here doing their work. They are really starting to put a big dent in this fire, which is great news for anybody that lives down there. Now, of course, there were a couple structures lost, and my heart goes out to anybody out there, even if their house was damaged. It is always devastating, but take a look at all the progress they're making, and then think about all the homes that were saved this morning because of that firefighters' efforts. It is amazing, and again, less hot spots, definitely less hot spots, definitely a lot less of those big bulky fire, and more of the firefighters just continuing to hit those hot spots out here from the air and on the ground. It is really amazing. I think I just want to do one more shot. I know Christian is probably like, Stu, you're done. But right there, that is going to be Pepperdine, and that's what I wanted to show you guys. Pepperdine saying, hey, if you guys want to use our pond for a dip, you may, and Colson has been picking it up over here. This is going to be on the northeast side of the fire. They've been picking up from the Pepperdine University ponds, and they've been dropping it out here, but it is still, you can see it. It is still a bucket brigade, and they're still making every effort to put out those flames. Stu and Skyfox, back to you, ladies.
Yes, that said, also, fire officials are encouraging people who live outside of the fire zone, unless you live, right, they're saying to not use your own sprinklers, don't try to hose down your own property, because they do have a limited reserve of water that they're dipping into.
Definitely. And you can see it right there. I mean, Pepperdine, they were under shelter-in-place orders. They kind of lifted it, but it is so kind to them. And it is a spot, and it does help. It saves that time. Colson can dip out of there. They can pick it up, and they can drop it off. And Gigi was on the ground when they were on Sarah this morning, on the 34 Sarah, and they were calling for an emergency drop. I venture to say it was one of those helicopters that picks up out there at Pepperdine. So great work for everybody. And, of course, hats off to Pepperdine for letting us use their water supply.
Yeah, absolutely. Maria, it is amazing to see, isn't it?
It's incredible. Really, this is just, we're so humbled and so grateful for our firefighters, particularly the ones that are flying these helicopters, flying the fixed wing under these weather conditions, which can be so harrowing. There is a little window right now that they are taking advantage of, and you can see the result, the progress that Stu has been talking about. We're also seeing, you know, some of those wider shots. Ooh, look at that. See, dropping the water precisely where it needs to go. The smoke flowing in that direction from the northeast toward the southwest. So indeed, we continue to see these Santa Ana winds blow. The good news is that there is this window right now where the winds aren't as strong as they were certainly last night. Malibu, for instance, 7-mile-per-hour winds, but looking at just a few feet up and higher elevation, Camarillo, Calabasas, look at these wind gusts, 30, 40 miles per hour. So this is going to continue. As we fast forward to the afternoon at 3 p.m., still fairly light, so there's still that advantage for firefighters. But as we get to late this afternoon and early evening, notice the winds pick up again in strength in Malibu, 30, 40 mile per hour winds. So they really have to get a great handle on it before the winds pick up later this evening. And then eventually we'll see a bigger, more noticeable improvement as we get to tomorrow morning, or rather late tomorrow into Thursday morning, and then we'll be back to more of the onshore flow. We had a really dry area that moved through here. This is our water vapor map showing very little in the way of moisture for SoCal. You can see that. It's starting to push off to our south and east, so that's the good news. High pressure still in control. This is our futurecast, one of our computer models. Notice some of the cloud cover that's picking up late Wednesday, and then Thursday, even the radar's picking up some moisture. So there is a 10% chance we could see some sprinkles, some help from Mother Nature Thursday, Friday into the weekend, as the tail end of these systems to our north will hopefully help as well. But in the meantime, these red flag conditions will continue. We need the rain desperately, so we could really use that moisture. No rain so far this month, when we would typically see about 2.5 inches of rain. Just a quick look at our 7-day forecast here. We're going to stay in the 70s, slightly above the average because of that offshore flow, and then we'll cool it down to the 60s with the return of the onshore flow beginning Thursday into the weekend, and then hopefully some moisture as well. So hang in there, everybody. Stay safe and stay alert to those fire officials in case you need to evacuate. Back to you.
Yeah, speaking of evacuation, Maria, 11:12 right now. When we come back, we're going to check in with Brooke Thomas. She is live at an evacuation center. everyone. Welcome back. You're taking a look right there. The Franklin fire in Malibu has burned 2,500 acres. At this point, 0% containment. We've been covering this throughout the morning. This all began last night right before 11 p.m. at about 10:50. A small brush fire turned into this. So evacuation centers have been set up for people who are fleeing this fire, and Brooke is live in Pacific Palisades with that.
That's right. Yeah, I'm here in the Palisades at one of these evacuation centers, the Red Cross Evacuation Center that they've set up for people who needed to flee this fire, who needed to get to safety. And one thing, out of everyone that I've talked to, that I've been able to talk to, coming in and out of here or in and around their cars, is that they didn't even need the order. They didn't need the warning. They looked out their windows. They looked out their door. They saw this coming, and they knew that they needed to get out of the area as soon as possible. And also something that went on with most of the people out here, they had plans. They had a plan. They had a fire season plan, an evacuation plan, especially a couple people that I talked to earlier today who had 3 goats and a gigantic potbelly pig. They had, at the beginning of this, weeks ago, decided, like, this is our plan. This is what we're going to do in an emergency. We don't hope for an emergency, but we're going to be prepared. And they were prepared, and they were able to get their important documents, their laptops, their iPad, and, of course, their animals, and get them to safety.
It has been a long, rough night. We evacuated when we saw the flames in the middle of the night and grabbed the animals and fled. And Penelope's a sizable girl for a potbelly pig. But yeah, just, do your workouts and you pick her up and toss her in the truck, and she was a good sport. And the goats hopped right up in, and here we are.
How long did it take you to just get them all together?
4 minutes flat.
That's what we're seeing out here. People who listen to the warnings, who know the danger, and who got themselves to safety. I'll send things back to you in the studio.
All right, Brooke, thank you for that. And here's a look at the animal shelters open to the public. One is set up at Agora Animal Care Center in Agora Hills. That one is meant for small animals only. Meanwhile, over at Pierce College in Woodland Hills, they are accepting large animals as well, like horses. All right, 11:17. We'll continue to stay on top of the active fire situation as crews continue to battle those flames. So far, CAL FIRE reporting 2,500 acres have burned. All the latest information, you can keep it right here on Fox 11 for GDLA Plus, or go to foxla.com. Our TV coverage will continue right after this quick break. Welcome back, everybody. 11:20 is the time, and we are continuing to keep a close eye in Malibu at the Franklin fire. Officials say it is 0% contained at this point. It is moving fast, and at this point, 2,500 acres have burned.
That's right, and our Fox team coverage continues now with Hal Eisner. He's in Malibu. Hal, you mentioned the big issue is just how dry it's been, and not on the ground, but in the air, too. Very low humidity out there.
That's right. The humidity is, you can feel it. The humidity is very, very low. The winds, well, Maria's been telling us that story all morning long. I think there's some good news here, though. Part of that good news is we haven't heard of any injuries. And in a fire like this, that's great. I mean, this is a very serious fire. We've also heard from the sheriff that people have evacuated smoothly. Thousands of people have been impacted by this thing, and there's been word from the water department and also from the fire chief that really it's not a good idea to use water. So why not use water? That's something we asked the fire chief for LA County, Tony Maroney.
If you're not in the immediate fire area, wetting down your trees or wetting down your roof really isn't going to assist you in preventing a fire of your home, because that water's only going to evaporate. We need to fight it with the water, the limited amount of water that Malibu Water District 29 has.
That combination of fire and wind is so unpredictable. That's why when we tell you, you need to be ready to go with your medicines, paperwork, other important documents, and we tell you you need to evacuate, this is exactly why you need to do it right away. And I'm happy to report that the majority of residents, almost all residents, evacuated when we told them to. That's why we're sitting here happy talking about no lives lost.
And again, that's why, they keep saying to listen to what authorities are telling you. It's very important information. What the winds will do this afternoon, there's a sense it might kick up. We don't obviously know, but if they do kick up, authorities are preparing for that possibility. It's a dicey situation with the kind of weather that we have and the humidity being so low. And, I think another thing that's worth mentioning, and Gigi mentioned it earlier, communications are terrible out here. We've had terrible phone service. We've had difficulty with internet. Some people have not, been able to deal with that stuff at all. So, I mean, it's a situation in Malibu that's pretty uncomfortable when you don't have these things that you're used to. You've got a situation where you're worried about what's happening and you can't get the information you need. But for those who are out there who can hear what we're saying, the important thing is situational awareness. Know what's going on around you. Be prepared to leave if you're told to leave. The fire, again, described by everybody we've talked to, is dicey. Back to you.
Yeah, it is incredibly frustrating. Absolutely. You're already stressed out over the situation. Now you can't communicate.
And then no power for something.
You're like in the blind.
Right.
Right? You have no clue what's happening. You're helpless. So it's understandable how, that's for sure. We did have a chance to talk to some residents of Malibu who experienced the fire as it was moving erratically overnight. So thanks to the winds, which really, I say that in jest, obviously, the fire blew up in one direction overnight. And then it really shocked a lot of people in the same area, because hours later, it changed courses. So Gigi spoke with one resident who says he went to sleep. The fire was across the ridge. In the middle of the night, he woke up, looked out, and there it was. It was an entirely different story.
I woke up this morning and there's a mirror in my bedroom, and I looked in the mirror and the fire had come over the ridge that I thought was safe, and it was just full flames up in the air, encroaching on the house. So that was my sign to get moving. What I literally did, since my phone was dead, was search around with my hands for my jeans and everything I could stuff into a backpack and a suitcase. Went downstairs and prayed that my car wasn't in the garage because the power was off. Put everything into the car, figured out a way to get the sensor to my gate open, and got out of the property at about the same time that the fire department came in and said, you should probably get on down the hill.
Adam is telling us that this is his first official fire season in California. He's been living in Texas, so this is quite the introduction he's getting.
He just bought his house a year ago, too.
Feel for you, Adam. Hang in there. Here is a look, by the way, at the map of how the fire has spread. According to CAL FIRE, the Franklin fire has burned over 2,500 acres since breaking out late last night. So far, again, No containment. We're at 0%.
That's right, 0% containment. And coming up, we're going to check in with Stu up in Sky Fox. We will be right back after a short break. Keep it here.
Welcome back, everybody. 11:28 is the time. We'll continue to stay on top of this active fire as crews are working really hard to put out the flames. So far, though, CAL FIRE reporting 2,200 acres have burned, and you can get all the latest information on our website, foxla.com. Just a reminder there. Now, LA.
Yeah, we're checking in with Stu right now up in Sky Fox. Stu, you've been putting that work in all morning long. What are you looking at right now? I feel like crews, fire crews. I know 700 firefighters from the ground and the air have been tackling this ever since it broke out at 10:50 last night. It seems like they've made significant progress as the mornings rolled on.
Oh, they definitely have. Take a look at that. That's part of that 2,200 acres that has burned. That's one of the things. It's like I think a lot of folks, when they're listening and they hear 22 acres on fire, they think, oh my gosh, you got 22 acres burning at the same time. The fire moved through there, and that has burned right there. And that whole hillside, all the vegetation gone. But if they pan over just a little bit, you start seeing that red, that phosgenic, that fire retardant that's being dropped here all morning long. And that really is making the difference. Now, a lot of that smoke that you see right there on this side of the line, the firefighters, they're going to drop some water on it. They're going to keep an eye on it. The helicopters are kind of doing that. But for the most part, they're kind of not concerned about that because it's going to get up to that phosgenic and just kind of put itself out. Now, if there was flames on this side, that would be a big concern. And then the helicopters would really be out here dropping a lot of water. But we don't see any of that right now, and that's fantastic news. The winds, they've really kind of gotten a little bit lighter. which is amazing. And the winds that we have experienced really were kind of just pushing the flames back on themselves, which actually may have helped the firefighters later on in that firefight. But early on in the 10 o'clock hour yesterday night, oh, that wasn't helping at all. Those winds were actually pushing that up the hill and over towards Pepperdine, and that was what's creating all of those problems. Now, what I'm pushing into right there, that's going to be Malibu Canyon Road. Now, that's a very popular road. Probably a lot of folks know about it. It is definitely closed in both directions, but you can see the firefighting crews out there. And then also, it's a little difficult to see through the haze and the smoke, but it's all ash out there. There is no vegetation on those hillsides. You know, a lot of folks, I know I'm the same way. I'm thinking to myself, well, just wait till the rains come. Well, hopefully we'll have a little bit of vegetation growing back before that. But the firefight in itself is, these guys are doing an amazing job. And the one thing that really stands out is the fact no injuries. We're hearing that all morning long. I can't repeat it enough. No injuries. And of course, they did lose a couple of structures, but when I say a couple, I bet when all said and done, it is going to be a couple of structures. Right before I send it back to y'all, I'm going to show you the house that we've been talking about all morning. Probably some folks are just tuning in for the 11 o'clock right now, but this is the home that we started with early in the morning, right around 4 o'clock when we got here, and we were concerned about it because it was right in the middle of a firestorm. And take a look at that. It's still standing, no damage, no nothing. You got firefighters still around there, and take a look around it. All that was on fire at one time, and it was creating a glow strong enough that we could actually see that home. That's on Carbon Beach Terrace. That home been saved, but again, the firefight from the air still continues. We got a FOSCHEC plane underneath us right now, but it's going to be a minute or two before he starts doing drops. It has been fantastic to watch and to listen to the firefighters make their plans, put them into action, and then to see these amazing results. These guys, they know their stuff, guys and gals. They know their stuff, and they really are bringing their A game this morning to this Franklin fire out here in the Malibu area.
The fire, even from the air alone, has been a trifold effort. You have the super scoopers from Quebec that have been assisting Firehawk helicopters and LA County fixed wing aircraft that dropped down that fire retardant. So you see a triple effort here, and it really, really paid off.
It totally did. And, one of the Quebecs, we just were watching him just a few minutes ago, and I think they actually had a problem. It looked like he was going to be doing a drop, and then he actually made his way back to Van Nuys. You did not see him drop. They were always running pairs, and he didn't do a drop, and he was heading back to Van Nuys. So I think they might be down one for a mechanical. That one right there. Melvin was talking about it earlier this morning, and I love Melvin. I really, really do. But these are the FOSCHEC dropping aircraft. This is going to be CAL FIRE, and these are the ones that are actually out of Lancaster. So when they do drops, they actually have to go all the way back out to the Lancaster area. They also have a base in Camarillo, so they might be going there right now, but these are the ones that are dropping the FOSCHEC. They drop the red stuff out the back. The yellow ones, those are going to be the Quebecs. They just drop water. They do not drop any fire retardant, but they can pick up at the ocean and drop off so quickly.
Thank you, Stu. Yeah, that's just been a remarkable effort by all our firefighters out there, and of course, hats off to them each and every day, but especially on days like this. Maria, yeah, I know you can testify to that.
Oh, 100%. The ground crew, the forecasters, of course, the staff meteorologists that really talk in conjunction with the firefighters and our air support there. The winds have really been cooperating, at least in this area, allowing all of the air assets to continue to battle this blaze. The Santa Ana winds, though, will continue. That's the bad news. It is going to continue through the day today into tonight. So those wind alerts, those red flag warnings will also continue, not just for this area of Malibu and Ventura and LA, but all the way south into Orange County, as well as parts of the Inland Empire. Wind gusts still potentially could be anywhere from 50 to 60, even some areas, isolated mountain areas nearing 70 to 80 mile per hour wind gusts still possible. The good news is that the clouds will return beginning late tomorrow and then cooling by Thursday, Friday into the upcoming weekend, potentially even some moisture. Last night when this fire started, I wanted to note, I was looking at some of the peak wind gusts. The Magic Mountain Truck Trail, this is the mountains over there in the San Gabriel area, the mountains, 93 mile per hour wind gusts. This was at around 10:40, so just before this fire broke out, this Franklin fire. So you can imagine how strong the winds were. The smallest spark under these weather conditions can just rapidly spread and explode, and that's what happens when we have these red flag warnings. warnings. Boney Mountain out towards Santa Monica Mountains, 73-mile-per-hour wind gusts last night. Relative humidity values still very low. Look at this. The combination of strong winds, low relative humidity values in the single digits in Malibu. Look at that, 9%, 5% in Chesborough. Very high fire danger. High wind warning still in effect through at least this afternoon. We'll wait and see if this gets extended as these winds will continue, but they will start to back down tomorrow into Thursday. Look at the red flag warnings in effect still for a large part of SoCal through at least tomorrow. So the fire danger is going to stay with us. The computer models point to this area of high pressure start to weaken tomorrow. We'll get some high clouds, and then look at this, some moisture perhaps Thursday into the weekend. We're going to catch the tail end of these systems that we're watching to the north. So hopefully we will get some help from Mother Nature in that sense. We'll get some moisture from those systems. In the meantime, there's a little window right now before the winds start to pick up again later this afternoon and evening. Those winds, especially near Malibu, is going to get back up to 30, 40 mile per hour. But right now, it's lighter between 5 to 10. So hopefully they will get a much bigger handle. 72 today for downtown LA, 71 tomorrow, still with that offshore flow. And then the clouds return with that moisture Thursday into the upcoming weekend. Back to you.
All right, Maria, thank you. 11:36 here. We'll continue to stay on top of this fire, of course. So far, again, CAL FIRE reporting 2,200 acres burned, 0% containment. Get all the latest information right here on Fox 11 or go to foxla.com. Our team coverage continues right after this quick break. All right, welcome back, everybody. 11:39. You are taking a look up from Skyfox right there as we continue to watch the Franklin fire burn 2,500 acres at this point. And remember, this began not that long ago, 10:50, just before 11 p.m. last night, and it spread quickly. It was just a small brush fire, but it exploded thanks to those gusty Santa Ana winds, and that's what's caused really the mess that we've been dealing with throughout the morning. There you see a ton of smoke, which of course is a good sign, but underneath all that smoke, they're still battling those flames, and we're keeping close watch on all of that. Earlier, we did have an opportunity to speak to LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. The supervisors have declared a state of emergency amid the fire, which is burning as we speak in Malibu. So here's our conversation with Lindsay Horvath, a supervisor of the 3rd District.
What do we know about the state of emergency that's about to be declared, and what kind of assistance would that give us?
So this morning, our chair of the Board of Supervisors, Catherine Barger, declared a state of emergency. We called on her, and she was ready to answer. She's been a very helpful partner in making sure that we can work with our state partners and ensure that no bureaucracy is getting in the way of us being able to keep our residents safe. And so this state of emergency not only does that, but also make sure that we are able to access additional financial resources and call on other jurisdictions to help us in this time of crisis.
What does the state of emergency entail as far as services for residents who are impacted by this area?
So we will be able to enhance all of the services as directed by our Office of Emergency Management, working with our fire department and our law enforcement officials. It will provide additional financial resources as we sort of assess the damage and see what next steps will be after the fire is contained. But right now, we are focused on doing exactly that and making sure that everyone stays safe. So we're asking that everyone follow evacuation orders, that you listen to the first responders who are out there trying to communicate with the community. And you can go to alertla.org for real-time updates. That is reliable information that you can count on and make sure that you are staying informed to keep you and your family and your community safe.
This fire has been burning since 10:50 last night. I know firefighters have been making significant progress. From your perspective, what do you make of the progress that firefighters have been doing this morning?
They are all hands on deck. We heard from the fire chief this morning that they are working feverishly to contain this fire. They are calling on all additional resources that they need. But as of this morning, my conversations with the chief and what he has shared, they have the resources they need to fight this fire, and we just need to support them. They are heroes on the front lines, making sure that this fire gets contained, and our law enforcement personnel and partners are making sure that everyone is informed about evacuation orders, that they know where to go, that they have the support that they need. We have set up evacuation sites as directed by some of the evacuation orders. And so I just want to thank all of our community partners. I know I spoke with council members from Malibu this morning, one of whom was just sworn in late last night. I think she's on her first half day of being a council member. And they're all hands on deck. All of our city partners in the region are also working, from Agora Hills to Santa Monica and beyond. I got a text from the mayor of Calabasas this morning. This region has been impacted by fires in many significant ways. And so they are stronger as a community. They are a resilient region, and they have invested in preparation and really understanding what they need to do in a time of crisis like this. So they come together unlike any other communities that I have seen, and I really appreciate their partnership. And so this is about how do we work together to get this fire contained. There are community partners that we have empowered and funded as a board of supervisors who are working in partnership with the fire department, a community fire brigade who is actually on hand fighting this fire alongside our fire department. And our fire chief spoke very highly of his experience working with them thus far on this. And we're just really grateful for all of the people who have stepped up to do their part to keep everyone safe.
Yeah, we should also mention California Governor Gavin Newsom has announced he's secured additional funding to provide additional resources. As you mentioned, it's essential during times of crisis like this that we are able to do things quickly and efficiently.
Yes, the governor's office has been able to access additional FEMA assistance. We are grateful for that. We are grateful for all of our partners who are coming together. And I think especially the community members who stepped up to make sure that they are communicating as we prepare. We've had many emergency preparedness events throughout the district. And that kind of information, not during a time of crisis, is the best way to make sure that people are prepared for moments like this. And so we see our community members kicking into action and exactly as we've prepared them. And we thank them for their leadership and partnership to make sure we keep everybody safe.
All right, 11:45. When we come back, we will be checking in with Christy Fajardo live in Malibu. Now, coverage continues. Ooh, look at that. 11:48. Welcome back, everyone. There we watch all the action. Hard at work, battling this Franklin fire. Burned 2,500 acres in Malibu.
Wow,
look
at how much is burned.
Still 0% containment.
Yep.
So much going on in Malibu, and you know, we're really keeping our thoughts positive for all the folks down there. No injuries, which is definitely
no injuries, right? And nobody seriously hurt either. Which and no fatalities, which I think is incredible given the scope of this fire and the danger there. So as the area remains under a red flag warning, our Christy Fajardo is standing by in Malibu with the latest. We've been seeing this all morning, Christy. It's like some spots you'll see blue skies, and then other spot like where you're at right now, and then you see a fire that's burning over there in the distance.
Yeah, and you know what we're seeing here actually really shows how firefighters are taking advantage of improving conditions and the fact that we're not getting very much wind at all and not seeing any at the moment to really throw everything they have and get the upper hand on this fire. Because at one point, if you'd come out to us about 5 minutes ago, you actually would have seen 4 different aircraft in the sky at the same time. We saw the DC-9, the Sikorsky helicopter, and there were also 2 other fixed-wing aircraft, and all of them were going over this canyon here and doing retardant and water drops, and it's very effective, and it is also the most effective tool in the firefighter arsenal, and they're able to do that because right now we have a lull in the wind. But at the same time, what you see here also underscores that we're not out of the woods, that there's still a real danger, because this was actually a hot spot. We were down the road about a half mile on PCH, and we were watching one hot spot when we saw smoke. We drove over here, and I am on PCH, if you're familiar with this area. We're at the Malibu Sands Strip Mall, and we saw flames behind it. And firefighters obviously saw it too, and they started bringing in resources. And also because conditions have improved, they're able to get those hand crews in there to also fight the fire. And they have gotten most of it out. We're still seeing some smoke. But even as they were fighting this one, we saw smoke. And if we pan over there at another spot, so another hot spot came up. So even despite the lull in the winds, embers are still being carried, and that is exactly what firefighters are having to deal with. And if we pan to the right, I want to show you 2 more aircraft are going by, and firefighters, this is what they want to see, because when they can get up in the air and they can do those water and retardant drops, it really, really helps, you know, in keeping flames at bay. But when we get really, really heavy gusts, it grounds some of those aircraft. And also, the water and retardant drops, even when they're able to do them, are not as effective, because I've actually witnessed a drop and the wind just blows it in another direction and never hits its intended target. And I don't know if we have the sound, but there was a woman who was here earlier, and she told me that she actually evacuated yesterday from Malibu Road. She went up to get her cats and dogs, so she was going in the wrong direction when they were telling people to evacuate. And in her words, she actually touched the flames as she was leaving. She said it was absolutely terrifying. And I just heard we have that sound. This is what she had to say.
I heard the fire trucks and went to go get my kittens, my pets, on Malibu Road. And when I got there, the fire turned from the Sarah Retreat towards Malibu Road, and it was coming down, and I actually touched the flames. I was told to evacuate, but instead of going to the end of Malibu Road, I went the other way towards town, and I had to turn around. It was pretty bad. I couldn't breathe, and there was flames.
And that woman tells me she actually lost her home in the Woolsey fire, and that this is the 3rd time she has been through an evacuation order in Malibu. Right now, though, she likes what she's seeing, the fact that the winds have died down, at least for the moment, and so she's very hopeful that conditions have improved and to her favor. And back out here live, again, still hot spots that firefighters are contending with, which is why also PCH still remains closed to the public. It's kind of an odd and eerie thing to see no cars on this, what is usually a very busy road. For now, I'm live in Malibu. Let's send it back to you.
Wow, yeah. You really feel for people who are just stuck in these situations. And communication was a big factor, too, right?
Communication was a big factor. And then people who were also emotionally scarred, frankly, by the Woolsey fire that happened. And it's always a consideration, right?
Yes.
Whenever you hear of a wildfire like this creeping up.
That's what you sign up for when you live in these types of areas. So we're going to continue to stay on top of this and watch this Franklin fire continue to burn in Malibu. So far, like we said, over 2,500 acres have burned, 0% containment. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back. right, let's recap our breaking news in Malibu this morning. The Franklin fire has burned more than 2,500 acres since breaking out late last night, just before 11 p.m. So far, no containment, 0%. Mandatory evacuations do remain in effect for about 2,000 homes. We do want to give you a look at this time-lapse video showing just how a small brush fire quickly became so much larger. Again, all thanks to those Santa Ana winds.
That's right. Started off around 10:50 last night as a 5-acre fire, and then just exploded into the early morning hours into 2,600 plus acres, which is what we're seeing right now. Yeah, look at that. The fire creeping up on that ridge line right there.
Unbelievable. Let's check in with Stu up in Skyfox one more time here in the 11 o'clock hour.
Oh, that looks sizable.
Yeah,
yes.
and right when you tossed to me, if you guys are still talking, I'm sorry. We just lost the IFB. Maybe somebody can tell tell TOC. But we can talk for a little bit. You can see some flames out there. That's right near Malibu Canyon. I am a little worried about that really big hot spot right there because there is a lot of fuel there, and it's on the side that is not being, that doesn't have the FOS check on it. It is going to make a run up that hillside there. That's going to be a terrain-driven portion of the fire, but you can really see how it's just devouring all that vegetation as it's climbing up the hill. Now, this is going to be kind of, if you say the ocean is the front part of Pepperdine, this is going to be kind of behind the Pepperdine area near the Malibu Canyon, but it's underneath all of that smoke, that huge plume of smoke. They probably are very aware of it, and they're just going to let that kind of just go as it's just going to run up that hillside. As far as the homes that we've been seeing, we actually made our way over by the waterside a few moments ago, and we did see one home that was destroyed by the fire. We know that there are a couple of others, but we're having a little problem finding them. But right now, the firefight is definitely continuing out here. I'm going to show you that ridge line. This is going to be over by Carbon Canyon, but definitely you can see that they are making very good progress out here, mostly from the air support, but those guys and gals on the ground doing a fantastic job as well. Sending it back to you all in the studio.
Thanks, Stu. I will take it from here. And I love when you can show, in real life, what we're talking about here with the computers. The winds definitely coming out of that northeasterly direction, particularly this area where that Franklin fire is burning. Ventura, Oxnard, Malibu, that's where the strongest winds are blowing right now. Temperatures are warmer than average because of this offshore flow. The winds currently 20 miles per hour near Oxnard, a little bit stronger up closer to Palmdale, the high desert areas. But near Malibu, still near 5 to 10 miles an hour. So that's the good news. So firefighters taking great opportunity here, taking advantage of it, and really getting a handle on that fire. We'll wait and see if this high wind warning gets extended beyond the 1 o'clock expiration time. High wind warning still in effect for this area where it's going to be particularly gusty from Santa Clarita, Piru, Santa Paula, and Ventura down to Thousand Oaks and in Malibu. But the red flag warnings will continue through tomorrow, and that's everywhere, not just here near Malibu, but down across parts of Orange County, San Diego, and the Inland Empire. So the fire danger is still with us. Here are the temperatures nearing 70 downtown, 72 in Santa Ana, 74 in Corona. The good news is I think that Thursday we'll get the clouds and the reversal of that wind, more of an onshore flow. And not only that, but maybe more moisture. There's a slight chance we could see some precipitation or light chances for some sprinkles anyway for the mountains by Thursday into the weekend. Just a quick look at our 7-day as we change things up beyond tomorrow into the end of the week and the weekend. Stay safe out there, you guys, with this continuing fire in Malibu. I'll send it back to you.
That's right, Maria. Thank you. Jen, you've been on for hours, and we've been covering this nonstop. Of course, we want to remind you to keep it right here. You can find the latest on air and online, foxla.com. We'll see you this afternoon with more coverage.
If you are just joining us, we are covering breaking news. The Franklin